Futures back in negative territory coming off a pretty impressive performance on Friday heading into the weekend. All three U.S. markets, big moves to the upside to end the week. Last week, we are kind of chopping around near the high end of the range from Friday, but still a little more negativity, a little more caution to start the new trading week. The Dow, the big story, on track for its best single-month performance since 1976, up more than 14% on the month. It has been pretty impressive right across the board. We'll talk about tech. We'll talk about Tesla coming up here. Tesla possibly looking to take a stake in battery mining giant Glencore, possibly. So Tesla pretty active. We have Apple pretty active this morning as well. More COVID talk coming out of China and possible lockdowns to come with that. It is the Halloween edition. It's Monday, October 31st, and it's tradertv.live. We're going to have to come back to the quote board, guys, because we're having a little data issue. Good morning, guys. It's the Halloween edition of tradertv.live. I got to get my name tag above the position board. There we go. More importantly, let's intro the two main characters of the day. There they are. Pulp Fiction is in the building this morning, guys. Good morning.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I break your concentration? You better believe it. So around here, we look, it's you go big or you go home. And we know there's going to be a little bit of an inner competition as to who has the best costume out there, which I feel like it's already over because Sean and I just knocked this one out of the park. Am I right, my man?
You're right, my man.
Look.
You know what they call a quarter pounder with cheese in Paris, my man?
What do they call that?
They call it Royale with cheese. And you know what they call Big Mac?
What do they call Big Mac?
Le Big Mac. Who's that MF over there on the big desk over there?
So first of all, Brennan, there's going to need to be some explanation for Brennan's costume. The market's going to be a lot of fun today. Apple's fantastic. But at some point, everyone in the chat is like, what is going on? What is Brennan's costume? You got to tee it up, Lucas, so everybody can figure out what's going on with that. All that being said, this week we get the Fed. You know it's going to be absolutely fire. We saw Apple last week carry the entire market. Apple's actually down 1% and falling a little bit here. So a lot to get to. Chinese names are making some moves to the downside once again, and the chip names will be in play. You know, actually, I came in today and I might be thinking about an Intel long, which is a bit of a change from my usual stance on that stock. And oh yeah, by the way, something called GameStop is doing things again. I don't know if you heard of it.
For everyone wondering, because I know there's going to be a lot. Here it comes, by popular demand. There's the actual picture. CEO of Rivian. What do we think, guys? What do we think? Did I get there?
I think you got there.
I think you got there.
Kind of?
I think you like that. Yeah, your hands a little bit. Yeah, there you go. Close,
not bad, right? Not
enough.
bad.
Close enough.
All right.
And he's wearing jeans too.
Yeah, it's kind of hard with the desk here, but maybe I'll go up on the green screen. It doesn't really fit as a theme, but hey, we'll take it anyways. A ton to talk about as far as the market is concerned, guys, coming off of, we're headed towards the best single month performance for the Dow. I mean, there's 1 day left, so we can maybe call that. Since 1976, it's been all about blue chip stocks, I guess, for the month of October, and that continues. 14.4% for the Dow. We have big tech earnings basically behind us now, the Fed to come on Wednesday. As far as the overall market is concerned, pretty impressive bounce here, once again, off the lows.
Yes, it is, but I don't want to be that guy. But the Dow just got into a certain magical line on Friday. You may or may not have heard of the 200 period moving average. And the last time the Dow got to the 200 period moving average, this was it. It closed above it. That was August. And that was a temporary top. It then plunged, what is that, like almost 20% further to the downside. Well, maybe a little bit lower than 20%. So it was above that 200 period. We just got there on Friday, and now we're ticking a little bit beneath it. So not to be the harbinger of bad news, but well, we don't really we don't really pay too much attention to the Dow. The way it's constructed is a bit ridiculous, but it is psychologically, sometimes one of those key metrics that every now and then breaks key support, breaks key resistance. You can see buy or sell programs possibly come in there. We've seen this story before in this week. Whenever you have the Fed rate decision, we expect to get that 3/4 point hike. When we do, it's essentially every other time before, it's been a buy going into it, and then everything seems like, oh my goodness, yeah, we're going to the upside, and then it's made a bit of a turnaround to make some fresh lows. And I look at this level here on the Dow and say, if you reject that, you could put the market in a bit of a pullback. I just wasn't expecting anything big until Wednesday. We'll see what happens, certainly for this. But I'm always back to tracking the NASDAQ and the ES. Those are much more interesting to me. That 3,900 level on the S&P 500 futures is very much in play. We actually just bounced away from it just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at Apple today as well. I mean, Apple today, monster move on Friday, 144 up to 156, 157. It was an absolutely huge move there. So we'll look at Apple. I mean, Apple, again, a huge percentage of the NASDAQ, huge percentage of the S&P 500, so on and so forth.
I love it.
I noticed here, I got to figure this out because this is just obviously a real cigarette, but it's not... the light.
The button's not working?
No, it went on, but see, it's getting lighter. I don't know if you can see that it's lit right now, but got my earring on right here as well. This should be a fun day, Brendo. You're looking the best as the Rivian dude over there. His name is RJ, so we might just throw it back to RJ every once in a while here today.
Hardly, but sure. Let's continue along, guys. I wanted to mention some of the casinos. There's two different stories we can talk about. Obviously, we mentioned on Friday the COVID angle coming out of China. More possible shutdowns related to COVID. There's a story on Foxconn specifically related to Apple. As many as 20,000 positive cases. Excuse me. Reported on the weekend. The company came out then and actually said that's not entirely true. There were positive cases, but nowhere near that much. But this group also going to be affected with this as well. The casinos under a little bit of pressure here on this China worries. Win, however, higher on the day. This says down for some reason, but Win is actually higher on the day with activist investors stepping in.
So just before we get to Win, because Win's the most interesting one out of the group because they are up significantly. Anyone if you look at the MGM chart, yeah, you're going to see a little something that stands out here. Look at this 36 area. It's been a couple of times you've broken past it and then rejected. Maybe you get like 20, 30 cents above that 36, pulls back, giving like 15, 20% pullbacks. Yet to really break out. Ever since it broke this level, it's been resistance since May. It's on the way to making that potential break. So MGM, I think, should be on the radar. I think once it clears out of there, you could really see a run to the upside. Of course, if it rejects 30, 36 here, you could easily be back like 5 to 10% into the 50 period. But it's Win. Right? Like this is definitely the strongest of the group. Hit enter too fast, and then you see New York. There we go. This is the strongest of the group, at least in terms of today's trade. Maybe not as strong a looking chart, below the 50, below the 200 period moving average, but it's breaking out. It's breaking this little bottom consolidation through $60. Not a ton of pre-market volume, but I always like to see these tight consolidation breaks and then look for the continuation. That would favor buying the dip and Win somewhere in close to the 60 as it tries to fill in what is a pretty sizable gap. So this one stands out to buy dips in front of 60s, but MGM, that 36 level, hey, it's resistance till it's not. It's trying to break out of it now. I think you could add that one to the long list if it's able to get out of that range. Certainly both intriguing charts there.
You guys are funny. Yeah, thanks, Playmaker there. Yeah, these costumes are pretty hilarious. I feel like I could be a Blues Brother. I just need like the sunglasses on there, and then I got that.
I could see that.
The main problem is the wife is like, oh my God, you shaved. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I'll try to get in character there. And we have family Christmas pictures on Sunday, so that should be fun for that. But thanks for everybody, man. That's what we're doing, man. We're trying to have a good time here. Look, Win, Tillman Fertitta steps in there, taking an activist stake. I've always talked about that with Win, and I thought that they were super undervalued. Their market cap is only just under $6 billion right now. Just their property alone in Vegas, let alone what they do at Macau. So I figure like once this zero COVID policy sort of figures itself out, Wynn does go back up here to 95, 100 bucks. So let's wait to see if that's a possibility. I like Wynn. Active is in there, so it should. I don't know if there's a management problem here or what, but it seems to be holding this $50 to $55 level. So I feel like you're pretty safe going long now. You're trying to break that 50 period of about 63. So lots of stuff to happen here for Wynn. I like it for the long side here today, and I think you can. It's already broken out, but I mean, why not? We can even go higher than this, 62.50. I think that's a reasonable level. But if you are waiting to pull back something, I think back into 60. I mean, you're still up here pretty nicely today. Back into 60, I think is something that we could buy. So let's do that. And then our out is going to be around this 58.50. It shouldn't be a negative day for Wynn today. So the fact that you're up 6 doesn't mean that we're going to continue to go. Maybe we fall back a little bit, give it back a couple bucks, and then we hit the long. But 58.50 is your out if you are long and just playing it for the day.
If you had a hat, maybe, Sean, you got that John Belushi vibe going too. On a day when we get GME leading this group, there's a few others worth noting. I saw a couple of people mentioning this one. Bed Bath & Beyond popped up initially this morning, back above that area from Friday. So more volume, higher relative volume in the pre-market here for BBBY than normal, but not really doing a heck of a lot. AMC, on the other hand, up 3.5%, along with it does seem to be GME leading the way right now, guys. A ton of volume already on GameStop, but these other ones worth mentioning too.
Yeah, well, those other ones are going to be sympathy. That's what it's going to be all about.
Look, I even got the ponytail here and everything, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to go pick up some Mia Wallace after the show.
But the real question that we have to ask everybody
Where the hell's my
here,
Royale with cheese?
what does Marcellus Wallace look like? I can't say the rest of it. You know what I want to say, but I can't say it because I don't want to get us
what does
demonetized on
Wallace
YouTube.
look like?
And we got the briefcase, but it's hidden underneath the desk. And you guys know exactly what I'm talking about there. We should have had someone that came in, and someone needed to be the GIMP. I'm just saying. That would have been a heck of a lot more fun. Lucas, man,
why are you offering yourself?
Lucas, you should have been the GIMP. You would have taken this to a whole nother level. But he didn't. Instead, we'll have to see if GameStop wants to go to a whole nother level. That's all I got for it. The talk last week was that, look, this is not me saying this, that if GameStop got above 30, you could see something go parabolic on it. It was super strong all at the end of last week, broke 25. It broke 28 late in the day, in the afternoon, but couldn't really follow through that much. So that was kind of a weak break. I was kind of looking at this one for dips at that 28.5 and never really pulled the trigger on it. I pulled the trigger here, and look, it's just a matter of look at what this has done since that split, right? It's just been sitting here, just doing absolutely nothing. And a lot of people that look at this and say, okay, well, if it's still lean onto the short side, eventually you break this consolidation and there's going to be some shorts that are likely covering. So as far as I'm concerned, I just see that as a technical break in a stock where shorts might need to be doing some covering here. Above the 50, that probably doesn't matter too much. So I'm going to be looking at the long side. I mean, the breakouts from that 28 level, so it's probably not dead this week until it gets beneath that 28 or slowing down till it recovers back into this range. And there's a lot of room in theory for it to go. I paid for locates. Actually, wait a minute. 99% sure I paid for locates on this, but until it gets to like 35 or 40, two obvious levels up there, I don't know that I'd be looking for shorts that aren't the 30 level fail or itself. For now, I'm long in front. I'll probably take at least a couple swings in front of 28 on this and just see if it has a chance to go. I'm not really looking for any sympathy plays on AMC. I feel like GameStop is the one I want to trade today.
It's not a huge amount of volume either, which is, it's not bad. It's 579,000 shares, which is pretty good. Obviously higher than average at this point. S3 yesterday, or I guess last week, talked about, possibly that squeeze happening, through 30 if we can hold. I don't know why they think that. We've already looked at the short float numbers there that have come through. Where is my float checker rated? Did you just have float checker up? You didn't.
Oh, I didn't. I meant to
okay, let's just double check it here on float checker.
So
here's GME. Yeah, so it's 20, 20, 20 right across the board. Pretty easy to figure these numbers out. It's probably how this website was created due to a couple years ago, I guess last year, a couple years ago. GameStop rallying and whatnot. But I don't know if there's going to be a rally cry for this stock or not. You know, it's a nice move up here. It's been going upside a little bit. It's been really depressed. I mean, yeah, our you know, from the split there. But there it is. It made a nice bottom at 24. And the thing is when you're going to look back at some of these stocks, you're going to see that, yeah, there are levels down here, 24, 24, 24. So you'd think like, okay, time to buy it. And then there's the 30 break. So it's just looking like we've broken out of a channel. If you take away the fact that this is GME and it just looks like any other stock, then yeah, this is breaking back out to the upside. The real question is this a stock that you want to buy? Are we breaking out because of the squeeze, or are we breaking out, you know, because this is actually breaking out and there's reasons for us to buy this and maybe hold this for a higher high around here near 40 bucks or so. So I still think that, you know, their business obviously is pretty faulty. They've talked about that over and over again, inability to make money. They're getting into the NFT space. They put a lot of capital into that. And that, obviously, we've seen NFT. I think NFT at their height was like, I think it was $3 or $4 billion worth of sales or something in a month, and now it's down to like 200 million or something. It could have been a daily number, but either way, it's down like 98% NFT sales over the last little while. So, you know, I don't know if that's working or not. That doesn't seem like that's a great idea, but we'll wait to see. I like GameStop. I've written it on the sticky note here, and I just made it quite simple, man. We'll take it back to 30 bucks, or we break down through or break up through 32. So you're already sort of here. That high is 31.50. Let's see if we can take out that even dollar of 32, and then we'll run high side. This is obviously a halt candidate because I think you could go what Neil was saying, down to 28, and then we take off, and then if it goes to 31, that's your 10%, and then you could also have a halt there. So we'll watch out for GameStop today. I think it has to be on your radar. 600,000 shares. Let me just check if there's an imbalance quickly on it, because this is a New York name. So nah, there's not actually. There's nothing. I don't even see AMC on here at all. What is AMC's volume today? Oh, same, 500,000 shares. That's probably up a little bit as well. Yeah, up 3 and a bit. So into a negative market. You got AMC and GameStop on watch here today. I'd rather watch GameStop just because there's the news around it, but AMC could also go today and only $6. So a little bit more, you know, pressure on that stock because it's a lower price. So that one could get going for sure. Let's see if AMC, it was what? Black Adam again was #1, but
yeah, I mean,
they're still underwater on that show, on that movie.
Exactly.
So it was over 300 million or something.
I've heard mixed reviews
to make it, and I think they're only up, you know, 130 million in sales or something like that. It's DC, right? So it's
yeah, it's DC. You know what's a terrific movie? The Tom and Jerry.
We were going to watch that, but you know what? We watched Hocus Pocus 2. We watched the Peanuts one with Charlie Brown yesterday.
Was that good?
Well, that's so old. That's from 1964.
Oh, you're the original
one.
Yeah,
the original one there.
I thought it was like the new one.
And then we watched something else on Friday. I can't remember what it is, but
we're dads, so it's like it was movie night. So you watch kids' movies on movie night. So.
My wife's all about watching everything Halloween, so it has to be something other than actual
scary.
Halloween. So
I love scary movies, man. I'm a huge horror guy, but my wife doesn't like them. My daughter's afraid of them, so it is what it is.
Yeah, Hocus Pocus is pretty good. Brendan, you watch Hocus Pocus this weekend?
I have no idea what that is. Never heard of it.
Sure, good.
Exactly.
Good transition.
Get this man a Royale with cheese over there, man. Yo, how are those Rivian trucks coming along, by the way?
Not as well as expected, I guess, is the proper way to phrase that. I wanted to mention this, guys, real quick. Speaking of buying an EV, because oil prices were back to the upside last week. Down here this morning, 1.5% right now, but we are getting a bit of a tick higher. There was a big flush out there on a Saudi Arabia headline that came in, but back to the upside for oil right now. There's this angle to it as well. I mean, more China COVID concerns coming out of mainly Shanghai over the weekend, it would appear anyways. We saw the uptick in oil when they said, okay, everything's fine. We're back to operating as normal, but here comes more possible COVID shutdowns once again in China, which would lead to lower demand across the board. We got some earnings from this group on Friday with XOM and CVX, I think it was. But under pressure again, some of the energy names today.
I mean, not under that much pressure. Down less than 1%, but I mean, XOM, look, the profits, the only thing, I don't want to say negative, but I guess the only thing disappointing about, I think, the CVX and Chevron and XOM earnings was that it wasn't quite as big as the quarter before. But these stocks are absolute like behemoths and just breaking out on the daily. Maybe you do have a bit of a pullback day, which would be nice because you could sort of retest that. It was a 105, 106 area break if you go back to the June highs, right? Like June lows everywhere else, June highs in energy. But yeah, if we get back into there, I think that's a potentially solid dip buy scenario for XOM in particular. That's the one. A lot of times I'm watching Oxy, but it's XOM I'm looking at. I tried playing the bigger break on Friday. It didn't work out for me. And I think I want to be a little bit more patient with it. Like I'd go back to the level that actually worked. I had the 106 break in a 107.5. Didn't really hold on to it because it didn't do much after that. But I love that 106 level on XOM. I almost hope that we get a bit of a dip down into that price. But we're $3 away from it, so I'm not sure there's going to be a trade for me here, but I'm only going to be patient. I thought there was a big breakout coming above 109 that just never materialized on Friday, so I was kind of looking to hold that one almost all day, like the Boeing trade, but it didn't happen. So 106 for me on energy or pass.
Yeah, I was still saying, although oil continues to sort of hover around, you do have XLE here, which has done real nice, man. Some of these ETFs have been just so hot fire, and XLE is another one of those, approaching near its high one more time, up to, that was June 8th or June 6th high there of $93, $94. Great opportunity to buy it down here. We're doing that. Now it's back up here into the 90 area. So I would think that it's a short until we break that high. So we don't necessarily trade this on the show. What I look at, if I'm going to trade anything in the oil space, it's generally just Oxy. XOM has been a fantastic name as well. We have Warren Buffett-backed Occidental here, so this is a name, again, that's one more time approaching the highs up here near $76. So as we get closer and closer, I think it's probably worth a fade. But again, I think heading into it's fall right now, but heading into the winter months and all this controversy about oil, Nord Stream 1, Nord Stream 2, all this kind of stuff, and then it's going to be a cold winter there in Europe. So I just feel like the rhetoric is going to be long oil, not short. So that's what I'm looking for, especially as all asset classes try to rebound now. We had a huge, obviously, day there, week in the NASDAQ last week, and the Dow as well. The Dow, its largest month since, 1901, largest October since 1901, up 14 or 15%. So I think oil continues to work, man. I like Oxy down there. And on a 1 minute chart, we'll just blow this up to see what we did on Friday. There's that bottom 70, so you're going to get close to that again. So we'll sit there and see if we can test that, and then a possible break here near 73 or so for the long. But either way, I mean, I don't really want to trade in the middle here, but if you did take that out, 72.40, again, we're down 1%, so that's why I'm sort of thinking that I'd rather play a long if we dip down to $70. So I haven't really looked at any long breaks. Just buy some dips near 70 and see if it holds. Last time it dipped down below 70 was just on Friday, and it touched 69.85. So, definitely worth holding there as we look long on Occidental.
All right, let's get some analyst moves for you this morning. Here comes some upgrades and downgrades right now. Nothing overly exciting on this. Some of the streamers I noted, there's Paramount there. Warner Brothers as well was down pre-market ever so slightly. 3.5% here on a Wells Fargo price target cut for Paramount as well to start the week, guys.
No excitement for Caterpillar. So Caterpillar with a downgrade, interestingly enough. And look, Caterpillar, strong earnings report, broke out big. Caterpillar had a huge week last week. It was just a big move to the upside. You guys know, like we have like this production, well, what do you call it, like program monitor that sits between Sean and I here. So if I just glance to my left and do that, it's because I'm watching us on there, and I'm chuckling at it because this is pretty much sewn up. Caterpillar, I'll give you two prices, 215, 210. If we break down through 215, I don't want to short the thing. I actually would be considering buying in front of that 210 area, but it's holding this support at 215. There's room on this breakout for it to continue to run maybe to those highs. I was thinking about selling some shares if it got back into the 225 to 230 range, but it might just need a bit of a pullback. Like, look at the move this has been on since it broke the 50 period here. Just a huge breakout, 185 to 30. It might need a bit of a dip day. And I'm looking back at that 210 level if that's going to be the case. But wow, Caterpillar, strong earnings, big break, probably needs to consolidate before it makes another leg higher. I'm looking for that to be today. Hopefully it'll be that 210 level. If it doesn't come, then I don't have to trade it.
So, give me a second here. All right. Eli Lilly, I'm thinking right now as well. I don't think I can talk with this thing in there.
You gotta talk like Leonard Washington from Chappelle's show. You gotta talk like Leonard Washington.
We gotta practice that.
You know what I'm talking about.
Right now, happy Halloween to everybody there. We have a smoke in our mouth. All right.
Get that dart out of there.
Get that done in there. Thing is, he's rolling weed and stuff in the show. I didn't know if that was appropriate.
Vincent does a little something more than weed.
Yeah. Some little bit harder than that. That's for sure. But I didn't want to bring that to the show, of course. But Eli Lilly, I think, is breaking out as well. Eli Lilly, 52-week highs, all-time highs. Right now, 362. It's been up here a couple times. This is a 20-minute chart, so we're just bouncing off of that right now. What about a 362 right now break long right there? So that's something to look out for if we can hit that. So we're up 361 right now. Obviously, the spread is $3. So we're not really too excited about it right here, but I like this break to the upside. It's been a really great stock to trade and to own, but it doesn't really move. It's just, you're just looking for that break. So there's 362 right there, the high. We'll see if we could take that out early, but Eli Lilly, if you're just joining it for the first time now and you're looking at this stock, I mean, it's been nicely done to the upside here. Once we broke this 330 area, it's just been few days in a row upside, enjoying the Dow, enjoying the sort of the flight to quality healthcare, things like that, and away from tech. So I think Eli Lilly continues to work here again today. Yeah, I mean, I just keep looking back on here. Palantir, what a great call we had on that one, 840 on Friday. We'll see if that comes into play, but still not really moving. Snapchat on here. I mean, there's XOM. We talked a little bit about oil. Wow, 110. That's crazy. And then, well, Snapchat, I mean, whatever, $10. There's really no volume on any of these names, so let's wait to see what comes in. But for right now, Snapchat, XOM, Palantir, pretty light on the board. But I like Eli Lilly if you're playing breakouts and you want to have something you might be able to hold for a couple weeks there on a swing. Eli Lilly's breaking out.
A couple of things breaking out too. Just hit the high of the day. Intel just broke. Double top if you go double top on Friday at this price, but then double top also considering pre-market levels. So I'm through the high here with the long trade, 29.28 when 25 broke. I'll buy dips on it. Intel's just at a big level. I know we're probably going to get to chips, but this has been in the midst of a breakout. And guess what just took out the high as well? You can't stop. We only have this one. It's not AMC. GameStop just took out the high of the day, trying to get past that 31.50. I don't know where the top is going to be. I said 35. Because it's an even number, it's bounced off 25 on the 15-minute. You get to 30, you go to 35. So that's what I'm thinking here. I did take some off in the front of the pre-market high because I'm looking for a higher low to be able to buy that dip in front of 30 once again. So GameStop, Intel, for the first time in a while, I'm long the stock. So hopefully that means that trend is trying to break, but the market's still heading down a little bit here.
All right, let's get you caught up on how things over in Europe are shaping up to start the week. Bit of a mixed session so far for European markets. This is how things are looking right now. Strength top end of the board. 0.18, 0.14 for England and Germany. Everything else kind of back and forth. Turkey doing what it normally does, whatever it wants, 1.6%. Back to the upside. You can see the Swedish market there, downside as well. 0.35. There's a look at the social sentiment board once again today. This one popping up, obviously, very green. GME positive on the day. AMC, no direction decided yet. That's why it is gray so far. Mullen, downside once again. This FWBI, little tiny one popping up this morning I saw on a volume scanner. There's the overall market. A ton of positivity then here. QNGY, we talked about a bit on Friday. It's actually down, but being mentioned to the upside. Apple's here, ATNM, former runner. There's that Paramount on the upgrade today. Alibaba, we'll get into some of the Chinese names. There's NIO, Xpeng as well, all downside once again. Interesting, Ape positive on the day when AMC is still pretty flat as far as sentiment is concerned to kick things off so far.
Yeah, and just one of those. And I'm only going to Mullen here because if you're paying attention to it, it's on a pretty big level. Like this 52 on Mullen, it tried to get through 52 in the afternoon on Friday, and you're kind of seeing it triple bottom here at 52 even. I think if this gets taken out, you could pull back, I mean, at least to 50, if not that 47 level. But this has been in a bit of a downward trajectory this AM as I'm watching it break. It's just been sitting here riding this consolidation. The good news is, there's lots of support at 47. Look at the 47 level. That's been a pretty big one. to be sure. If it gets down to that price, I think that's where I would be at least defending it. So it's on my radar. I mean, GameStop obviously making, having a little more volatility here. But yeah, Mullen's still on my radar, but it's not till it backs off to that 47 level. Chance it wants to break out, but it feels like as it breaks 52, you're headed down to 47. And yeah, I don't mind the dip buy, but once 47's gone, I'm out.
I'm feeling like AMC. I mean, now we're up 5%. Like, I know you've got that good GameStop, but AMC's starting to go now as well. 685. I mean, it's a nice move to the upside now. Whether or not this is going to come into play, I mean, I think you want to wait for 7 to break, 710, which isn't that far away. I mean, but that could also be the top. That goes back to the 26 there. Obviously, on a daily chart, AMC's been pretty beat up. We do have Ape plus AMC, remember, but I'm just going to look at AMC and forget about it. Ape's been done before. And yeah, you're just trying to break, obviously, out through the 635 area right here, which was that sort of gap fill there. Looks like we're missing dates there, but that's okay. Either way, it's bouncing against here. That top is 820. These bottoms 567, 550. So you're not far away from the bottom, but you're also not far away from a possible breakout here in AMC. So just looking at this name, if you're not in GameStop, I think you can still get in it. It's only $30. But AMC is another one here, up 4.5%, looking to take out this 685. I think I'll try it. I think I'll try 685 break. And then, I mean, I'd rather get long down here at 650. We'll put something down here for a 650 bid and then watch out for 6 even. But also could break the top here. So let's watch out for AMC. I know Neil's got GameStop, but I'm going to look at AMC as well. Probably just take a baby long right now, see what happens. But ultimately, we'd like to put some order back down here near 650 and see if we can get that one going. 650 AMC.
Bring Arun in here, get a check of the overall market, see how things are shaping up for the futures this morning. And what we need to be aware of heading towards playing the role of Arun, by the way, is Arun today.
Yep.
Happy Halloween, sir. What are we looking at today on the market?
You know, I didn't realize it was you guys are going to go extra hard today. I just sat down. I'm like, it's another trading day. Here we go. And then I sit down and I see the preview and I see those two guys up there. And I'm surprised you participated as well, Brendan.
Why not?
So,
Why not?
I'm not looking too great right now, but I got my shirt on, so I guess we'll just call it. I don't know. I'm a night sky or
trader guy.
So, yeah, there we go.
Perfect.
That's my role. But anyways, going back to the market, it's obviously a downside bias is going into the end of the month. We've got Fed coming out later this week, so yeah. Although you're probably going to get some activity going towards the end of the day today because of the fact that it's the end of the month. Just be aware that as the Fed comes out, people get a little bit quiet going into the Fed, right? So. With the way that things are heading right now, I would say a little bit of a short bias going into the open, but at the same time, expectations are pretty low. I think we can put up a level up top, 39.15. It seems like the market's hesitating around 3,900. So if it does get back to 3,900 and stalls out, there could be a short there. Downside, we've got that 80 level from Friday's rally. That's going to be somewhat of a problem. So let's see how the market handles anything close to the low 80s into the high 70s. So anything in that zone. If it starts to stabilize a little bit, there might be something against the 75, very weak level. I'll just draw it out there. If there's something solid, I'll take it against that. But 75 is there as a level to watch. Given the way this market rallied, the levels are kind of far apart, right? I got 38.40 down after the 75, then I've got 38.10 below that. So we've got a decent amount of space between them. So this market's going to take some time to figure out what it wants to do. I would let it do that. A strong rally. A small move to the downside makes sense. Now it's just a matter of how's this market going to handle after the market opens. So let's just keep an eye on that 3,900 going to 39.15, slight sell side bias. But again, it's all going to be at the open, knowing what's coming out later this week.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Going to be one of those weeks where we might, as he said, a bit of a wait and see approach going into what is to come on Wednesday. Although I checked the Fed funds tool this morning. I mean, it's pretty much a done deal. Everyone assuming it's going to be 75 basis point. We'll get to that a little bit more as the week progresses here. Make sure you grab that every single morning. We send it right to your inbox now. All you need to do is enter your email address, hit that link, use a QR code, put in your email, join the more than 30,000 getting that for free every single day. Here comes Tesla to kick things off. It was a bit of a quiet pre-market, but Tesla a little bit active this morning. There was this note over the weekend from the Financial Times suggesting the company has had multiple discussions and continues to with Glencore on possibly taking a stake in the company. I mean, a bit of a minor story overall when it comes to the stock itself, but is this a positive, I guess, is what we should take from this, that Tesla is actually looking for to be active in maybe gaining a stake in something that mines battery metals, guys?
Battery metals, yeah. I mean, we're waiting for them to mine those asteroids coming through. I think Tesla, we're talking about Tesla here, mining. So trying to get into that battery game. All right, let's just see. We were shorting Tesla pretty much all day on Friday. I mean, it worked. We were up on the stock. It's fine. It just, obviously the long was what was in. It just, we kept shorting this little break there at 224. Then we shorted it into the close. You guys saw we took some profit, then got out for flat there. This was in and out, trying again at 224, 225. That didn't work. But again, look what happened early on at 228 all the way down to 214, 215, and now the bump up here. So we're hovering around that same spot. I'm not too worried about any of these stories that really come through. Tesla's just kind of like a beast on its own. We've seen that. And I mean, Tesla was stronger than the market, I believe, on Friday. I'd have to double check what that was. But I actually, you know what, where did we close? So we closed down here. We opened up weak. So down there, 221, closing at about 228 now. Probably we wound up catching up there at the end of the day. But either way, Tesla's had a really nice run off the bottom. And I still feel like it's a little top heavy right now, considering where we've come from here. We were just at 198. We remember just breaking that a week ago today. Now it's been nicely done to the upside there, about 10, 15% when you break. But it's just that 230 that's hovering around. I feel like you want to trade that level. I think it's a long when we break through 230. You just don't want to step in front of this name, especially if names like GameStop are running. AMC, we just took that's now 11 cents in the money as well. We know that Tesla can get going. There's a lot of love for this name. Now that Elon Musk has sort of settled down with Twitter, don't expect to get too many headlines for that stock. You can't trade it. So any sort of, Elon fanboys or whoever comes through for Tesla is now just going to be focused on Tesla. So I like it here. You do have that bottom of 224, so we'll see. But between 224 and 230, I don't think I really want to touch it in between there. But if we break above 230, I think it's a long, and then I think we see what happens at 224. If the market fades out, then we definitely want to hit that short at 224 here on Tesla. So it's going to be an interesting one, but I don't know. I want to let this one develop like we did there on Friday. Kind of let it settle down. Ignore it for a little bit there, then try to play off some key levels. But the short early was wrong. So let's see what happens right around here, 224. Don't really want to mess with it around these levels. So where we are right now, 227, it's kind of in the middle there. So I'm going to wait for 230 or that 224 level, but 224 is right here. So probably more patient for the 224.
Does Elon Musk look like a Mitch? Does Elon Musk look like a Mitch? No, he does not. He is a genius, but why is this company getting sold over and over again at $231? I have no idea. All I know is it's resistance till it's not. If it breaks through, it's an obvious level when you look at it here. I like this channel break. Maybe it's closer to 232. Maybe we get some dip buys. There's been some buying down in this 215 to 218 range. I'd love to be able to pick that up today. But this has got to be in play. We're behind that Twitter nonsense, and we can get to the whole, let's see how Tesla trades on its own for a little bit. And that 230 to 232 area is just setting up really nicely to play in either direction. But I want to see that breakout. Hopefully we get it before the Fed on on Wednesday. But this stock is primed if it can take that level out. We know what it can do to the upside.
All right, let's go on to China. Some of the ADRs back to the downside this morning. Here's why. We spoke about it on Friday. More suggestions of lockdowns to come for COVID over in China, pressuring not only the ADRs, but some of the tech stocks. We'll talk about Apple here coming up. But I wanted to show you the 3-day look here, or 4 days now, for Alibaba. You remember going back to, I think it was Wednesday last week, and then Thursday, Friday, we get 1, 2, 3 big steps back to the downside for Alibaba, but all of these Chinese ADRs looking like this morning.
Yeah, well, Baba, I think, is the one I'm going to be watching today. Like, XPeng is a dumpster fire, man. Look, that's that daily chart. XPeng's going to break $5 in a couple weeks. It's just insane. But Alibaba at $64, it tried to get going off the open on Friday, touched 64 and rejected. bounced right here off 62. Maybe we'll see that level today. And then went right up to 64 at the close and just stopped on a dime. So this is setting up pretty nicely here. Whether you want to play the fade at 64, the break, or both of them, quite frankly, I can't argue with it. I think it looks fantastic. So that's one that I definitely want to take a shot at. But I got to throw this one out here. I hit the rocket ship, but let's do something a little bit better. I'm going to hit the spike because we didn't address something. So I just got some shares out of GameStop 32s, so that'll be pretty solid, almost $1.50 on the next third of this trade. I'm going to cancel this offer here because I want 35. This continues to go. I think 35 is a possibility, but I'm hitting the spike. My Bills won last night, but they won 27-17. Now, for those of you that were watching on Friday, that means, unfortunately for me, that I lost the gentleman's bet that I had with my man Vincent here. So. That today being Halloween, of course, I'm not going to mess around and put the Packers stuff on. So we'll figure it out. I do owe you guys wearing some kind of Packers gear tomorrow because the Packers covered the spread because Josh Allen can't keep throwing.
Maybe I'll just bring in the cheese head.
I'll wear the cheese head.
Maybe just for a little bit.
I'll wear the cheese head.
It's heavy, but it's an official from Lambeau. It's from Lambeau. So when I went,
it can't be hotter than this steel.
No, it won't be too hot.
It's getting a little warm in here with this on.
They're not the easiest thing to wear, but
how big is it?
It's big.
It's like
no, it's not that big.
Like this.
Yeah, not that big.
That's a bet.
That's a bet. That's a bet. And I was just saying, I feel like he tries to do, definitely, I mean, the talent is there. He just tries to get a little too creative, and I think that they got a little carried away there. The game was definitely in hand. I mean, it should have been like a 25-point lead or something like that.
Yeah.
Too many picks there, but I mean, Green Bay turned the ball over way too many times as well. And then our only, we had Watson go down on the first play. So
the only receiver, well, you got Dobbs
we had
left.
Dobbs, and then that's it. Randall Cobb out, Lazard out, Watson out. So anyways,
Get
all right.
Fahad to play wide receiver for the...
Get Fahad, yeah. Get Fahad to do lots of stuff, apparently. All right. So, yeah, we're really excited, guys. Thanks again for joining us here today. We're still waiting for our burgers. Neil likes that juicy burger.
That's a tasty burger.
Coming again. Say what? Say what again?
I'm just waiting for somebody in the chat to say it.
I was going to bring the Gats, but I felt like it wasn't inappropriate for the show.
Maybe a step too far if we did that.
And plus, I needed to clean them all up, so didn't want to bring one in right now. Where's Mia at, anyways?
You know who else? Were you just thinking of other things that we could have added to it?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, like, someone playing Quentin Tarantino's character, or maybe the Fixer, Harvey Keitel would have been a lot of fun. There's so much you can do with Pulp Fiction, but
Brendan could have been Bruce Willis.
Yeah.
Oh well. Next year. But Brandon's got the Rivian going.
I already have an
we've
idea for next year.
We've already got it. We already know what we're doing.
We
next year.
We literally decided it already. So.
Let's wait to see what Prad comes in as there. And then we'll get going there. This is great, man. If you haven't seen it, there's the Royale with cheese. You guys are right about that one. I actually just tweeted out the Royale with cheese right here. So here it is right now. So this is a picture from this morning. Yeah. You ever had a Royale with cheese? So right there, there we go. Really exciting. We had to clear out to make a little white background there. So that's my look here. And thank you guys. If we don't break a record for likes or something like that, then we're definitely not doing something right there. So I even shaved, man. The thing is, it's a funny story. I was telling the guys here on break. I have my Christmas pictures on Friday. I don't know if I was saying it on the show or not. I don't know if I was.
You said to me.
On Sunday, actually, not Friday. So the wife's hoping that some of the facial hair comes back for that. But if not, whatever. People just think I'm going through midlife crisis or something like that.
Fun.
I even got the ponytail. You guys can see the
keeping it real.
Ponytail being kept real back there as well. So, yeah, it's going to be a big day here. Let's get ready to rock and roll. I should have maybe dyed these black, though, the sideburns. But, oh, man, shoot. Now you got these little, whew. I mean, I always wanted to have more hair, but I don't want to have this much hair. This is a lot. And, yeah, by the way, this is a wig, if you can't tell. So.
This is all natural.
That's
I don't
all
know what
natural.
you're talking about.
Neil went ham. Even the facial hair is natural.
But no word of a lie.
You do that really quick.
So my brother did this exact same thing years ago, but he grew his hair for half a year. So that's a level of commitment he had. He's an artist, so he's allowed to do stuff like that. Because he could just he could show up. It's like, what are you doing, Len? You look ridiculous. And then all of a sudden, come Halloween, it made perfect sense to everybody. But this is not real. This is just a hot wig. And it's getting a little hot in here, as was something very hot on Friday, Brendan.
Yeah, let's go on to big tech. An absolute monster was Apple on Friday, if you have a look at the daily chart, just pretty impressive. Led the entire market to the upside. There's this morning, however, worth a note. Financial Times reporting over the weekend that Foxconn, the manufacturer over in China of iPhones, reporting as much as 20,000 individual cases. The company comes out then and says that number is definitely not true. But hard to tell, obviously, as far as how this is going to impact things going forward. Tough to tell on our charts, but the daily bar there, guys, pretty impressive after what happened on Apple on Friday.
Check out the big brain on Brendan. Apple's strong, huh? No, I'm going to try to work these lines in. Apple, look, this was maybe one of the single most impressive sessions that I've seen out of an individual stock carrying the market. It did feel like at one point we were just sort of heading for a weekday on Friday, and then Apple broke out with minutes to go before the open. It never looked back. We ended up getting, look, it went 145 into 157, like a $12 move on Apple. And I'm sitting there, I'm not complaining about Friday. Friday ended up actually being okay, but I didn't have a single long in Apple. And that was, it's brutal. We talked about that. I think this is a name that it continues to work. Clearly, it's a place where people feel the most confident in this kind of a market. That said, it's starting to pull back in here. And the first level I'd look at is getting really close. 152 is where you had that high on the 15 that got, I guess, like it just broke out twice, really, and it broke out the second time through that 152. If that gets taken out, that 150 becomes a possible level of support. So those are two levels I'm looking at for Apple. A lot can change on Wednesday, but for today, let's see if it can hold up that strength. There's a nice little channel, which I think could form 150 to 152, but I'll take either one of those dips. I might not have the 52. Depending, we might break it in the pre-market. If we break in the pre-market, I don't want that long. I'll let it test that level in the upcoming minutes here. And thank you for the super chat there, Anthony G. Market makers let GME run by utilizing less internalization. They need liquidity to enter swaps and prolong the inevitable buy and hold. Okay, so look, I understand the thesis behind the whole buy and hold. Look for the next squeeze, and yes, it's breaking out, and yes, some of what everyone is hoping can happen is certainly a possibility. As a day trader, you're always looking to find places to take profit because it's not like you can hold it for weeks anyway. So you're looking for structured trades. I'll be buying the dip one more time in front of that 30 level if I can get it. I am looking for 32 to get taken out and then look for that 35 just because you got a 25 break from 30. And then I'm looking 35. If it does get higher, 40 was very significant since post-split. So I paid for locates myself. I mean, as a day trader, if it gets to 40, I'm probably looking for shorts up there, just to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm looking, I mean, we did mark down that 152 level right into here for Apple, so I think that's something that we're all going to look at. It is coming back in a little bit right now as the market kind of fades out just a little bit, so Apple's coming back in. I think you want to look long on this name. I was also looking at 156.50, which was right into here. That's kind of where we closed on Friday to see if we took that level. Then we could go back to the long side there at 156.50. We do notice right there that that's 156.50, so we need to take that, and then we'll see about this 158 high sort of thing with 157.50. But it was so strong on a Friday, obviously off earnings, but now it's weak again. So I just wonder if people just got really excited about this name on Friday, and now we're just due for a little bit of a pullback. So right into there, that's that 152.50 level. We're pulling into that right now. So something to look at for sure on a break to the short side. I want to try to be as patient as I can be here with this name. So we're going to have to wait to see what happens with Apple now. But I want to be strong with it, and I want to be patient. So if we can get into 150, we'll just see the kind of action that happens there. I don't know. It's double the market right now. NASDAQ 0.67 and Apple 1.6. So it's even more. It's almost triple relative week. So, going to have to watch out for it. That 152, I don't really want to smash it short, but definitely something to look at. Apple's going to be on the radar today for sure.
All right, a lot of people talking about this one, GME, AMC as well, doing things as well. But it's this one leading right now, guys. Back to 32, just tagged 32 there for GameStop, up 12. If you missed it on Friday, the CEO of S3 Partners on Yahoo Finance mentioned that above 30, which it clearly is, 30 right here, this thing could squeeze again. So here we are, 12%, heavy volume on Friday as well, traded on GME. What do we do with this at 31.50 now?
It's making another run at that high. It actually just bounced off of that 31.50, which was previous resistance very, very early in the pre-market. But the story here is, you had the S3 comment there. Above 30, you can get a potential squeeze. You know about the 20% short interest. You know you're breaking a bottom channel. That's the kind of thing. Also breaking through a key level like 30. That can lead to some possible short covering. So that's what it looks like we're seeing early on. The question becomes, can it sustain the move? And like I just sort of said, I'll give it another shot in front of that 30. I think if it fails that price, you could easily be back down into that 28 level and no need to hold 30s into 28. I think that's just holding it a little bit too far to the downside. And if you're going to sit there and take $1.50 as profit targets, and you don't hold $2 against you. We'll see what happens at the open. I've seen too many times where you make one break of the high at the open on GameStop, and then you get one of those dips, and if you're too early on that dip, you just get wiped out and you can't hold through. So I want to be very, very patient at the open. I like in front of that 30 area. I feel like you can give it maybe to the 29.5. If that goes, I'm looking back to 28. I'm not really thinking about shorts unless it's 35 or 40 or after a halt or two, which is definitely a possibility. Also running there. I mean, you'll see I'm in GameStop, and a lot of times you'll see the sympathy play happening. AMC broke through what was resistance at 685 as the sympathy. It's making a move to the upside. It's got another as well. It has a pretty tight consolidation here. Let's zoom in on the daily to see. $7 is what it needs to clear. I think that's pretty obvious. If it gets through 7, this also has some runway. But if you're trading this or Bed Bath & Beyond or maybe anything that's like a sympathy style play, understand that if AMC or GameStop gives it up, cracks through 30, heads down to 28, then anything that's up on sympathy is about to follow suit. GameStop is like your futures for any of the highly shorted squeeze type names. It is definitely the leader here with the bigger catalyst.
Win an interesting look along with some of the other casinos. Downside for the most part, coming off of that move on Friday, COVID related, coming out of China, again, more possible lockdowns to come. But Tilman Fertitta taking a sizable stake. I mean, it's 6.1%, but a noteworthy name and a noteworthy investment, I guess, in Wynn Resorts here, 6.1% for Fertitta.
It's not insignificant. I think that's why we care about it. It's not over 10%, but it's certainly a big enough and juicy number that when you consider where it's going, or at least where it's coming from, and where it's potentially going, I should say, that it gets pretty interesting for the trade. Now I'm looking at this on the daily chart. You can see it's breaking from 60. It's got the 50 and the 200 period. Not the strongest looking chart because it's rejected. It's rejected the 200 period recently. You're testing the 50 period on an up day. I'd love to see it get through that. That would be nice. It's 62 and about 62.5. First things first, I think buying dips in and around 60 and then looking back at that 58 as your support makes more sense here on a win. It's already pulling back a little bit, so I think you want to be a little bit patient with one. I'd get on that bit. I talked about MGM and a big 36 level of resistance, so that's worth watching as well. But nice little channel break happening on win, so I want to buy the dip in front of 60 at first.
All right, just looking around here. All right, Wynn, look, Wynn, we've talked about that a little bit earlier. It's breaking out, and I mean, this is going to be a stock that you're going to want to look at one more time. It's not breaking out like LLY, Eli Lilly was, of course, but again, with that zero COVID policy there in China, I think it's going to be a hard time to sort of value that Macau property that they do have, but now you're only $6 billion on the market value. I liked it at $8 billion, so I like it even more at 6, right? So I still think this is a good stock. It's been holding that $50 level. It's just risky to get your money into this place. I know Tilman Fertitta did, so there is some activism, yeah, I guess so, happening right now in the name. So I feel like it is going to break a little bit above. For me, though, I mean, we were just at 75 on renewed positivity about China. So now you have sort of, got hit again. We've seen those Chinese ADRs go back to the downside. So I still feel like Wynn is a top property there in Vegas. And the $6 billion I would think is alone the value of that property, let alone what's happening in Macau. So I like it. I think you got to buy it on any dips. But again, 229,000 is a decent amount of volume. I think you get excited about this name if you break through 62.50, which will happen. But I'd rather let it try to fade back down a little bit, especially if this market is going to go to the downside. I think you can get longer near 60 here. Big move to the upside. There's your 58, 59. So, bring it back down and then give it around 58, 59 for some love there on wins. So that's going to be a name to watch for sure today as, good movement, up 6%, probably catches a bit at some point again. So wouldn't be surprised to see win above 62 bucks here today.
Satellite name making moves this morning if you want something in small cap land. LLAP in New York up big time, trying to take down 340 right now, which was a bit of a support area early on. $100 million investment coming from Lockheed Martin into LLAP. So 340, interesting level here. It's kind of chopping around against that. The real level up here, though, $4, which would get you into this consolidation on the daily chart up to 450. So we'll watch LLAP here at the open, guys.
Yeah, that's one small cap to watch. The other one, I was mentioning Mullen was breaking that 52. It did break. After all, it's now testing that 50. I like 47 a little better for Mullen here, just because it's gotten multiple days. I think 3 days out of last week, you bounced off that same level over and over again. So if it gets down there, I do like it. There's a couple of other ones that are worth watching here, and I was trading Uber on Friday. We got 5 minutes to go. We got some time. Uber made this interesting 26.50 bottom. When you're wondering, why was it so good off 26.50? Just go to your 15-minute. This is what 26.5 looks like on Uber. I think if this breaks, obviously I'd probably look for a short on 26.50 break, but it's been such good support all of last week and then the week before that as well. So key level here on Uber. I'd love it to play back down there for a shot, but if it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm in Intel. I haven't taken anything out as it is putting a bit of a breakout from Friday's highs, double top on Friday through 29.25. I'll be buying the dip in front of 29 even, trying to catch a little more. And if it gets to 29.50, takes them out, and then look for it to eventually challenge that 30 level. We are so far trading to the downside in the market. So I have to respect the fact that if you get back below 29, then the shorts that were so fantastic on Friday, that level comes right back into play on Intel. NVIDIA is the other one in the chip space that I'm looking at. 35, nice level for a dip buy. That's where it got to tops on the opening trade, and then you had a nice consolidation breakout at about 11 o'clock. We're handing it off to the midday guys. So 35 I like on NVIDIA. Wow, still 4 minutes to go. There's a few big tech names. It's like we didn't even talk about Alphabet.
We haven't talked about anything.
We haven't talked about Amazon or Meta.
Microsoft. We haven't talked about Meta.
All three of those are still in play.
All right, I'll do one here. Then I'll do Amazon. All right, so Amazon, again, another name that's on the sticky note. I wanted to get longer, a little bit lower than this, obviously, but we'll see. I don't think 100 is going to come into play today. That's a very, very key level. So what I think we could do is just play this break, man. What about a 104 break long on this name? So that was the high on Friday. And again, I'd like to play short because we're coming back to the downside. So that's where I think you got to sort of preach patience. Ugh. Oh, yeah, that's right. We have a crazy wick there from Friday. Oh, that sucks. Okay, hard to show it on this chart. So let me just bring down the 20-minute chart here on eSignal. But, this is sort of the kind of movement that we had on Friday. It was just straight fire to the upside. 98 was a little bit of a problem until we broke it, so was 100. So, if you break back down below 100, I think you have 99.50 there to look at. This is definitely worth a stab at this name there today near that $100 level. So that's going to be Amazon. And then the other one, of course, that's well above 100. Well above 100. Not well above 100, obviously, with Google. When we talked about that, it was at $91 there on Friday. This is another one that got going and stopped at that 96.50 area. So you're getting close to being able to bust that one through. But look down here. You had some nice little 94 areas of concern down there as well for Google. So, yeah, the market is coming in right now. So you got to watch out. What's Apple doing? There's a nice little move down. We're going to probably open up down near that 1%. Quick checkout on the imbalance locator. NEO, again, very, very light, man. Really no NASDAQ names and not much on here that any of us will be trading, I don't think. XPeng is on there and NEO is on there. Other than that, a bunch of kind of no-name stocks. There's XOM, at least is 100,000 down there at the bottom. NEO taking a little bit of a dump as well right now down to that 950 area. So again, watch out for, I don't think we get to 9, but watch out for some decent moves here off the open on a lot of these plays. So NEO, Alibaba was another one that we liked at 65 to grab that short. We'll see if that's going to come into play as well up here. So yeah, right now it's pretty good. Alibaba's actually going the other way. It's starting to go upside, even though the market's pulling back down a little bit. So watch out for that strength on Alibaba, 65 short sell, and we're still in AMC, but that still has a little while to go.
Yeah, and one more here for you. With a minute to go, XPeng, which was on the imbalance locator, 650 double bottom. You go to Friday, that was Friday's low. If it breaks that, I'm going short. Some concern, mild concern over Alibaba heading to the upside, but realistically, I'm not too worried about it. The other one that we need to talk about very, very quickly, you mentioned Alphabet. I like 94 in Alphabet. I don't know if we actually see that price level on it, but Meta, hit enter twice. Meta has not gone anywhere since earnings. It had a 102 top, and then a 101 top on Friday, and then in the afternoon it was 100. So every dollar has been resistant since they had that disastrous earnings, and 96 on the bottom. So anything in the middle I don't care, but starting 100, then 101, 102 resistance for Meta, 96 on the bottom. I don't see anyone on that bell. Someone better run to it pretty quick because I'm dropping the countdown anyways. So there we go. In less than 10 seconds, we got 7, 6,
Brennan's
5,
going there. Brennan's going
4, 3, 2, and wow, the Rivian CEO makes it just in time.
We have the Rivian CEO. Yeah,
he sprinted over there.
Yeah, he's working. He's working on getting those orders filled for the trucks there. So thank you for that, RJ, right there. And welcome to the show, guys. Hit the like button. Neil and I, obviously, Jules and Vincent here from Pulp Fiction. If you could tell. Well, some people couldn't tell who you were. Some people said you were Richard Pryor. I'm like, what? Okay.
I love me some Richard Pryor. I love Richard Pryor.
I love me some Richard Pryor as well.
No, we are definitely all about Pulp Fiction. Wow, look at Meta's actually headed to the upside here, trying to break 99 as it gets to that upside. 100 is the first level I'll be watching. There was no break, unfortunately, on XPeng. Whoops, that's a New York stock on XPeng at 650. It's bouncing off that level as Intel does Intel things, which the one day I'm long the stock, and we're breaking down at 29. So here's the pre-market low. It's trying to take it out at the open. I bought some right in front of 29 even. Got to give it to about that 9. Looks like we're holding below 90. I go long Intel one time, and there it is, stopping out on Intel. I guess it's going to be a fail day for Intel. GameStop still holding above 31. I am on the dip in front of 30 even, but it's holding that 31 level. So it looks like it could still be in the midst of that breakout. I haven't really checked that on AMC. And then there's Apple bouncing off of 153. So I was looking at 152 for the dip buy, but this bounces off 153 pretty clean as Apple looked relatively strong.
I had to fix my my earring fell off right there. So, okay, new trade alert right now. The first one, obviously, for me on board right now. We do have Amazon. It did break through that 104 flat area there. So, I mean, we are on it late, man. We have 104.20s, so it's not like it's going to be a great trade there for us. Well, it still was a good trade there. We were 30 cents in the money or so on that. We'll see if it can go a little bit higher. So we're long Microsoft and we're long Amazon right now here today. Let's see what happens. Wow, market trying to go, though. Brendan's got something for us.
Big move on Snapchat to the upside here, guys. More people picking up on this. It was The Verge that reported it first this morning. Twitter going to charge, apparently, $19.99 a month to be verified starting fairly shortly. So more outlets starting to pick up on that. Big move on Snap as a result, higher.
Big move on that EPIX. That Epic's just halted to the upside. Volatility halt on EPIX. It was down 20%, but now headed to the upside. 353 was a halt, currently indicating an open pretty much flat. But wow, Alibaba right into that 64 level and then turning around. Wasn't quite fast enough to be able to grab the short at that 64, but that's the big resistance on Baba. NEO as well, trying to make a move through the highs and then pressing back lower. So it looks like it's rejecting. That leads me back over to all roads lead to XPeng. It tried to break out. It's headed right back to 650. I'm still taking that 650 break to the downside on XPeng, not NEO.
Yeah, here comes Amazon just screaming to the downside again. So we well, whatever. I wasn't going to take that much profit anyways down there, even if it was there. And we just put a bid at 21 and missed it as it just came in. We'll see. We are sitting here in the 20s. It just came down to 24. We'll probably get that fill now. Maybe we should just change that fill a little bit and take it down here now, because if I miss this, I might be a little bit upset. So let's take another share. Oh, darn it. We might have missed it right there. Okay, so let's see if it comes in again here. We'll try to buy some 40s. We just missed. There we go. Now we got it. I was going to say we just missed that dip buy down there in the 20s. But we're not going to. Okay, here goes Microsoft as well. That looks like it wants to take down 233. So we thought long early. It doesn't look like that's going to pay off. You break through 230. We're not going to hold these things, right? So we got spanked making the wrong decisions on Friday. Let's not do it again right now. So NASDAQ and Microsoft right now, we're long. A decent amount of shares at 233.47 right now. Hopefully these things can rally from these bottoms. Doesn't look like it though.
Yeah, and I just got the first short of the day, at least for myself, 650 on XPeng. This is what it looks like, double bottom. This is Friday's low. Taking out the bottom is XPeng. But look at what's happening over in Alibaba. Baba is retesting the tops. This is why sometimes this can just go the other direction. But that 64, pretty big resistance previously on Alibaba, and now breaking out pretty significantly through there. If it does not hold this level above, I am looking for shorts beneath that 64, but the breakout definitely ongoing in Baba. GameStop just made another press higher. I guess I'm not going to get the dip at 30 even. Looks like GameStop wants to hold 31 and head to the upside. Dollar in the money, but I'm looking for that 32 to break and then get to 35 even. I'm thinking 35. The next leg I would have already scalped this, looking for a little bit more.
Man, I'm pretty happy that we took that Amazon bid $1 lower than where it is right now. So this is starting to finally work up now to the upside as we're pretty patient with these plays and just trying to hold on a little bit, see if we can get that break long. Obviously, the NASDAQ did make a little bit of a dump down in there, and that's where we took advantage of getting some of these longs. So Microsoft back in play one more time. We'll take out a piece here at 70. We've already taken some out, so Microsoft's been pretty good to the upside. We did load it up. You saw where our average, this was a small trade. You saw where we got a better average price down there. So hopefully we can get this now to the long side. AMC working as well. So we're going to go 3 for 3 right now. AMC, Amazon, still doing it, but AMC's dancing right now around $7. What's up, RJ?
SONN making a big move here, guys. Hopefully Rivian will get going at some point. Sonnet Bio up on a deal with J&J for a cancer therapy or multiple. So big move here. SONN going on heavy volume.
So there's a halt on GameStop. GameStop just halted to the upside.
Nice.
32.88, up 17% now. I'm going to cancel. I'm not getting my dip buys at 30, but in the long on this, I think we could see 35. It's indicating a flat open for now, but it's definitely halting up. It looks like it's one of these days. The squeeze is on once again this AM for GameStop. And just look, obviously there's some sympathy moves happening out there. I know why we talked a little bit about
not really going.
About AMC. It's not really going just yet, but Bed Bath & Beyond just got to its high of the day as this squeeze name starting to follow suit as well. Brendo?
Had to be today. Rivian, guys, just announcing that they've further delayed deliveries. Had to be today. Until 2024 from their battery supplier. This is actually headed higher right now, though, for RIVN. Again, Rivian postponing deliveries of the R1Ts with the largest battery unit until 2024, just coming out.
I was asking you before, Brad. I was like, is everything okay with the trucks and everything like that? So we're going to wait to see. I like that it happened today, Brendan. I mean, or RJ, you're live on the show. You're on the #1 trading show in the world. So thank you for that. And yeah, we're just going to continue to watch. Hopefully some of these trades get to the upside right now. So there it is. Microsoft trying to break higher. Good trade for me on this one. There goes. I mean, Amazon's been a little tricky. I'm trying to get some pieces out here as we keep on testing this 104 area. It's not really holding to the upside fantastically. Is that a word? Fantastically.
Yes.
How much of that GameStop do you still have on? Because that could be spicy.
I still have the original third. I tried to get on the bid as it was halting, but there was no. I couldn't catch a fill. I was a little bit slow to get over to it. But Rivian's got my attention now at 35 because this was like a short every single day last week when it got to this price level, and it's testing it right here. Looks like a pretty big one. And guess what is holding 64.5, getting close to 65? If you guessed Alibaba, you definitely guessed right. But Rivian here, I paid for shorts on this. It gets back below 35. It looks pretty interesting for a bit of a reversal play. Tesla, man, so much to get to. Tesla did test lower, not significantly. It bounced off 225. Still has a chance to take out this channel. 231.32. That is the top that we're looking for. I think that's where the big moves start to happen in Tesla if it can break out from there. But nothing too crazy just yet. A couple of minutes and then GameStop will be back open.
Let's go. Right now, AMC also starting to rip upside there. We have a long at 66. 80 right now. I was just trying to make some new moves to the upside. Excuse me. I'm still waiting for that GameStop to open back up. Excuse me, just to see where AMC goes. I'm going to put an offer right now at like 745 or something like that. If it does come back up to the upside there, we'll see. This is GME right now halted, just for those of you looking at that. And I don't know why it's halted, because did we already talk about that? Because it shouldn't be volatility. It's 31 to 33. So that shouldn't be a volatility halt, but we'll wait to see if there's any more news on that one. Obviously, RJ will come with that. Right now, it's a nice move to the upside here for Microsoft. We definitely bought that bottom down there at that 233. It was a little scary, man. It almost dipped us out there, and it took it off. So we'll take this back up to the upside at $1.35 now in the money on Microsoft. And then the one that's sort of been okay, but I mean, no, it's been fantastic. We wish we would have got the boat down there at 103 and change. But now Amazon starting to work back to the upside as well. So all is well on all of this, man. Here we go. Nice little upside move on Amazon right now. Let's take advantage of that. Sit in the 60s if we can get it. Just bounced off that. The NASDAQ is now fading off 11,500. So let's regroup a little bit and get some more out.
Yeah, and Alibaba just got close enough to that 65. I'll take the first swing at it. But Win to the short side in front of 65. But Win just made its break, the high of the day again, the 62.5. I'm going to cancel my dip buy. I don't think we're going to see a pullback in that far. Maybe it happens. I don't know if it does. But it's now breaking out of that 62.50 for the second time through. So I'm jumping into the long. I only really wanted to try longs on Win here, and lots of room for this one to go to set upside. Just going back over to Apple for a quick second. Apple has managed to hold this 153 pretty well. All these wicks. This 153 pretty well, but it's about to test the bottom. So it's just broke 153 actually. So headed down into that 152. That's a pretty big level there for Apple. It may not seem like it should have been a volatility halt, but it is a volatility. I did double check it. It is a volatility halt on GameStop. So I am expecting it to open up in about 20 seconds or so. 152, big level for Apple. Not seeing a heck of a lot to go with on Tesla. But NVIDIA, which is the other name in the chip space I was watching, now heading back to the south side. So that 135 could come into play pretty quickly here on NVIDIA for me. Still holding XPeng to the short and just got into that win long.
All right, happy Halloween to everybody. Again, if you can't tell what we're doing, then yeah.
GameStop's open.
You might have missed on that one. Okay, GameStop's open, so we'll go over here to GameStop. I'm still watching GME. I'm still watching Amazon as that's fallen back down a little bit here. So what to watch out for? Where did we open up at? 33. Okay, so we're still going higher right now. There it goes, man. GameStop's still making moves to the upside. What's up, Brendo?
Right, more on this Rivian headline, I guess, guys. The initial one I saw said further delays. This better explains the situation. So they're restating, I guess, the initial guidance. So re-upping on the initial guidance. That explains the positivity for the remainder of this year and next year. So some of these other ones, here's Lordstown catching a bit on that as well, up 4%. I saw Nikola fly by in a volume scanner as well, but doubling down they are on their initial forecast for next year.
All right, we're doubling down. Nice little trade there on GameStop as that's starting to go back up to the upside. Not much happening right now for AMC, but we did have GameStop on our sticky note. Stupid, because we should have the 32 break that we listed, but there it goes, man. Now it's going to break through 35. Watch out for another halt. Here goes GameStop. Those of you that are on this, congratulations. It is making moves now to that upside. Amazon is going to come out at 103 if we break that. Looks like it wants to do that. That's why we sensed that there was some weakness there in Amazon, so we're able to get out of that one now. But here it comes back up to the upside at least.
And there goes 30, like that 35. I'm not saying it's going to come to the downside. I'm simply saying I'll take it out. We're in the pre-market in front of that 30 level at 30.50. I said 35 was the target. It hit 34.90 and pulled back, so I just trailed out of it. And then let's go Win, the casino name. Look, Tillman putting their 6% stake in, and that has it breaking out on the day. I grabbed the breakout price, 62.5. The second time through, it did break at the open. Took some out 63s. I'll take a leg out when it gets $1 in the money as well. And then from there, maybe looking for that 65 level on Win as that heads back into the upside. You got to be kidding me, Alibaba, is all I have to say about that. Because this is me offering, there's your wick high, there's my offer, and there's Alibaba, $1 lower. Brendo.
Not necessarily a meme stock, but earnings Wednesday for Robinhood here, guys, having quite the day. Up 5%. Just saw a big volume spike there on Hood.
All right, all right.
Wednesday earnings, you said?
Yeah, I mean, earnings are coming through now for many of these names, so we'll watch out for Robinhood coming through. Okay, all right, so we got a little luck. I don't know if it was lucky or not, but we were able to get something out there on Amazon as it's bumped back to the upside. So now we're just long on our second reload. We made some money on this name. I mean, if it breaks 103, then we just will make or lose a cup of coffee on this name today because it is relatively weak. We did get some more out, unfortunately, and I guess we got to take advantage here of a little bit of a bump up now. And yeah, here we go. We're going to break lower, I feel like, in this market. So watch out. The NASDAQ is now at its bottom of the day. Of course, when I go long, we have to go the other way, right? So we'll watch out. Here goes Amazon trying to break out now, back down in through 103 and change. We did take another piece out on Microsoft. Microsoft's been a good one for me today, so we're not going to let that sort of get too sour. If it does come, we'll take another piece out though, but if it does come back up, here goes Amazon right now. Watch out. Here goes the break through 103. Just a matter of time now before that happens, I would think. That's not a whole lot of size there at 103, so we'll just see if we can get a little bump up, but obviously the market's going to have to go. It just held at 103. We're in it now for the second time. Let's see if we get a bump up now on Amazon.
And we'll do this one powered up for Win. Win just got to the high of the day, that's 63.5. So I think it can get to 65. There's a lot of room for this still to be able to go in there to set upside. Still looking for some potential breakdowns. I got XPeng. I just added to XPeng actually as it's trying to hold the line. It broke 650. Now it's holding back below the pre-market lows, and I already showed you guys Alibaba rejecting up at the top, and that was at $65. Here's NEO trying to get to $10, rejecting at $9.90 and also pulling back in. So some of these names starting to pull back. Rivian, which RJ brought to us there, that 35 rejection. This is right when I was trying to get Alibaba, and Rivian rejects 35. I think there's a chance if it comes back there, I might take a secondary short. And if you're still watching GameStop, I took it out at 35. I said 35 is the target. It's now back down into 32. No halt down, by the way. I mean, it halted up when it went $2, but it just pulled back $3. Oh, no, never mind. 32.05 looks like it's going into a downward halt as we speak. So it tops out at 35, right back into 32. I always put a profit target on these. Halting in a few seconds if it doesn't get above 32.05. There it is. Volatility halt to the downside now on GameStop.
Be careful. All right, so based on that news, we'll take another piece out right now of AMC. We were riding pretty high on that one. We were waiting for 750. It only got to 725. That's fine. We only have a third left of AMC. Let's see where this dips down to right now. We did take advantage of getting out of Amazon when it popped up here. If the market's going to go long, that's fine. We're here, but here goes Amazon right now again. Just making sure we have that order set. We do. It's going to break through 103.
Oh God, Meta.
I don't know if we're going to. Is Meta must be tanking. I don't know if we want. I'm not going to support this right now. So if we break back down below Amazon, we're out. We already have our stop set to go for that one. So a nice little dump down for Amazon. If we break out through 103, we should trigger out. I'm just double checking it. There it is. So there's the out for that so far. So good idea long early on Amazon, but now we're out of that name as it's flushing lower right now on Amazon. Microsoft, that's okay though. We're still up on it. It's all good. Microsoft right now, we're still up on that one, but we have a very, very small piece. We only have 5% left. When that came back up to that high spot again, we were able to get some out. So far so good there on Microsoft as, yeah, today, there it is, man. I don't know if we want to go long anymore on these names, but Microsoft maybe down to 233 is our last chance for that.
And speaking of big levels, that big level at 94 on Alphabet, that's here. That's what it broke down on Thursday. On Friday, it was support in the afternoon. This can't hold 94. It gets relatively ugly for Alphabet here. I did hold on to XPeng short. I did miss out on NEO, but watch out for Meta. So 94 potential break on Alphabet, but watch out for Meta as it gets really close. It's not there yet, but this is the bottom since earnings at 96 even. This is about to test that 96 as it gets uglier and uglier for Meta. So 96 on Meta, 94 on Alphabet, two monster levels on either one of them. I'll kick myself over Intel. The one day I'm not short the name is the day I'm looking for the long, actually. Forget about the fact I'm not short. I'm looking for that long. It breaks down. I got to think about the short. It's now a failed break through that high. Anything into that 29 should be a short for me. And then even NVIDIA. NVIDIA couldn't bounce off 135. Not much of a bid there either. If it can reestablish the level, I mean, I don't mind the long at that price, but I need to see some buyers come in because this market looks like it's going back into sell mode.
I'm just taking some advice there. Not some advice, but I am seeing what you guys are saying about AMC. Obviously, yeah, I don't want to hold this if GME is not gonna run, right? So we're gonna get out of AMC here if it takes us down basically to where we're at. We're at right now 680. So if we take that down to the downside, we'll make sure that we capture our profit on AMC and see where that one goes. Happy Halloween, guys! Hit the like button. Neil and I dressed up for everybody here today.
Yeah,
I know Prad. Hopefully, he's gonna be dressed up for you guys as well. No, he is not. So we'll slap a fail on to Prad. He said he was, remember he said he was going to test us. Okay, he is going to dress up. So we'll see. We'll see if that comes through here. Right now, he's getting excited. It doesn't look like he's dressed up right now, but he will be in just a little while. Happy Halloween to everybody. Make sure you do hit that like button as well. Okay, so we're into softy right here. Let's look at Tesla. We talked about Tesla a little bit earlier on just to see. I don't know. Are you still on GME? AMC's kind of still bouncing around.
I'm out of GME, but it's still
Tesla,
two minutes until the open on GameStop. That'll be
that's right.
interesting.
It's halted still. Okay.
And Tesla's been bouncing off 225 here. I think that's obviously a pretty big psychological level. But this has been an inside day for Tesla. And I don't like it because 230 to 232 was that top. We're nowhere near it. I don't want to diddle in the middle. But you got to be kidding me on Apple. It was so close. I like 152. This goes down in here to 152.80 and is starting to bounce. So Apple's finding support. Just not exactly where I would have loved to have seen it. I still have this win trade. It's still at the high of the day. I think it's working. This definitely on a trend as the market is continuing to head down. This is holding trend to the upside. I need to see it make another leg up. Ideally, the market bounces and it gets to 65. But if the market keeps falling, at some point you give up on some of these longs, regardless of what happened, what did you think of them, and regardless of the news. It's up 9% already. Rivian was a missed opportunity at 35. It's all the way back into 34. Not chasing the shorts down here, obviously, at this point, unless it goes back into 35. You're looking for it to break support and head a little bit further to the downside. But Meta 96, Alphabet 94, those are two big ones about to come in.
Yeah, we're about to get, there it is. I was going to say we're about to get squashed on Microsoft, so we did right there, but that's okay. One last reload. Good thing we took a little bit of an advantage to the upside on that. So as this market's starting to fail here, Apple still remaining pretty high up. So that's one name here that we could definitely look at for the short up to 154, but it's starting to break down lower now. I'm surprised at how well this is actually holding up down here. So Apple could be one of those names that we're trying to look to fade. It's just, I'd rather get it near 158 right now. So GameStop is open, Neil just mentioned. So let's have a quick look. 31.50, just dancing around. It had its squeeze move right there. So whether or not it squeezes again, maybe a 32 break gives us that. So we'll have to wait to see if it wants to break through 32. I'm going to take it one more time if we take 32.
And yeah, so Win just broke $1 in the money. That continues to head up, bucking the trend of the market. But that key level that was good support on Uber is 26.50, where we had the long on Friday. That's now broken. I'm short at 49, 26.49 that is. I'll show you guys the 15 minutes so you can see exactly what I'm talking about here. It was great for the long. It actually went $1, but now you're breaking that support. If it heads further to the downside, the market is with it as well. So 26, kind of an obvious target because it's a nice fat round number. But going back over to Meta, which is still holding 96. So I didn't really see a gigantic bid or anything like that down there at that 96 level, but it's still bouncing off of it. I'm kind of talking to myself out of that whole just hop on the bid at 96.11 or 96.05 and have like a tight stop in the long trade reverse into the short, because sometimes you miss that short. But the more times you bounce off this level, the more times it looks at least interesting for the scalp. For now, I'm not sitting there. I'm just looking for the breakdown. 96 might come before 94 on Alphabet.
I was trying to think. So we did go long. It did break through 32. We got flat at 32 flat. I don't think we actually broke, but whatever. I mean, maybe we did 32.05, something like that. But we are still, not still, but we are in the long now on GameStop. Plus, we're still in the long on AMC. So the only two names that we have on are these kind of joker names right now. So we'll wait for that. How far down did Amazon go, you might be asking? Pretty far. Good thing we got out on that break of 03, but look where we are now. Breaking lower, lower, lower right now on Amazon. So we're still trying to test that 102 area right there. 102.50 could also be something. I'm trying to get short on some names. So just a matter of trying to find which ones. Maybe Amazon up at that 103 level is something good to be bounced off of. So let's wait to see. We are below now. The market is starting to head lower. So yeah, about that. Let's go over to see Brendo.
Because it's going to be one of those days. Here goes HKD now, guys. AMTD and HKD both popping up here, and halting is HKD halted right now on volatility as GME starts to come back in.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah. So look, this stock has done 199,000 shares worth of volume. So that's obviously not a lot. I'd be very cautious with that. I don't think that's very tradable for most of us day traders because there's no liquidity for you to lever up on anything. Here comes XPeng trying to take the pre-market highs. The market heads down. This wants to take out the top, holding that 650 and trying to break out. So I'm going to have to I have to get out at this high. That's a failed break at that bottom. If it makes a fresh top, then I'll just be out of XPeng. This is one that until it actually shows me some real strength, I'm going to be looking for short setups on that 650, not really breaking to head down to that 25. And I don't need this thing back at $7 on me here, so I am going to have to get out of this one if it does test down. Meta did hold, at least for now, that 96. Alphabet as well has held 94. It's making another test at that low. Breaks down. I think I'm looking for the short probably in Meta a little bit more than I like the Alphabet one. Just a weaker stock after those earnings, but either one can be in play. Rivian's another one here. Rivian trying to get going again back into that 65 level. There comes XPeng out, so I'll have to do this one. Slap the fail on that short. Rivian heading back up to 35. This is a pretty big level. I already missed it the first time through. If it comes a second time, I'll look to take that same short off of that 60 or off of that 35 level. And watch out, Apple heading to 152 in a hurry.
Oh, shoot, is it? Okay. I don't know. I'm running out of patience a little bit here with GameStop, to be honest with you. We took that 31.50. I don't know. I'd like the market to go down. We do have a reload. You know what? I'm just going to hold it. I was going to get out some in the 70s, but our out's going to be $1. So we're going to just get out if it breaks through 31 back down to the downside. I know the bottom's really that 30.95. There it is. So it's going to probably break right now, and then we'll get out as it. Yeah, there it is. Okay, we did not. Okay, there we go. We did get out. So we'll fail down on that one. We'll flush ourselves down the toilet for the GME trade because obviously not working out. So there it goes down to the toilet there through 31. I don't know. We're still in AMC. We'll see if that one can work. Probably not. But GME failed there down through 31. So we took a 32 break, trying to make something happen, and it did not. I do want to reload this position. We almost got it. I'm at 85. It just went to 82. So we'll see if Amazon can get back up there into the 80s again. We'll look to short. We are short now at 52. We'll get a little more into Amazon, like maybe if we can short, in the middle here, 70, something like that, and then give us a little bit more cover here on the last. So let's just wait. So, whoopsies. Execute that. Let's just wait to see there what happens at 102.70. That's going to be our next little shorting opportunity. But like Neil said, as Apple's come into 152 in a hurry, this might be the one to watch out. They were pretty bad. Meta's also going, yeah. So Shopify up 3%. That name's pretty strong. Up 30%.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that, but there goes the break on Meta. I just heard Prad say size on Amazon. I'm assuming probably on the bid there. I'm assuming he's talking about that. But 96 just broke. I just got into that one on Meta. I'll go quickly to Amazon there. I didn't see any size there, but it tested 102.50 on those lows. I didn't see a heck of a lot of size, but a few lots up there. And then Alphabet was the other one approaching a breakdown. Just bounced off of 94 another time here. So 94, another level being taken out, or at least attempting to be taken out to that downside. I want to give some room to the breaks on Uber and Meta because I think there's a big floor on these if they can go. The one long, which somehow is still bucking the trend, and I'm kind of, you get a little bit nervous about this when the long is working and you start slowing down and the market's headed down. I do not need this breaking down to me all the way to 62.50. I don't have the lows on win. I'm kind of long on the breakout here, so I needed to now hold 63.5, head up to 65 to take some profit targets for win. But Tesla, now it's starting to break down on Tesla. You're beneath that 225. It looks like it wants to head lower, but the market is catching a bounce here. So if you do like shorts, you're getting a big bounce. And if you like the shorts, there's probably an opportunity to add back into them. Anything holding support is probably good. I mean, Alphabet at 94, that's held support there. I think Alphabet's probably worth a long off that level.
Yeah, so we took a little bit. We have a fine amount of shares, but we definitely took a little bit too many there as this started to rip to the upside for us on Amazon. So let's just try to be as careful as we can with some of these plays there. So now we're going to watch out to see where Amazon goes. We did get that short in. It did come in for us. We got a little silly because we have not the greatest prices here. We should have much better prices for this, but that's okay. We are short right now at 85. That's a good price. So let's keep getting a little bit more more out here for us on Amazon because, hey, you know what? These stocks can go sour real quick. But all right, there it is. So just averaging out. That was our big trade up there at 85. So hopefully we can come back down in. If this market starts to rip up for some random reason, then yeah, this position could be a little bit of trouble. But right now, I still like it. We're still short. Let's just keep on the short bandwagon here for Amazon until we do break back above that 103. I think we've covered enough now that we can. Let me just make sure we change our order here so that we can get out properly. The thing is that when I start to cover down here, I have to change my stop, right? So you know, if we had 1,000 shares and I cover 500, then I switch my stop over to 500, so on and so forth, right? So here it comes right back up. So again, getting nervous, and this is what happens to me, man. It's like I see the profit, and then I just start to cover, and then when it goes down, if it does go down, I say, oh man, I don't have enough left on. But we're trying to be responsible here today. Microsoft was well in the money for us. So was Amazon the first time, and then we've seen what happened, man. Big time fall off. So there's Microsoft, nice bid. If we would have held them all to the top, would have been fine, but didn't happen. Came in and then lost on that second piece. So let's see here if Amazon can hold the top. I sure hope it can, and then we'll start to, you know, come back in to 102. But we're going to use that 103 as our I can't use the daily chart on that one as well. We're going to use that 103 as our stopping, and I can't use the 20-minute to show you guys either. But there's 103.50. That's kind of the top. But I'm really looking at this 103 level to see if we can hold it for AMZN. So it sucks that we took a little bit of a bath there on GME, but that's okay. Everything else starting to come in right now. There goes Amazon. Nice little move to the downside. Back down to day's low for AMZN. Let's see how low we can go. All right. You want to talk about Uber, or you want to go to Brendan first?
Just quickly, Uber is trying to bounce off that 26.50, but it just rejected 26.70. I grabbed some more in the 60 range. Meta is still holding right around that 96 even. I got short just underneath that one. And Win pulling back in for potential dip buy at that breakout price. Brendo, already 10 o'clock. What's happening now?
Hey guys, yeah, happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and so much more. Use code TLIVE at checkout. Get yourself 20% off. Shout out to Chart Prime. Here we go. Red board to show you once again. Yeah, getting worse, unfortunately, from the pre-market. 0.9, 0.78 was 0.8 or more for the Dow there. Remember, 14.5% on the month for the Dow still. 0.4 there for the Russell 2000, faring a little bit better as some of the small caps pop back up in action. It's all about the NASDAQ once again today, 1.1, 1.2 for the composite, and the 100 downside. If you joined us in the pre-market, we were discussing a few things. Tesla, NIO, the other Chinese ADRs, trying to bounce. We'll show you one interesting one in a second here. And yeah, GME doing things off that, or those comments, like I should say, from S3 Partners CEO back on Friday, on Yahoo Finance. There's Tesla back to the downside. 224, 225 coming into play, which was that level from early on Friday. PDD, guys, though, a little bit of relative strength coming in for Pinduoduo on the Chinese ADR front. Back over to you.
Yeah, well, relative strength in Shopify as well. I mean, Shopify is breaking out in a big way. It should be all over this. I was short this one off 34.5 on Thursday, and then it held that. So it's breaking out. I'll buy dips in front of 35. Anything that shows me this kind of strength, I'm only in win to the long, and I need something else because this market's trying to make that bit of a bounce. Meta just made an attempt. And on the 15, it's not going to look like much because that big gap down, but it just made an attempt to get back up to that 27, faded off VWAP on my 15-minute here, so I did grab another leg. If it takes out the 3/4, going to have to get out of this, and giving Uber a chance here, but Uber starting to make a nice break back to the upside after this false break, attempted false break at that 26.5 range. So it still has a chance to go. But this market catching a bit of a bid, this is where it gets put to, or any short gets put to the test, right? You like it, you still want to give it an opportunity, but there goes Meta. That just broke 26.60, so that's heading into that upside. Only short left on for me is going to be that Uber and Win, because I didn't get any Shopify. Win has now dipped. It didn't get to, I didn't see it get to my price. That's a bad wick. That didn't happen. They didn't get to 62. Bouncing off 63 and back into the high of the day. So Win didn't really provide me with much of an opportunity to get that 62.5. Looks like 63 is where the dip buy should be.
I'm glad you have Win, because Win was one of those names that I talked about on that break, and it's a good trade there for Win. So that's a great one. It's opened up and then just ripped up. Oh, it did dip down though. It did give you that 61.50 area. So good trade, obviously there on Win. Yeah, we got a great fill. So now it's like nothing too much to worry about here about Amazon. We did get a great fill down there at 25. Again, just sort of sitting where we need to sit, right? Like at even quarter levels. That's what we trade, 50s, quarters, 75s, things like that, and standing in front of key levels. But now I'm getting a little bit excited here. I'll take another 768 bid there because it looks like it wants to break higher now. That was actually a 69 fill there. Looks like it now wants to take out that 103. So I'm not going to average back into this one. Like I said, we do have the trade on right now. If it keeps bumping up, that's fine against that level. I mean, maybe we could. Maybe we could take a little bit more here. It's just I don't want to be ruined on it, right? Like I want to make sure that we can hold out for lower moves, but at the same time, like if I take another big position right here at 102.80 or something, and then it fails, then I'm going to lose that 20 cents on the full part of my trade, right? So that's not a recipe for success for sure on that play. So we'll wait to see. Just check back in on GME. Traded that one pretty poorly. Well, poorly is whatever. I mean, I was waiting for that hero move, right? So when that doesn't come in there on a retest of 32, that's the instant fail. So we got long 32, out 31. Bad trade there for me on GameStop, but you are still sort of in the middle now. I'd say you leave it alone until it either comes to 30, and that's where you get the long, and then you have a dedicated out, or you take the 32 long again, to be honest with you. I don't really want to diddle in that middle, but if you did get long right here, I can't blame you for that off of the 30. It's just, for me, I'm going to be a little more patient with this. Probably wait till 32 comes through again. We still are long AMC. AMC did not take out that bottom. So we'll wait. We're still long down here on AMC. One out at 7, the other one right here at 7.03 when GameStop halted the first time. So we'll wait to see if that's going to come in one more time. I'm going to see this. I just said we want to try to scalp a little bit on Amazon, so I apologize for going back to this name, but it's just bounced off 50 there. So let's see if we can get a bid now down low or just at 50 flat. Take that. You know what? I don't care what the price is exactly. So right there, 55. We'll just bid 55. Hopefully we can. There we go. Now we get 55 and 50. Give us that 50, and then we can hold. There we go. Now we should get to 50 if we get it. We're sitting on a paid gateway, so we'll see. There it is. So now we're out at 50, and now we can hold out for some 30s, then some 13s, and a little bit lower there on Amazon. I guess after all, man, that wasn't a horrible short there at 113. Yes, at 103. There it is. Nice little bang up trade happening for Amazon down to the low side. Low of the day right now, Neil, for Amazon.
Yeah, lows of the day, since the open, I should say, on GameStop about to come in. It did bounce off 30, so I said I'd wait for that 30 level to come back in. It bounced off it once. If it tries to bounce again, I'd look for the re-entry into that long. Intel has just been incredibly weak, so I flushed myself down the toilet on the early long, but have not gotten into any shorts on this. And just to give you an idea, this is a lower high here at about 29. Anything up back into 29 is where I'm looking to pick up that short. It's headed there now. This is the one I want. Intel's been pretty solid, but NVIDIA, well, if you're looking at the shorts, NVIDIA just got to VWAP itself and started rolling over pretty heavily. So I don't want to miss this altogether on this pop. So I want to take a little bit now on Intel. When I see them start to roll over as a group, I want to take my first shot here on Intel. Just beneath VWAP here, as I saw AMD just rolled over like a full, almost like 50 cents to a buck on that last move. So Intel, I'll get a first leg in front of VWAP here. Brendo, what's up, buddy?
Another big downside mover today, guys. Too Simple, which is TSP. They got rid of their CEO, so board ousted the CEO. TSP down 45%, just made a day low on heavy volume there.
Amazon right now, hit the siren alert because, you are Tank City right now on Amazon. It's only the same as the market, but still, you are still near the days at and breaking out 102. Days low rate here for AMZN. So, good trading. I'm not sorry at all. Amazon's my number one stock. Well, them and Microsoft are right there. I'm only saying sorry because I was debating that we could have got short again up there at 103, so we didn't do it. So that's why I'm saying sorry, not sorry. But we'll see what happens there on that move down. I'm going to take out one more piece. It's kind of just dancing here. I still have a decent amount on. So if it does break through 102, we can celebrate that. And then we'll hopefully look at a 100 bottom. I mean, I don't think that Amazon's going to get crushed that much, down all the way down to 100, but there's 100 right there. So something to look out for here again on that move. So nice downside move there for Amazon. Yeah, the daily just looks like this. Sorry, I can't even show it to you with that bad wick there. So, all right, maybe we bounce off there. Let's take out, I feel like I don't want to take out another piece on this, but I feel like I should. So there goes AMC. Sorry, we'll do money. It was a good trade for us on AMC, but there it is, breaking lower. So hopefully AMC now can bounce down to near $6 and we'll pick up the long again. But GameStop and AMC had a nice run early and then a fade late. That's sort of the story of those two. Amazon, Neil, still trying to break 102. I don't know if you're in that Meta or you had Intel.
No, look
Intel,
at Meta,
right?
man.
Yeah, well, I have.
I'll show you guys because I got the wick out on Meta. That's me getting wicked out on that little bit of a curl. I thought this was headed to 97 where you could play off VWAP. Unfortunately, that's not the case. It's right back into those lows. I did pick up Intel, but look, Intel was a miss. I wanted that long. It's the first day I was looking for a long. I can't remember the last time I was looking for longs on Intel. Well, I was on earnings day, but those were much lower than this. So obviously, the swing and a miss there. It just got to VWAP and now back down to the low of the day. I'm going to respect the low of the day at least a little bit by getting some shares out in front of it. And then I want to hold the rest for a break of 28.50 for this one to potentially head further. And if you're looking at the chip space, this is what happened. Like I saw NVIDIA go 136. It was all the way down at 135.40, and there was still an opportunity to grab some Intel. That's why we went ahead and took it. Look, man, the market is heading back into the downside. And if what I'm telling you is scary, well, then maybe you're asking the wrong question, which is what the market is doing here today. Market is heading lower. Even Apple is looking weak. Well, has looked weak. But look at it hold the line, 152.30. 152.50. Those are the two lows that you've seen on Apple, and they coincide right with here. Last week's high, 152.5. Apple's trying to do some lifting again, but this time, instead of it breaking higher to hold the market up, it's holding support at previous resistance. If it wants to break that, fair enough, these shorts are going to come into play. But Apple's still finding support in front of that 152.
Look, when you have the Amazon long, man, or short, not long. Then you sit down here with your smoke. Shout out to everybody. Happy Halloween to everybody as well. Please do not smoke and trade. I guess that should be fine. You should be able to smoke and trade. So do as you wish, but we won't be doing that here today. So if you can guess who we're dressed up as, you win absolutely nothing because I think it should be pretty obvious. Oh, I did want to show something that Liz made. Thank you so much, Liz, today. So social media always seems to win. See, so this is us here, right here. A pretty cool picture, again, of us, man. I mean, here we go right into the apartment right here, blasting off. Everyone looks pretty sharp here. So good little look there. I've already sent that to our our high school group right now. So they're liking that. So I think, too bad I can't grow hair because I like that look right here. But shout out to everybody and thanks to Liz
without the fake hair,
for making that off. Yeah, that would be awesome.
That's the next level.
I actually have brown hair, not black hair, and no hair, not lots of hair. So nice little move. But look what's happening right now. We'll hit the bang upside for this one. Okay, we are reloaded in Palantir. All right, I'll take that for what it's worth there, Henry. But Amazon right now is blasting to the low side. We talked about it taking down that 102. So there it goes right now. Amazon back in. So big trade alert for me on this one. $1.20 now in the money on Amazon. Just continues to go. We were long early. It broke 103, and we said scratch it. Let's just go short. So there it is. The market continues to fade out today, and so does AMZN off of what was a monster day on Friday. But you guys didn't actually think it could hold that, did you? So watch out there for Amazon. Looks like it wants to come back. We got a good out there at 60. Probably take another piece if we take out 102 back to the upside, but we're trying to hold out to see if we look at that 100 level. That would be a banger for me if we look at that 100 level. So let's see if that can come through there again. And I'll talk about Palantir quickly because Palantir was 840 was the call on Friday. It made a move down to 848 again here now. So let's just zoom out a little bit. Here's that 840 call that we made for Palantir. I like this name. I'd rather get a little long into earnings. So let's let the market sort of settle down here and not just buy Palantir right here. Maybe Brendo, you can let me know if or when maybe Palantir earnings are because that's going to be a name to look out for. As a lot of these names, we had it last week, didn't we? Was it November 20th or something? Or the 8th, or I don't know what it is, but RJ will get that for us in a second.
It's Lucas's
the
birthday.
7th? Oh, that's right, 7th or the 8th. That's why we remembered it.
I
So
knew
good shout out to Prad for that one. Yeah, the 7th. So we'll get a little longer in that. We'll see how it's trading when it gets closer. But there's Amazon, nice little bounce back through 102. So let's take another piece out here on Amazon, just in case that it doesn't want to run too much more to the downside.
Yes, and by the way, GameStop is now consolidating on these lows in front of 30. I think that's look, it's pretty obvious. If it breaks this 30 even, you could have either, look, you could do a fail break and maybe jam back up into 32. But if you break that, you could also head significantly lower back into that 28 level. I'm going to be on the bid in front of it with a relatively tight stop. Just got to do it, got to respect it. Intel just made a bounce off of the low. If it gets back into VWAP here with 28.75, be more precise, gets back into this range, I'm looking for it to fail 80s and then work back into some more into the short side. I showed you guys what happened over there on Meta. That's me getting stopped out. This is Meta now breaking the low. So Meta, once again, off to the races, and it's not to the upside. This is definitely leading the charge down. Like I said, Apple has been holding fort at 152.5. I'm going to take a shot at this long. 152.35 is the low, just for like some scalp trades on that long side. All I have is win, and I haven't been able to add to that position whatsoever. And by the way, watch out for Tesla. Also, Tesla trading on its lows of the day. Relative weakness there. Alibaba has been one of the stronger names in the market. Some of the Chinese names that were breaking or gapping down, breaking back into the upside. It's now retesting the breakout price at 63. It's got a couple of lower highs, showing some signs of bucking the trend back into the downside. And then another relatively strong name, Shopify. I'm going to cancel my 35 dip bid. It just made a wick high at 36. VWAP's kind of traveling up with the stock. Obviously, that's how VWAP does work. And if this does fail, right here at 36 even, and the market presses through some lows, that's going to show you guys like a bit of a gap to still be filled back in about 34.5. At 36, wick off top is leading me to pull my bid, at least for now, on 35 in Shopify.
And Meta's so far down already.
Man,
yeah, I'm trying to find something that we might want to get into a new short here as I just look to see some screeners going through. We do have that Trade Ideas promo still going on, 25%. Grab that, Trader TV 25, I believe. Well, we have it up all over our socials, so you guys can find that out as well. DraftKings, Eli Lilly is breaking up to that top side. Microsoft's all the way down to 232 right now as well. It actually already broke 232. That could be something. Maybe we have to not ignore that as a possible short. What's up, Brendo?
Another one we'll get earnings from this week. Peloton, guys, just popping up at day highs here on volume. Just took out 830 there. Peloton earnings to come later in the week.
Oh, yes. Look, we have lots of earnings to definitely come this week. I think we're going to get some Airbnb this week. That's worth watching. I haven't gotten that dip in win just yet, but I also haven't really put a trailing stop on this as it's trying to break the high again. Come on, get going, win. I'll be a little bit more excited if this thing gets to 65. I just wanted to show you in the higher time frame. This is 65. You had two gaps to the downside. First, when it broke 71 and 70 area, but then when it broke 65, that was pretty gigantic. It was a 64 to 65 channel break. That's where the target is going to lie here for win. And yeah, I keep seeing people say Veru and a couple of other ones.
Fahad?
I know Fahad's not here, the CEO of Veru. And look, I'll bite. I'll bite on Veru because the last time I didn't look at this stock, I ended up regretting it because then I looked at it a couple of hours later and that was too late. Oh, yeah, Veru is making a move. So look at this holding 12. 13 was Friday's high. So you have a bit of a double top forming up here for potential break on Veru. Yeah, actually, this is a good catch because this is what 13 looks like on Veru. That's a pretty large level. It's been holding this bounce off the 200 period, holding 11, and now setting up for a 13 break. So good on you guys. And this is why it's the best community out there. It is a little bit hot in this costume, but we do what we do all for you guys. We don't ask anything. Hit the like. And keep giving us these good symbols to look at because I love that Veru 13. I think you can buy dips on this on a swing, but that's more down around that 11 and 12 area. But the 13 break is setting up pretty nicely. As I see Trader Prad, I'm not going to spoil anything.
No,
for you guys.
let's not do anything.
You'll see. You'll see.
We're going to wait for Trader Prad's costume at 11. So get ready to join us back then as well. Thanks for
Good on you, brother.
Yeah, thanks for all the super chats. Thanks for everything like that. How many likes to get the dance scene? Well, I need I need Miss Mia Wallace over here.
See, that's what's missing. We're missing the...
Yeah. We won't be doing any dancing anytime soon. But, okay, there it is, Amazon right now. That's a chicken dinner winner. But the thing is, like, you know, a $5 milkshake, you know? $5, like, now that we made money on Amazon, you know, we can afford a $5 milkshake. But a $5 milkshake without bourbon? Is there bourbon in that milkshake?
Better be.
You know what I'm saying? So there it is, a nice little win on that one. Awesome. Milkshakes are awesome. But $5, I was watching that clip, and then I was kind of like, $5 milkshake, that sounds damn cheap actually right now.
Does it though?
But then you realize, I think it does. I mean, you go get a quality milkshake from a diner, you know how much that's going to cost right now? A little more than $5, but a big shout out.
That's because inflation's
That's what I'm saying. That was 94 Pulp Fiction
1994.
when Neil and I first started that. So that was back down in 1994.
And I know you guys know his film before that, which was just as good. And in some ways, a lot of people might say better. I'm just going to throw it out there.
Reservoir Dogs?
Well, I mean, I wanted to hear these guys say it.
You were asking that.
Reservoir Dogs, for my money, the Pulp Fiction is great, but Reservoir Dogs might be a little bit better for me.
Pulp Fiction has some very key scenes.
They're both fantastic. They're both fantastic movies, but you got to pick and choose which one you like. Market catching that bid, that means two things. One, it's time to short the pop again on Intel. Two, I did get stopped out of the last, the only other short I had was Uber. It does fail that break, so that hold down into 26 is not going to happen, but I still like Intel after trying the long. It's still holding below VWAP here. I do have 74 short in front of 80s. If it does test a little bit higher, I want it to maybe break and do another wick high like it did before and then fail lower. Win is now comfortably in trailing stop mode for me. At this point, I did miss the dip buy, but it's now broken out pretty significantly off of 64. So I'll slap a trail on that breakout. It was actually 64.20 where that broke out from. So I'll slap my trail on Win as we let this one ride to that upside. But I knew I forgot something.
What's that?
Carnival Cruise Lines. CCL's been on one recently, but I'll show you the daily chart first. This is Carnival Cruise Lines rejecting a 50 period and now breaking down. So there's a double top at 920 and then rejecting that 50 period moving average. So 920 looks like a fantastic resistance level. I just got my first trade on GME since that breakout that got to 35, but there will be a pretty tight stop here. I am not letting this get through 30 on me. If we get below that 30, I'm stopping out on GameStop. The second salvo here. We'll see if it can. I don't think it'll be as good as the first, but just looking for any bounce back into 31 to 32.
80 maybe. All right, maybe a new position alert here for AMD. I mean, we're pretty light now on Amazon. We can sort of let that one kind of float around here. I'm wondering about that 60-80, which we're right there for AMD. So I think that's worth taking a quick little look at anyways. We'll short here. Ooh, we just missed a 63 short. We'll see if it comes back in there. We were offering it, not bidding it. So no surprise there. Let's see. Let's just start it right here at 51. We'll take some 51s right now. It's going against this 80. We break back above 80, and then we'll get out of AMD as the market's just trying to figure out what it wants to do. We do have another 63 offer ready to go here on that one, and then we're just going to see what happens near that 80. So another opportunity here to get short. So we're going to take that opportunity to do said trading, and then wait at that $60. And I mean, we'll wait here at the 50 period around 70 to see if we can get that. But now we're starting to fall down a little bit more here. Amazon short, or Microsoft short, I wish. That's working to the downside. Microsoft's still a top stock for me because we hammered this long, which was great. But we should have reversed it into the short right down there as you are now near the bottom. And then Amazon, is at the bottom. We already have one fill at 60 right here. So that was a good trade to the short side for Amazon. But without any further ado, I believe it's small cap recap time with Brendan, a.k.a. RJ. I should have said, can you guess who he is? But for those of you joining us right now, let's go over to the Rivian CEO at the big desk.
There goes GameStop.
Hey guys, brought to you by Masterworks. They let you diversify your portfolio with fine art without spending millions. And to date, 6 of Masterworks' 7 exits have delivered over 20% net returns. Go to masterworks.art/ Trader TV Live to learn more. Here are a few small caps. Bit of a quiet day overall for small cap land, but everyone focusing obviously on GME and AMC. Here's LLAP. Mentioned this one if you joined us in the pre-market this morning. 360 was pre-market high. That doesn't even come into play. I talked about $4 way up here, which was this level. If you go to the daily chart, that obviously doesn't come into play. I'm going to be done with this in front of $3, which is just breaking to the downside right now for LLAP. Here's another one, EFSH 1969 or something like that. I think it's called 1969.com or something like that. I think it's called 340, biggest level on the daily chart I could find. It's very, very quiet though. Volume already dying, so we'll see what happens. 1.8 million on the float on this, so worth a note. Just got some out of this one, GME. Broke to the downside, obviously, off the halt. Took the short in front of 32 after it broke and held below 31.75.32. Nice move back downside now for GME, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, and I'll slap the, there it is, the gates of hell for GameStop, because that just got through the $30 level. So the second time through was not a charm. First one was great. It got to that 35 target in an absolute hurry. Then it just broke down. But here comes Alphabet to the low of the day. I'm not on the, well, I'm going to get one more bid out. I actually said I wasn't going to take more out on an Intel in front of the low, but I didn't actually get a fill down at 28.60. So I'm going to get one more bid on Intel in a second. And then here comes Alphabet. 94 is a big line in the sand. You can look at it a couple of ways. It broke down there on Thursday. It was a huge level. Then it turned into resistance. It also held as support on Friday. So this is that big. The only level I'm looking at on Alphabet today that wasn't going to be 100 was 94. I'll take one shot for a long bounce because it worked the first time, and then it's short through that level if it does in fact try to go down there. Apple just got the 152, so that is also on the low. I thought Tesla would be a little more interesting, but we're still having an inside day there. No such day. Well, I mean, more interesting on Rivian, but that 35 level still holding resistance. If the market continues to bounce up here, there is a chance that Rivian could hold, and then you're looking at a 35 potential breakout. But right now, it kind of looks like it's headed for a 34 break. I'm now into Alphabet. If it breaks 94, I'm out, and I'm looking for the short breakdown through the low of the day on Alphabet.
All right, we'll hit that siren alert because, yeah, right now Amazon is at 101. Like, geez, what a crazy short. We went long into short on this name, so for some reason, I don't know if this hair is a good idea, but that was a good idea. And we just took some out at 101. I mean, it sucks because, again, you know, as per usual, we were really short a lot up there, and now we are not. So good trade to the downside as it just continues to print for us. So, hey, look, man, hard to complain when you're $2 in the money, and it could be more, but we're not. So that's the problem. There's not enough shares, but there goes Amazon. We said we wanted to test that $100 level. Let's just see now. Now we're so light that it doesn't really matter. AMD, we already got a nice little failed trade on that one. You know, looking for a new short. We talked about wanting to get something into the short side of things. We noticed AMD. We talked about it against 60.80. So there's the initial trade short at 52. It's trying to bounce a little bit now. I feel like we should put something on the bid. So let's just do that right here. There we go. We'll get out another 36. You know, even though the market is now trying to do this, I mean, not trying to do it. It is at the lows, but it's like AMD is not, and it looks like it's relatively strong. So I'm sort of rethinking a little bit here on what we want to do with AMD. So again, it could still fall down. I don't think that this is a long by any stretch of the imagination. But if we get down to 60, I think it's worth getting out of everything and then just reassessing that position because it's definitely not as weak as some of the other names just at this time. You mentioned Meta before. That looked like a disaster. And then this one's a disaster as well. Look, this is what I mean. Microsoft to the downside, still breaking lower right now, but AMD isn't. So that's like, look at Microsoft, how this looks, and then look how AMD looks. AMD's actually, you know what? Okay, so that's good. I'm kind of glad I'm doing this because I'm talking myself out of more short on AMD. I'm going to get out if it takes this 60-60 level right there. So we're just going to get out. It's not strong. Sorry, it's not weak. So I don't want to be in this name. If I'm looking for, you know, to sort of dumpster dive, maybe I'll get into AMD if the market starts to rally and it's like, okay, let's find something that might be at its bottom that we know is strong. But for right now, I'm not going to reload AMD. Just going to try to trust the gut here right now and try to figure out what makes a milkshake worth $5 because it's just milk and ice cream. You know what I'm saying? So I got to try to figure that one out. And once I do that, then we'll get back at that. What was it called? Rabbit Slims, I think, was the diner. So
that sounds right.
yeah. So we're gonna
Jack Rabbit Slims.
Jack Rabbit Slims.
Rabbits.
Good one. Thank you, Mark, for that.
He knows his stuff.
He knows his stuff. Yeah. I mean, remember, I'm completely wasted when I go to this place. So I'm surprised I know that name right there. But yeah, I do have the ponytail on there. Someone said it looks like I'm wearing a turban. So a shout out to all of our Southeast Asian friends as well. But all right, nice move to the downside with AMD. But let's go over to Brendo.
Heads up on GameStop, guys. FTX just tweeted this. There's a video here. It doesn't say much, but it says coming soon. FTX and GameStop. So heads up on GameStop.
What?
No, like FTX GameStop rumors. Okay, I was about to say, if it was skyrocketing off that when I just stopped out the second long, I'd be a little bit upset, but it's not. It's actually back down at the low of the day. Look, I said if 30 broke in the pre-market that I'd be looking back to 28. This is why. You can see the support that 28 had on it. So 30's gone. Let's be patient with it. I didn't reload here when it looked like 31 would be good. I waited for 30s and that gave it up. But I'm not throwing away everything that we got on GameStop. And obviously that worked out pretty well. I did just get trailed out on win. All good things come to an end. I did say if the market continued to trend lower, I would get trailed out of that win long. So case closed there. Intel just finally gave me that next fill off the low. I never really got that fill at 28.60 off VWAP. Now I'm just looking for this to break and head down to 28 even. So once it's broken this 28.60 level, I'll be thinking 51 probably, and then those quarters, and then the evens as I hold on to that. And Alphabet, hey, it's bouncing off of this 94. It bounced a second time. I was able to get shares a little closer to that 94 level. 94.01 just held. So for now, you've got a little bit of a bid forming on Alphabet, but this is a scalp trade. I'm long at 14 as an average price. If it breaks even, I want to be out of here. If it gets to VWAP, I want to be taking profit all the way up toward VWAP, if it can even do that. And wow, yeah, I see you. Ryan, you were right about it in the chat. Shopify. Still strong, but my concern was that you had this fail break at 36 and that you could pull back into VWAP. It's holding the higher low pretty well. Let's see it make another run at that 36 level. If it can hold above there, I still believe you could have a breakout ongoing in Shop, but it needs to hold that 36. First things first, retest, and if it puts another wick high at 36, I am looking for that short trade. So I'm not into GameStop, but I am waiting for that 28 level to establish itself a little bit lower, or I try another dip buy.
I just realized I had my Amazon stop still out, so we don't need that because, yeah, it's nowhere near getting out of anything for Amazon because we're already well short. As Amazon right now, just for you guys knowing, let's go, man. Here we go. It is already, I mean, it's too bad. So I have an earring, by the way. That fell out. We could try to put that earring back in right now for us. I'll have to get it back in there. I need to borrow some of Prad's actual earrings and get that going there. There it is, right there. Okay, earring now in for everybody.
You mean you didn't pierce your ear for this,
pleasure.
Sean?
No, I did not actually.
Where is your commitment?
Did not actually pierce my right ear.
Where is your commitment?
But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where my commitment. Yeah, like I'm just sitting here, just throwing around all this money in the market, dressed up like an idiot. But okay, here we go. Amazon did take that 101, so we're gonna go. Oh my God, because that was a really good short down there, up there, I guess, at 103. So we have it. We are still short 102.85, $1.16.65. Sorry, in the money. AMD did test low there. It got as low as $60.18 or so. We'll see about that one moving forward on that play. So I still like AMD down here. It's now starting to make lower lows right now. So sorry, lower highs as we tick there, tick there. So let's now start to see if we can make that lower low. But first things first, we got to break through 60 before that happens. So we'll wait to see if that happens right now. Amazon bouncing around AMD. We're staying net short, man. On a day like today when the market is falling out, Meta's just broke below 52-week lows again. So Meta at $94 is at 52-week lows. We talked about getting money to work after 3 days. We did put a little bit to money to work. I think it was $99.50. So obviously that's a disaster as Meta today definitely retracing back down another 5%. Do not, I can repeat, do not. Oh, there's AMD right there. So we'll go, yeah, out at 60, just like we sort of were wanting to do right there. So out at $60.06. So far, so good here on the AMD trade to the downside. We're out of it though now. Hopefully it can retrace back up and give us some more love on that side of things. So, all right, the market's making new lows, and Brendan's over at the big screen with a crypto update.
Coming off a pretty positive week last week, guys. A lot of people, a lot of headlines this morning pointing to what could possibly be the next stopping point for Bitcoin. Here's one of those right now saying 21,200. I'll show you the chart here in a second, but a lot of positive talk right across the board for Bitcoin. 21,200 is actually this high. If you go back a few months on the, this is an hourly chart, but you get the point. 22,800, meanwhile, was that high, the next stop. Possibly to come. If you zoom in a little bit, yeah, we're downside in a pretty big way so far today, just breaking back below 20,300, but overall still in the top end of the range from that nice move up at the end of the week last week for BTC. Here's the board from Binance, 20,300 still holding as support, down 2%. Ethereum holding 1,500, down 2% as well. This one down here, a lot of people were talking about. I saw Dogecoin downside as well, Lucas. 2.5%, ADA, Solana, and Matic all there or thereabouts. I guess Solana holding up a little bit better. We saw a big move in Doge, obviously, on the Elon Twitter news last week, guys. But overall, pretty quiet start to the week for crypto. Back over to you.
The Doge.
Don't worry about Lucas. Lucas is
I'm not worried about him.
He's trading Doge. He's in and out like a sniper. At least I think. Give me a nod.
Where did he get that from?
There's a nod. In and out like a sniper. He's not around there holding on as it comes back to the downside. No. If you're holding on to Coinbase, well, it just broke support. So Coinbase, that is one gorgeous looking chart if you like them shorts. Look at 74 on Coin. Wish I was watching this instead of going long Intel at the top. At least that's working out as it's at the bottom. But you just broke 69. Here's what it looks like. Pretty decent level there as it's breaking a little bit lower. So Coinbase looking pretty rough. Google continues to hold 94. I'm not sure how long it's going to do this, but at some point, I think this level could go. I am long in front of it with 94.14. If that gets taken out, I think it can gap low. I'm taking the reversal. Like I'm getting out of the long and attempting to roll into the shorts. The short that I got is Intel as it continues to try to break through that 28.50. Once it's gone, baby, then we can talk about this 28 level into the downside on Intel. I'm still not completely convinced Shopify can hold up. Now it's already pulling back. Give me a break, Shopify. I was about to say, I'm like, yeah, I wasn't convinced about Shopify. If it holds that consolidation, short off 36, it's already back at VWAP. So forget about it. It's gonzo through that bottom. And Meta, what an absolute dumpster fire. But one of the names that had strong earnings last week, here we go. Caterpillar, that just tried to break out, but look at it try to reject that 219.5 top on CAT. I kind of felt like it needed to have a consolidation day. Looks like that's happening, and that 215. If the market breaks the low and we head lower, I'm looking for that 215 dip buy on Caterpillar. You had to have it right at 9:30 when my attention was in other stocks. Don't usually trade Caterpillar at the open for liquidity reasons. It hadn't even done a million. But if we get back to 215, I do like that level down there. But excuse me while I go back over to Intel, and I said I'd get some bids at 28.51. So I'm going to get those out there now. Oh, that chart didn't flip for you guys. There we go. Going to get those out in front of 28.50 as that's now broken the low of the day. I did miss out on the chance to short this through 29, but did grab it at VWAP to at least get a piece of this party.
All right, so yeah, we're into a new position right now. I mean, it sucks because we could have shorted this. Well, we did short it a lot higher, so actually, I take that back. It does not suck. But we are in this trade right now for AMD. Little nervous, but it did break some levels there. So let's see if we can hold that $60 right now on AMD. We're going to get some out here at 90s if we can. There it is, yes. So far, so good. Well, slap a fail on AMD. We do have some more shares on this name, and this is just going to be, like, I always meant for this to be a scalp trade. So as we fall back down in right now for AMD, remember, I was not super convinced that this was a short.
Oh
So
my God.
that's one thing right now happening for me on AMD. We are going to get out, now that I've just taken a little bit out, we can look at some levels here. I wrote down 60.30 as an out, so I think we'll try to just respect that, because again, I'm not in love with the short, but at the same time, I don't want to like be afraid of this level. So you know, we'll try to hold this short. If we start making lower, there we go. Now we're cooking with gas here. Back down. We just got an 87 fill right now. We'll look to get an 85. Well, we can hold out to that. We'll look for a little bit lower here on AMD, but so far so good there on a decent fill down there in the 87 area. But here we go, ripping right back up to the upside right now. What's up, Brendo?
Another one in the squeeze category, possibly. This Getty Images popping up on volume here through $7. Big mover today as well, up 40% here for Getty as well.
Oh,
Getty Images is up 40%?
yeah, and maybe there's some NFT talk.
There's got to be some.
I have no idea.
By the way, I have to show you this, guys. I have to show you Meta. This is me getting stopped out of Meta. Sometimes you can have the area and the direction correct, but if you get stopped out, you get stopped out. Unbelievable. It does now tank to 94. This stock is, it's on a one-way train up to down to $90 even. It feels like it's going to be pretty ugly when it gets there. Google stopped out of the long, but it did not break far enough down to trigger my short. So it broke by 1 cent. 2 cents, sorry. That's enough to get me out of the long, but not enough to get me into the reversal short, kind of looking to hold back below that level, but there's plenty of time for that to happen. If this market makes another leg to the downside, Alphabet could put a similar move on that Meta has already done.
All right, so I just want to, once again, thank everybody for watching, and please hit the like button. I think we did a pretty good job today to live up to our Halloween promises there today. Look at Alibaba here. Be patient here. Has zero COVID, as zero COVID continues. Look to play off this key level of 65. So, okay, let's just have a look at Alibaba. I'm not going to be upset at anything because I haven't traded it, and I just wrote down 65 as a key level to look short, right? So, not a big deal. What? It went right to 64.90 and stopped and then came all the way back down. Yeah, I'm just playing around. Obviously, I did know that, but we missed the trade there as we were long Microsoft and long Amazon at that time, which paid off for sure. There's that level of 65 on Alibaba that we talked about. Would have loved to get that short right into there off of some of this sort of back and forth right there, 65. Now, whether or not you would have held that to 65.50 or not, there's 65 right there on the sticky note. So we'll hit a siren alert to that one and say next time follow our own messages there and trade it properly. But nice little upside move there for Alibaba, guys.
And guess what's still holding 152? There's 1 wick break on Apple at 152. 152.10 it broke down, held 151.80. Now you're trying to put in a higher low. The second it puts in a higher low, I'm going to take my shot. Apple, like I said, it did all the lifting to the upside by breaking out on Friday. Today, it's trying to do some lifting by holding its low of the day. But once you make a fresh low, I think you're gonzo. Alphabet has yet to retake the low. If it does a consolidation down here, I might take a consolidation short, but I am still looking for one name into the long, and that's going to be Apple in front of that 152 level. It's about time to pull the trigger on it. When the market's going down, you kind of want to be patient, kind of let those levels come to you to be sure. And Tesla, by the way, it's not going to seem like a big level, 222, but if you remember anything, pre-split, 666 actually was a pretty decent price level on Tesla, and it's bouncing off that equivalent price as we speak. So there's a little something happening there on Tesla worth watching. Rivian still in play, bouncing off 34. I think it's a fade off 35 if I can get it. I think Intel's still going to be a bit of a fade, and I don't want to sleep completely on GameStop. I'm not sure it's done for the day. I wanted 28. But worth noting, it's trying to bounce off 29 even. I think it's likely to make some kind of a secondary run, whether it's lunchtime, whether it's the afternoon show when we come back on here. I'm not sure GameStop is done completely. Still up 5%, but the story since the open was a failure at 35. As we go to Brendan for Sector Watch, it's not all red.
No, definitely not all red, and some interesting areas on this board going to be green for you as well, including the energy group downside, or in the bottom end of the board here. The entire thing, not a single stock in negative territory. Oil just going positive on the day, if you remember when we were discussing in the pre-market, down as much as 2% at one point, back to positive 4. Crude oil, that's WIN we talked about as well if you joined us early on. Almost 10% to the upside on some activist news this morning. LVS getting dragged along with it. Some of the other travel names, though, notably weak, including Expedia. China concerns has Starbucks down 1% once again. This is the tech group up here. Semiconductors under pressure. ON down 5%, leading right now. That's PayPal, 3.6% to the downside. Another 2% here from Microsoft. Adobe, 1.5%. GPN as well, 7% to the downside. For GPN off of a report from them. ABMD, I wanted to mention as well, there was a headline on that one, down 4%. But the rest of the healthcare group trying to go positive. We saw a ton of weakness early on in healthcare stocks, but they're also showing a little more positivity at this point. There's Paramount. We saw that on the downgrade side of the board this morning. 4.5%. Take-Two's here. Meta, 4.3%. Google, 2.3%. So communication stocks among the leaders as far as negativity is concerned, but could be worse. So only 0.75 right now for the S&P.
Always could be worse. So, all right, we do have a reload. We don't have that button yet. We're going to get that soon, so we'll hit this. We almost got out there. Let's put a bid at 05. Just get out of something here on AMD. Actually, no, we can't get 05. We got to get lower than that. We're at O's here on AMD, so hopefully that can come in. We do have a reload there at 15. We talked about trying to support some of those levels here on the upside, so we'll see here. Hopefully it comes back in right now for us on AMD. Back down. We just need to get a couple fills here near the flat area at 60. Here it comes. Give us, am I at 01s? What am I at here? I'm actually at 01. So here we go. Let's see if it bounces off. Oh, we do not get filled. I'm going to use maybe a different gateway. Fill me on 01 there. Oh, wow. Okay, right down to 99s. See, that's the thing. Sometimes I don't want to use a paid gateway because you don't get the greatest fills. But then when it smashes through, you feel pretty good because instead of paying, you actually get the rebate there. So that was a good trade there. Breaking back down. I think it was EdgeX or something. Breaking back down below 60, but there it is, a nice little bump back up. We are going to get out if it takes 31s, so that's just a little bit of an update. We did go as high as 20 there. I'm using this 30 level as my out, so it looks like that might be coming into play right here again for us. So watch out, be very, very careful with this. Right now, it is AMD. Watch out for 60-30 break. I just got to make sure I have the right amount of shares.
Yeah, the market catching a bit. Apple at 152. It's already at 153, but not GameStop. I almost said GameStop for Alphabet here. So Google bouncing off 94. It did stop me out of the long, but didn't break down enough for the short side of the trade. As long as it wants to hold this, I'll jump right back to trying to bid out on that long side. Try and grab some more shares. I did mention GameStop making some moves, but check out not Alibaba, but Pinduoduo, which was one of the other Chinese ADRs that was showing some relative strength. Holding out, I'm just going to zoom out so you can kind of see here. Holding out as it, look at the rejection at 56, first of all. I mean, that's about as clean as it gets. But holding out above this 53, that looks like a pretty good line in the sand. I think I want to play this in either end of the story. If we get back up to 56, gorgeous shorts up there. Can't believe I ignored this one. I like trading the stock. And then down at 53, worthy of some dip buys. Always watch Alibaba when you're trading these names. Baba is holding the floor at 63 even. Lower highs being put in, so it is about to test the 63. I mean, if you call it what you want. You can call it lower highs and then holding support. 63 breaks. It's likely to flush. If you're below 63, I don't like the dip buy on Pinduoduo quite as much if you're heading down toward those lows. And one last one for you, NEO. NEO bouncing off of its support. I'm breaking out the open. NEO stalled at 997. That sets it up for another test of $10 today. I like the short in front of 10 because it's a nice round number, but a breakout could be looming. Chinese names catching a pretty significant bid. Intel's still on the low, so I feel like that short is still going to be worth it. But I'm looking for some of these longs and at least a couple of these Chinese tech names.
Yeah, I'm not going to hate on that. We just got out of some more here on AMD, just for flat. We did come down and got that 60. You guys are probably watching that trade, so we're going to watch out for AMD. Remember, the market is right now at the 50 period, so there is a potential here to sort of ease upside a little bit here on the market, just to give away some pressure away from what we've been having so far. Every single up move has been faded, right? So here comes another one right at the 50 period. Let's see what happens. I'm willing to give this some space now. It's 10:45, so we are kind of getting in near enough to lunchtime trading. So that could be something to look out for here on that. So we're going to watch out for AMD. Our out is right here at 60.30. So it looks like we're going to get out of this one in just a matter of time here. because the market seems to be reversing course just a little bit. But, you know, the name that I said if we wanted this name to start, there we go, we're out. Did we get out? Yeah, we got out of AMD. That's okay. Good trading today on AMD, but take a little piece out there as it does go back above 30. So we are out on a reload that we probably should have never had right there. We had it initially. We talked about it possibly being strong if the market wanted to go. So there goes AMD back up to the upside. Amazon as well, 102. We're light on Amazon. We have like less than 5% of this trade on still. So if Amazon takes out 102, we're going to get out of that one. Yeah, market really starting to rally a bit here. I don't really see any news, but it's probably just, like I said, a little bit of a relief rally here in this market.
Yeah, a lot of names just, I think, found support. Like Google bounced off 94,
yeah,
and Apple bounced off 152. Tesla bounced off 222 there. I think you talked about Microsoft. The one I forgot about. I've just got my bid out there on, not Rivian, I'm calling up Rivian, on Pinduoduo in front of VWAP. But Rivian testing another lower high. If it gets to 35, I really do still like the shorts up at that price. Shouldn't have missed it here this morning. But you're putting lower highs on this name. If it rejects the first lower high, which is 34.80, I'll roll right back into the short. This is exactly how it's set up on Friday. You know, it tested 35 even, rejected, lower high there, consolidated, held VWAP, and then trended down toward the low. So if it wants to do exactly the same thing, then I'm going to try to put pretty much the same trade on. I've already missed it once by not getting the 35 even, but playing off of VWAP here in 34.70 is certainly the next best thing. So I'm going to get my Rivian shares short in front of 34.70. Oh, and by the way, just realized, or remembered, I should say, I have to pay for Rivian shorts.
Oh, right.
They're not
well,
free.
Just ask Brendan.
It's not free locates. Well, I mean, I should just ask the CEO.
Yeah,
if I'm allowed
you could
to
just
short
throw
his
them
stock,
into, you could airdrop them to you.
Brendan, am I allowed to short this stock today? I know you're dressed. I know you are the CEO, so I should get your permission first. I don't know.
A bad move, I'm going to say.
Bad move, yeah.
Bad move?
Bad move, can't do it, no.
The only CEO that comes out and says
more.
that his stock is a dumpster fire is Elon Musk, of course.
I love that day.
Yeah, that was awesome when he came out and said that the Shanghai and Berlin were just lighting money on fire.
Well, there was another
right there.
I don't remember the other one when he said the stock was overpriced.
Yeah.
Tesla shares are probably overpriced.
Yeah, but
easiest short I've ever seen in my life.
I mean, that's Elon, man, I guess. Right now, I'm excited because maybe now we can finally pay to get verified. Apparently on Instagram on Twitter right now. So we'll see if that's going to be coming up possibly. I mean, I feel like everyone that's already verified, because it's part of Twitter Blue. So I got to find out what's involved with that as well. All right, so Microsoft did make a nice little rally cry there, but I was waiting for 80, man. Like I said, I was trying to be a little more specific today in some of the trades that we're looking for. So we were waiting for that 80 area on Microsoft. If that does come in, we'll try it against this 233. It's been a crazy short to that downside. So we will look to re-engage in that Microsoft short downside. One of the strong names, sorry, I'm on the wrong chart, is Apple. So we'll have to look at Apple again today. It's not strong, but just one that I get that feeling for that, hey, if we make a move, you know, this could be one that we want to buy. We talked about 152. And again, whatever, you guys, the sticky note works sometimes, doesn't work other times, but what they are really is just trading ideas, right? So when you're going to look on here, and again, look what I have written down for the long on Apple, long 152, just like short BOVESPA 65. So both of those trades would now be more than $1 in the money, this went up to 153. So let's see if it comes back down into 152. We are going to take a long now. Enough is enough. We'll take that long into 152. We've seen it happen. How about 152.20? Let's just bid. We're still ways away from that, but I feel bad missing that because, again, another call that we had here for Apple, 152 off the sticky note, just like this BOVESPA right there. It's a missed opportunity. We don't have it, but just to look back, you know, sometimes you should sort of, when things start to settle down a bit, say, hey, where are my stocks and what are they looking like, right? So that's a nice little move to the downside there for Alibaba off that 65.
Yeah, and I see, I just saw someone say check out Vale.
Yep.
Just be very careful with any Brazilian related name. After the elections, there has been a little bit of volatility going on, and you would be, if you trade these, you're not trading the primary listing, like you're trading, they're all dual listed, whether it's this or Petrobras, which Petrobras actually had a bit of an imbalance there. I haven't checked out any energy names, and that kind of sucks, because look at the trend upside in XOM. You know, I like the long on Friday. I kind of like a dip buy on XOM again here today, and all it does is break out I mean, the earnings were fantastic, but breaking out one more time. Up 2%, but into a down market, so some strength over in energy. Let's go see how the U.S. dollar is doing. My suspicion is if we're down, maybe it's heading to the upside. Brendo?
Yeah, very strong once again for the DXY to kick off a brand new week, along with some of the treasuries I saw ticking back to the upside. Here we go. Dollar index 0.75 back higher after 2 days in a row downside. You can see this is an hourly chart. We were down on Thursday and Friday for the dollar, up 0.75. Everything else on this board negative as a result. We tagged parity early on this morning for the euro, back to 98.9 right now, down a full cent since then. Canadian dollar 73.24, down 0.4. 115 not holding right now. $1.15 obviously for the British pound, down a full percent on the day as well. So a lot of negativity as the dollar bounces, guys, after that sell-off on Friday.
Yeah.
So
it might be a good name. I like that name.
Yeah, Airbnb. I got to double check to see what day they report. I know they report this week. I just, on the top of my head, don't remember which day it is. But they're down 6% and trading and trending lower. This could get to this week. This could get to 100. I'm not thinking it's going to get there today, but some big levels approaching. Whether it's 105, higher lows from a couple weeks ago, 103.5. But yeah, I just noticed this one popped up on my radar, breaking that 110 level and heading a much lower. So I'll double check to see exactly when they do have the report. It could be on Wednesday. I see some people in the chat. I'll get it for sure. I mean, I don't like getting it wrong, so that's why I don't want to be all confident about what day it's going to be. Yeah, so Brad says tomorrow after market, which means we traded post earnings on Wednesday. Thanks, Brad, for looking that one up. Alphabet, I'm actually back on the bid here, but that's at 94 level. I don't want to chase longs in Alphabet. I feel like I want to be a little bit more patient with it. But guess what? Finally, and I really do mean finally, hit that 20. I've been sitting at in front of 28.50 for my next fill on Intel for a while. I have a 51 and I had a 53. I just got filled on that, and it still has yet to break at 28.5. But if the market makes another leg down, I think it's breaking this channel and heading down into 28 even. I want to make sure I'm holding out for at least some of that. I just got the next bid, so I'm looking for this to break this channel, get all the way down to 28. If we saw 27.5, I think that'd be a little bit surprising because the reaction to the earnings was positive, even if it wasn't the greatest quarter in the world. But yeah, I had the long early on Intel. This is the one day I came in thinking long on a breakout. I did like dip buys post earnings. Didn't catch them, ended up shorting the tops. Today I went long looking for that break. It just didn't happen on Intel. Intel just continues to be a better wait for the fade level and then short it off resistance. I mean, until that stops working, you just almost do it every single day.
So I'm just going to ask the chat here because I'm a little bit confused. Does anybody know what they call a quarter pounder with cheese in Paris? So we'll wait to see if anybody knows what they call that coming up very soon. Because
Could I get one for lunch? Is what I want.
That's what I'm already put it in the chat. I don't know.
Can I get one for lunch?
I don't know if our brand manager is watching, but I think that would be pretty fun.
I could go for a tasty
have that
burger
right now.
I could go for a tasty burger.
You should go for a tasty burger.
Could.
We could literally do that scene. But Sicilian pasta with roasted vegetables, grilled chicken, Italian sausage, beef, and meatballs. Yeah, man, what they call...
That sounds all right.
That sounds all right. What they call it is Royale with cheese. So that's, if you've ever been to Paris, I know you're trying to go there. I was just there. Royale with cheese, everybody. There, I noticed that I left my smoke lit. So it's not, it's running out of batteries right now. The best $9.99 at a costume shop you'll ever find.
$9.99?
$9.99.
No, I know.
$5 for a milkshake. You know what I'm saying?
I know, but
I mean, $10 for a smoke sounds like a decent deal. I get so much more pleasure off of this. If you feel me, Playboy.
Yeah, but the margins on that milkshake are probably pretty solid. But speaking of margins, some companies are going to be reporting those with their earnings tomorrow morning and after the bell today.
Yeah, big day or big week to come, guys. We're past all the mega cap tech earnings, obviously, but still a ton of interesting names, including some chip makers to come this week. Here's what's to come after market tonight and before the open tomorrow.
Wow, we've sort of fixed. That looks nice.
It
I like
looks
that. After the
fantastic.
close,
I
before
love
the
this.
close.
I
Look
love
at
it.
Brendan, man. Here every single day at 4 in the morning, making sure that that is right. And I'm right behind him at 4:05. So good job there, Neil, here at 2:30. All right. Aflac tomorrow, it seems like right there as well. And then Avis Budget Group. We've seen Carr go ham before. I do not.
Is that Herbalife?
Herbalife?
Is that Herbalife in the bottom?
Where?
Right
Bottom
there.
right? Yeah, looks like it for sure. And then there's my Eli Lilly. So looking for a big report from them. And there's your Uber. I have a feeling tomorrow will be an
And
Uber.
SoFi.
What?
SoFi's
You
in.
missed SoFi on the
SoFi.
board there as well. So, okay, SoFi. I think it's time. I think you buy SoFi off that. I mean, you've just seen some of these names starting to go a little crazy. Even if you report badly, it's kind of like that Palantir play. So we'll have some more look at SoFi. I know the guys in the midday show, if you ask them, they'll give you their opinion on SoFi as well. But it's near some bottoms right here, Playboy.
This bottom on SoFi, look, $4.80 has been an absolute wall on SoFi for the last, since May. The May bottom, it's bottoming out there again. This could be a fun one. Even if it trades down, look, if it trades down and holds 480, I think you're long off that level. And if we're breaking out above that, I think that's probably all the better realistically. Intel just broke 2650, so 2850. So as usual, that continues to head down. I did just get a new position alert. That'll be Pinduoduo on the dip. Just looking for it to hold that breakout. I did miss this breakout, unfortunately, on PDD. That sucks, but I'll buy the dip in front of said breakout levels and VWAP on PDD. That's the newest position for me as we hang on to Rivian short beneath 35, Intel, which is breaking lows. Apple actually getting close to 153, so that's even stronger than anticipated there. Looking at that, hold at 152. I'm not sure we see that again, to be honest with you. If we do, then it means the shorts have worked out, that's for sure.
All right, only a couple minutes to go here as I enjoy the last little bit of this snack. We'll hit something a little harder than this once the show is over, of course. And then you can join us back here as I got to go pick up Mia Wallace. And then you're just going to go find what, Marvin? Yo, first of all, man, why did we have to shoot Marvin? You know what I'm saying right there? So
everybody knows why we had to shoot.
And we had to clean up the car.
You know what I'm really surprised with is that nobody in the chat has played the what game. I was just sitting there waiting the whole time, like if someone would have done it. I'll wait for the afternoon show. But
say what again? You know what I'm saying?
Say what again?
MF.
I can't. You guys know what I'm just dying to drop a few lines, but I can't do it.
Time for the midday show, LOL. Why are you guys saying LOL? We wait to see what these guys are
dressed. You don't even, if you don't know.
Now you know.
Now you know. And it's been a heck of a lot of fun. Like, first off, thank you guys for tuning in. We keep it real around here. And by keeping it real, I will acknowledge Sean and I made a bet, and so before we get out of here, I'm not wearing any Packer stuff because it's obviously Halloween, and we had to win this. We had to win this costume competition.
Yeah. We might not win.
What do you mean we might not win?
We might not win.
It's already over. It's already over. You guys let us know what you think, but I think it's already over.
I got the bolo on.
You'll see what the midday guys.
When the hell am I ever going to wear a bolo tie again? You know
You're
what
not
I'm
even.
saying? Yo, where's our
There's
Royale
a policy
with cheese, bro?
against ties on this trading floor, by the way, which we get to break today, but there is an actual no tie policy on this floor. There was a whole story about people cutting ties. I don't know how true that one is, but if you came into the interview with a tie, they asked you to take that one off, and people would laugh at you. But
we have so Justin's dressed up as a lumberjack, and then these guys. So we have at least 4 people dressed up today.
Do we though?
Plus, you're going to see 2 more coming through right now on the midday show. But hey, thank you for joining us, man. Thanks to Liz, who I know is at home working on some more graphics. Yeah. That one of me and you was super, super cool right here. Let me show it to you one more time. Go over to Twitter and find out for this. Thank you so much. We finally, all those super chats and everything, finally the green screen is in the building right now. So that looks pretty cool. Or should we tell people that this is...
You know what we're missing? We're missing
some blood and stuff like that.
We're missing the bullet hole halo.
Yeah, right here. It should be over there where the guy, it was like, do you believe in miracles?
And a little bit of brain matters.
Yeah. Anyways, really cool picture there. Thanks a lot to Liz for joining, or for sending that out. And thank you, everybody, for joining us. We didn't even look at, again, we did 1 likes call today. Wow, 2.7K. Hey, if you're watching this show, we have over 7,300 people watching. Let's see if we can get it to 3K. I don't know if 3K is a record, but it's pretty damn close before we throw it over to the midday show. So please, hit it right now, and we'll see if we can get up to 3K. 2.7K right now. All right, Jules.
Let's do this. Oh, you'll get it in a minute. All right, for Vincent, I'm Jules. Let's head on over to the midday, boys. Go get them.
I'm Mario, and this is my friend from Italia. My Luigi couldn't make it today, so we got my cousin from Italy. I'm Mario. We're here to trade. Super Mario indeed, my friend. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Obviously, I'm your boy, Trader Pride. We tried to bring Luigi out today. Luigi was not here, but who are you today?
I am Luigi's cousin. Straight off the boat. How's it going, everyone? Hopefully everyone's doing well. Everyone having a laugh here. Enjoying the show. Hit the like button. It's Monday, Halloween. Hopefully you guys are dressing up, having a great time, staying profitable if you're trading. And yeah, we'll see what we got today, man. Amazon crazy, Apple crazy, market crazy. Who knows what we get this week? Definitely exciting. But I don't know if you're in, I look over, I see you're in a couple things here. I'm just in an Amazon long here. So we'll see if this bounce wants to continue.
Yeah, I'm in a couple of trades at the moment. You guys see already out there popping up. I'll show you trades that have been working for me and trades that have not been working out for me. A couple of them are going to be Dash. Dash is my best stock of the day so far. Been shorting it around 43 and a little bit above 43 and scalping it to the downside every time we do get a flush on it. Waiting for some more entries to kick me out to give me some more profits and then continue making me money on the day. But, you know, my worst stock on the day today is going to be GME. I tried the breakout long of 32 over here. Well, not breakout, sorry. I actually was buying it on the break while the market was going down and GME was coming down with it. I tried around 32. I didn't know it was halting, I'll be honest. And then I got triggered into the halt trade. Thankfully, with the direct market access and the order types that we have, I was able to get out right before or right at the halt price. So that was only a tiny loss that I took. Then I tried again at the 30 area, which was working. So I added again, listening to that Neil was also going to jump in on that trade. So I added on the 30 over here. And I didn't want to hold it past 30 for obvious reasons. The same reason that Neil was explaining to you guys for. And I took that out on the break of 30 to the downside and got out my worst stock of the day. But as you guys see, I have a couple stocks up there that we're going to try to keep on trading and win for the rest of the day.
Yeah, guys, also looking at MBLY. So this is a recent IPO from a few days ago, and it's at that 26 level. 26 new level, did not break the level. This is the daily for everybody to see here, 26 bottoming out. And not too much size there, but, you know, definitely an interesting level to kind of look at over here. So going to try to catch a bit on that one. Not sure if I'll actually get the fill here, but, you know, my out will probably be below 26 if we break. My Amazon trade working out very, very nicely here. Finally making the bottom at 101. Just, you know, selling subsided, breaking of the average. And, you know, I didn't really know like how high we're going to get on this one. I just figured, you know, scale my orders out. So scaling out like a madman, added a little bit back, not too much. Really nice average, just below 101 here. And, yeah, we'll see if this wants to continue. I think, you know, we're close to it, so I'm going to assume we're getting a VWAP test. And you know what? Maybe even a run to 103 and 104 again. You know, I wouldn't be surprised for this to get all the way back up 104. So going to try to hold a piece for that 105 move or 104 move. But, yeah, we'll see if it wants to continue here and if I get the fill here on MBLY as well.
AMD currently making a new low a day, so looks like the chip stocks are currently weak. Well, while you were short AMD? Oh man, AMD heading for a new low a day currently, already down 3.8%. Let's see how much lower AMD can go with 28 million shares traded so far. And if AMD is going down, I'm expecting the market to maybe go down a little bit. Let's pull up the market, which is currently at exactly VWAP for the S&P 500 near 38.55. Looks like we have been rejecting VWAP and the 50-period EMA for the most part since the market opened. And I'm waiting for that same continuation trend to the downside on the market to help me make more money on a stock that had paid me some money today. Google, for example. Google, I took that fill in this range, got back in at the high of the range, got some out down here, added on the break at 94, but sadly that 94 did not have any continuation left behind it when the market did not really make a new low a day. So now having to wait to add to this position back in the high of these ranges, looks like we're actually creating a new range now around 34.60, slightly below VWAP. But you know, my price is very important. I'm not going to move from that price. Either they give me that price or I just don't worry about it and I hold on to my size for a possible move back to 94, and I'm expecting Google to trade under 94 today. Sadly, Google and Amazon have managed to get finally below the $100 price area. A couple of our positions are moving once again. Here's PayPal that I want to show you. PayPal trade today took the $84 break. Got out pretty much close to 83 and once again slightly below 83, and holding my last few share sizes to see how much of a bigger move can I make out of this trade going into the close. And here's also Roblox. Let's go, Roblox. We did lose a little bit on this trade trying to catch the short. It popped up on our trade idea scanner, which you still get 25% off for. Use code tradertv.live in the chat to find out exclamation mark tradertv to get the link for it. But yeah, it popped up in the scanners for relative weakness. I tried to short it a little bit too hard. Thankfully, I kept my sizing small on the first few attempts, which was I was able to keep the losses minimal. But over here, where I finally am, looks like in the right area to be short on Roblox. I have some decent size, and I want some more size on the upper range in case they do want to offer it to me. I'll take some size out over here since money's being offered and market's trying to pull back up against VWAP again.
Yeah, you know, we're kind of at ranges here where I like the long on some of these names. I just added to AMD, fresh reminder they're off that 59.50. So my level on AMD is 59.50. Kind of feel like maybe the potential range is set in. We do have earnings coming in tomorrow after the bell on AMD, down 3.6% today, running up. It looks like it wants to just be channeling in between that 62 and 60 area. So trying a little bit of a long here, and then if we pop through 60, take some out at 60, and then hold for the move back to VWAP. I think that's a reasonable trade there. Somebody was actually in the chat saying Meta new low now, like touching 94. So, you know, looking at that, maybe we get an actual, like a sort of like a double bottom around 94. And for me, it's, you know, if we continue to sell off and break through 94, then I'll probably just get out of this trade. But a lot of these names kind of feel like it's weird, right? The overall market is, you know, pushing back above VWAP, not really selling off too hard, but tech just getting absolutely destroyed. So, you know, I feel like the bounce back could be very, very quick on these names. So I just really don't know how much they're going to bounce. But I think Meta to 95 kind of feels reasonable. Maybe we channel 94, 95 for a bit. Maybe we get back to VWAP, and very clear to find out on that one. So feels really good. Working for me right now, about 20 cents in the money feels like. So we'll revisit that one in a little bit. Tried a little bit of a GME long here, and I'll be honest, this one's a little bit of smaller size just because, you know, we already had the move up, we had the move down, halt to the upside, halt to the downside, and, you know, this was the parabolic move. I think, you know, if you had the short up there, great. But now we're kind of leveling off, and 30 was the level, right? 30 is kind of the breakout level on the daily. So for everybody to see, this is basically what I'm looking at. Looking at that 30 level, we broke through, we ran up to 35, now we're back down. Because it is GME, I don't necessarily believe like, oh, it's done. So I'm going to take the shot at it. We'll see where it goes. But yeah, 30 was like that kind of top of the channel. We opened and flew through it. Now we're back down. So maybe we get a little bit of a bounce. That's kind of what I'm thinking there. And, you know, not going to be too greedy with this one. Maybe I'll scale some out if we get to VWAP. But at the same time, this GME trade kind of feels like, you know, if we do get going again, we could, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing goes to like the high day again, right? So I've seen it before. I just really don't know what to expect, but I'm going to react to the trade. So yeah, small little starter size right here at 30. Hopefully we get through 32 to the upside on GME, and then it'll be potentially off to the races again. And, you know, if it is going to sell off, maybe most of the selling came in over here anyways, so people are probably covering. If we break through 29, 28.50 to the downside, and again, cleared to find out over there. So yeah, it looks really good. And just a little bit of an update on the Amazon. It is inching its way towards VWAP there, so the long is good. The long is good, and now we just need to, it's giving me the feel that we're going to break VWAP and go to 103. That's the kind of vibe I'm getting. Maybe we go sideways a little bit, but I'm already long with an average of just 101, just over here, kind of scaling myself in. So I'm not really going to add to it. I added here again. Now it's just kind of trade management, hold this one. If we get back to 101, I'm willing to lose. I'm willing to break even on the rest of the position just because I traded it very well, scaled out of it, kind of feels good there. So yeah, things are looking good, and I think I got par filled on AMD here at 60, and this is just a very clear, like, you got the 60 level. It's very clear to me, you know, you take the long, there's a potential that you see these runs. It's like running down, running down, running down, sort of giving you those wick off bottoms. You got 59.50 just below. doesn't really want to sell off below. When it does give you that whip back, you want to make sure that you take some out at key levels, because this could happen, right? Like a quick rejection, a move back down, then it decides, then it finally maybe goes up. So that's kind of my logic there. So yeah, in, take some out, still holding more than half of that. And yeah, we'll see if we can get back up. I think, you know, 60-30, 60-35 area, just kind of looking at the chart based on the technicals, looks like it always wants to bounce, but it does tend to not show the reversal sign just yet, right? So if we get above 60 and hold 60, you know, anything's obviously possible, and we can then start to curl up. So that'd be really nice if we can get out at 61. We'll see what happens there. Meta, no fill yet. That was kind of a lackluster bounce. Still holding 94. Maybe I'll add to this one as well.
Not sure if you guys heard about EA and the Disney deal that's going on. Apparently a 3-game Marvel deal announced by Bloomberg. EA got a nasty volume spike coming off of that catalyst, pushing up to VWAP, slightly above VWAP 2. Looks like could have been dark bull candle. If it's a legitimate candle, then we actually did push up all the way to 100 period EMA and then pulling right back below that. So because of that, I'm not sure we actually pulled up all the way there. I mean, we can check it real quick. We go over here, type in EA, see if we did jump up to almost 128. Looks like we technically did jump up almost to 128 there, and that's a legitimate candle. Big volume spike to support that too, and now pulling right back down and being down 1.7% on the day. S&P 500 though, pretty monster move to the north side above VWAP for the S&P 500, trading currently at 38.91 and still down 0.5%. UVXY did make a new low a day and currently trading at $9.92. UVXY, there we go, currently trading at $9.92, making a new low a day, also down 1%, and the NASDAQ's also down 1%. So volatility is going down, your markets are going down, but right now S&P 500 and the NASDAQ both trying to move back up. Looks like NASDAQ might try to push back towards VWAP and then pull back down maybe after touching VWAP, continuing the whole negative catalyst, or at least the negative weight that the market started off the day with. The market could very easily turn around completely and turn positive. I got my Google ad closer to my stop this time, and not going to give it too much wiggle room, obviously. Let's see if Google wants to pay us some money over here, or if it wants to take away from us a little bit more from the day that we made on that stock. Actually, Google's slightly negative on the day, I think. No, we're actually positive on Google, but we want to keep it that way. Let's see if the market can reject VWAP and pull back to the south side so it does work out for us. Is Prad Mustachio upside down? Is it upside down? I think it's the right way. I think it's the right way, right? Or is it upside down? Let's Google it real quick while we throw it to Luca.
Yeah, sure, no problem. So Meta working, just kind of getting some out at the top end of this range. Still holding the majority of this position. I definitely don't want to sell myself short if this is going to actually give a bounce. That was kind of like a quick whiplash back up, right? And I added to it just a little bit, and then taking off the piece that I added. Still holding the original amount at 94. This one, the more I look at it, the more I like it. So I would actually love for this to come down just a little bit so I can continue to add to it. You know, it's when you get something so clear like a defined out like this, you know, it's not every day, right? And MBLY actually got the fill here just in front of 26. So let me just make sure that I have a stop order out for this one, because not really sure how it's going to react through 26. But, you know, if this is now the bottom, and again, it is very choppy, you know, like it's kind of went down. Look at this barcode action. Nothing special, right? Nothing special. But I did tell myself 26 was the level. 30 was the upside level, so maybe there is some type of bounce that could take place. I think for myself, it's get some out at VWAP and then hold maybe, I don't know, 27. It kind of feels like it's not really going to get there, but you know, anything's possible. Again, I'll be very surprised if it does get there, but maybe take the majority out at VWAP. That's kind of the plan here. So yeah, not really going for a home run on this one, but we'll see if we get those fills as well. And yeah, everything else still slowly working for me. No more fills on Amazon, just kind of channeling as expected. So yeah, just trade management here. And oh, I actually can't miss this this Meta ad here. So let me just quickly pull this up. Hopefully dips down just a little bit more and add a little bit more there.
I know Playmaker in the chat was talking about SONN, which is currently up 95% on the day. I think we were close to being almost up 100% and trying to go back towards trying to be 100% up on the day with 34 million shares traded. A little bit of a size popping up at the bids over here, $2.25. Taken out. I mean, obviously, not too much of bids or not too much size on the bids. for a stock that's already traded 34 million shares, but a little bit of a size to see if buyers are showing up, and looks like they are going to continue showing up on this position. SONN, a small cap stock, I'll be guessing, yeah, 4 million shares only on the flow. A biotech stock, probably with an FDA catalyst of some sorts, allowing it to absolutely rip to the north side today. So I see Playmaker coming in with the $4.20 super chat, saying son of, I'm pretty sure you guys can get what the rest of it is. But yeah, monster move indeed, warranting, I guess, those type of statements. I mean, look at that size. Someone just punched in 12,500 shares on the dark pool gateway to the long side. So if that's a legitimate trade that happened just now and not 24 hours ago, then that's pretty obvious where the buyers are trying to move the stock at. And 12,500 shares of 4 million stock, someone's trying to soak up the float. Maybe you want to be a little careful on that one too. Yeah, guys, if you enjoyed not Luca, Sean and Neil dressed up like today, and myself and Luca and Brendo, hit that like button. Show us your appreciation. And if you are also dressed up in some sorts for Halloween, tweet at us on tradertv.live. I would love to pull it up over here on the show and you know, have some fun with the viewers, or post it up on Discord in any of the channels. Maybe Blind Jedi could help me out over there in deciding what channel that we want to do it in, and we could share it with the family.
Yeah, for sure, exactly. And I'm just kind of glancing back at everything. Somebody said AMD, you like the long until the bids slide out from under you. I feel like that applies across the board to all stocks, right? It's like, oh, I love the long here until there's no more bids, and then it's like, oh, geez, okay, what's happening? But yeah, no, I'm pretty, like, it kind of feels that 59.50 is really a solid level. And, you know, we are approaching that time of day where it's, you know, pure games. So obviously going to make lows, then reclaim. The bots will do what the bots want to do and stop everybody out. But I will not be fooled this time around. I know my level. I know the feel. I know how it should look. So I added to that AMD long. Now it's moving back to the upside. Same plan, getting a little bit of a portion out in front of 60 because I think it's going to print 60. And then if we rip back to the upside, then it's just, you know, clear skies to the upside. So that'll be nice. There's a little bit of a part fill from what it seems like, but I'm sure I'll get the rest of that. Nothing too crazy. And yeah, everything else looking very good. Meta coming back down here. Oh yeah, before I forget, let me just add to this one as well, because this one could be another great bounce play here. Kind of feels good. I'm going to play this range until we break out, and then I'm going to hold some for the range to the upside. GME, very slow to move, but as expected. This one is giving me the feel that maybe it's going to take a while, like maybe like hours. And then if we actually start to get going, then that's like the trade, good R to R for myself. But again, you know, if it dies off, it dies off. No big deal. And guys, let us know what you're trading as well. And again, hit the like button if you are enjoying the show. You know, you guys can rate the costume after, I think, if that's going down. And yeah, Snow rocketing through VWAP to the upside. I generally don't trade Snow just because of you know, the spread liquidity. But let's take a look here quickly at Snow and let this load. This is not on it's on New York. And here we go. Oh yeah, back to VWAP here. Kind of feels like just a quick look at this. You know, maybe got the range that's set in. I'm just looking at the daily very quickly towards the bottom end of that range. So I guess you could argue, you know, play the bottom end of that range. I would actually like this a little more closer to 50. This is what I'm looking at here, right? It's kind of, you know, giving that pop towards 200, rejecting the 200 on the daily, heading back down now 150. So maybe this thing wants to stay in between 150 and 200. So maybe the potential to dip by and then kind of move back up. But for the most part, from a day trade, going to stay away from that and focus on things that I'm looking at here. I also want to look quickly at some of the banks. I don't know, my gut tells me, yeah, maybe I missed this one. So the market was ripping up, and, you know, for some reason, tech was not following through. And I'm wondering, where is this follow through actually coming from, and perhaps some of these banks. So this is Bank of America, just simply here, you know, holding up VWAP very nicely, actually. And now that I look at this, I'm going to take a long on this one as well. Just kind of playing a little bit of a VWAP long here. I'm not really going to risk off anything. My risk is 36. If we get down to 36 sell off, then, you know, the banks obviously are going to be in a tighter range. They're going to move a lot slower. So I have to manage my expectations with this. I don't really think it's going to get away from me. So I'm willing to add into that 36 level if we get there. If we don't, I'll just, you know, stick with the size that I'm in now. And then we pop 20 cents and I'll play the range. Get out 20 cent, 25 cent winner if we can get that.
Yeah, it looks like I do have the mustache on the right side, guys. I'm chilling on that. You know, the clouds or whatever, I guess. You know, the bumps are to the downside, and it is on the downside for me. So we're good, we're good. We got the right direction. It looks like we also have the right direction on the market over here, as we are shorts, and these shorts are looking to pay us some money as NASDAQ once again rejecting VWAP. SPYs are above VWAP, but we are looking to pull back under VWAP over here on the market for NASDAQ. And if NASDAQ pulls back, I'm expecting SPY to have some weight over there too to help it pull back below VWAP. Great costume, Brad. Thank you, guys. Yeah, shout out to Amazon, which we can actually pull up, because I actually had a trade on Amazon today, but I didn't give it enough wiggle room. I was short near 120, 102.50, and I only gave it about 10 cents of wiggle room, I think. Obviously got stopped out on that trade and missed out on a big dollar per share trade on to the downside for Amazon myself. Amazon now pulling back to VWAP, closer to where I was short earlier, but I just said no thank you, no trade for me on this one. I think I have already 5 trades on board. I have to manage those trades before I can even jump into new trades. So that's what I'm going to continue doing for myself, which are paying. I mean, these trades are all in the money and are looking to continue working out for me if the market ends up going to the south side. While we're waiting for markets to pull back south for myself, let's send it to Brando at the big desk. Sorry, the Rivian CEO at the big desk for social sentiment.
Sir.
Hey guys, just a heads up on some of the weed stocks. Just saw Tilray pop up there at day highs on volume. TLRY starting to move. A very mixed board to show you though when it comes to what's being discussed on social media so far today. This one's been front and center all week last week. Remains very, very large here. Mullen back to the downside. Negative sentiment. Same story for the overall market. Look at GameStop though. Huge move for both AMC and GME this morning. Back to the downside right now, but still positive on this sentiment board so far. There's Meta. I just saw lowest level since January of 2016 this morning for Meta. Another big move to the downside. Apple's weak. Paramount we saw on the downgrade side of the board this morning. Some of the Chinese names trying to bounce, including NIO back on the positive side. Very mixed board, though, as far as social sentiment, guys.
Yeah, you know, kind of crazy that Meta just keeps falling, right? It's you know, I thought when they initially pulled back from their highs at like 300, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, 200 seems like a value play. You know, maybe we bounce from a long-term perspective. But yeah, no, now here we are at 94. I want to say the IPO price is, I'm not sure if you just mentioned it, Brendan, but you know, around 25. So kind of crazy that, you know, we're back at 94 here. And it does keep dropping. But hey, from a day trade, I'm long here. I'm going to continue to add to this 94. And we'll see where we can get to, right? We'll see if we can bounce, if we can go back up, or are we just going to, you know, kind of slowly die off. I really believe that the bounce is coming. It's showing you that it kind of wants to bounce a little bit. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm looking at. And I'm going to just add a little bit more here. Just going to continue to add. That's kind of the logic there. I really don't think this is going to 93 just yet. So yeah, we'll see. And AMD maybe finally now making its way through 60, hopefully to the upside. Started on McDonald's long as well. And this, I think, would have been a better short off the open. Obviously, you know, prioritize volume, you know, what's moving more. Obviously, McDonald's coming out with earnings. It's near its all-time highs at 275. And I don't even know if this is a thing, but it's like a first red day setup. Does that even apply to value names like McDonald's? I don't know. But this had a very, very strong move into 275. And so now maybe you're getting that little bit of a first red day, a little bit of a pullback. I think, you know, we could get back to 272, 271, just kind of channel out. But I'm going to use VWAP as well. I'm going to continue to add into this short and just play off high a day. If we rip through high a day and keep moving to the upside on McDonald's, it is what it is. I'll just take the L over there. But I just kind of feel like I want to get some exposure to that short there. Somebody in the chat brought it up, and I was like, yeah, good reminder, because I kind of want to try a short. So we'll see what happens there. If it rips to the upside, then, you know, I'll keep adding, and then, yeah, playing off somewhat of a 274, 275 over there. And Meta now moving back to the upside. Man, that was actually a sick move to the upside. What an ad, too. I'm like, let me add before I forget here. And now we're just off to the races. So this feels really good. But again, respect the channel that it's in. But for the most part, hold some, too, because you never know if this can continue and just, like, rip back to VWAP.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can add to my Roblox trade over here. If you look at Roblox on the daily chart, yesterday's or last week's lows was pretty much where we're at. And looks like I actually got the fill on my last order that I was hanging out at 44.80s or just below 44.80s. And my stop is going to be on the break of 44.80s just so I can make sure, you know, I'm not giving too much of wiggle room on this trade in case Roblox wants to rip against us, as NASDAQ did make another move to the north side and it's currently above VWAP and S&P 500. Let me just quickly do this. 8.2, bang, and I have that much size. So my stop is now sent out. But yeah, so market, NASDAQ did pull up to VWAP and S&P 500 made another quick little bounce to the north side past the previous high that it had earlier to 38.95. If NASDAQ doesn't really reject VWAP over here, we don't want to give back Roblox more money or that we've already lost on it today fighting it. It is our worst stock on the day, so we're just trying to make sure that we're adding at the right spots if an ad is being offered, and then quickly scalp out to the downside if those profits come into play. We're only 7 cents out of the money now, 9 cents out of the money, but we're also pretty close to our stop. I'm not going to let the stock go all the way up to $45 for me. I can come back to the trade later on closer to the 100-period EMA if that's where the trade is going towards to, but there's no point in me holding it all the way there with our average price of 44.69 on this trade. Couple other positions that are also pulling back to the north side for us is Google, which was working out. We did get some profits to the downside when the market pulled to the south side for us. But look at UVIXI, which is also breaking the low a day once again. And if UVIXI is breaking the low a day, most likely market wants to keep going north side. And you want to be careful about this, the move to the north side if you have shorts, only shorts on the board and have no longs at all. Maybe looking at Luca's board, which has more longs on there than I have at all. I mean, I've done. Makes me want to think about start looking for some longs to jump into at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. And just to kind of add to that, you know, the market is slowly making its way back up, pushing up, looking like it wants to potentially, give a 3,900 test and maybe break through and go to the upside. Not really sure how I feel about this McDonald's short, but it's a little bit of a smaller size because it's kind of like the back burner. Like I said, I'm just gonna add to this and then kind of go for the mean reversion. It's going to be slow. There's really no volume on it, so just make sure if you are looking at this type of trade, understand what you are getting yourself into. Like, volume is very light on these names. The move is going to be very, very slow, and then when it does come back down, it's going to, just kind of play games with your heart. So, make sure you watch that. GME kind of falling off over here, not really going through 29 per se, but I'm not really too sure. Again, sideways action, that's what I'm expecting. If we get down, break through 29, we could easily be at 28, which would then be probably last week's high on Friday. Just around 28, 28.50. So if support comes in, maybe it comes in at 28.50. Maybe it holds here for now, but just going to kind of monitor these positions as we go along. So I will bring them up as I'm looking at them. Bank of America holding VWAP very nicely, not really moving, but this is obviously, because it is in such a tight range, something that maybe you take a little bit more size on. Holding VWAP, maybe get the bounce, you get 10 cents out of it. Nothing too crazy there. MBLY still holding there, not breaking 26. I'm pretty sure I have a stop out, so I'm pretty safe on that one. And Meta, same kind of plan here, right? This is give you, when you get setups like this where it's just 94, 94.60, 94, 94.60, just recycle over and over and over again. We had that same setup on 100. We had it on Amazon on Friday on 100. Now we're getting it at 94. It's showing you its hand. So, it did break 94, but then broke and then reclaimed, right? So that's why you're getting the quick drawback to the upside. And then if this breaks through 95 for whatever reason, I don't know. I'll hold some, but not really expecting 97 at any point very, very quickly. But yeah, I'm going to hold some because I'm not really too sure where we go. And Amazon, now just kind of revisiting this one. Haven't looked at it. Obviously had the really good trade on it. Now it's sort of in this little bit of a channel area. I think, I'm just willing to kind of let that one go. Somebody's saying Meta, Amazon. Yeah, exactly. Those are the two kind of trades that feel the best, and then maybe AMD. Oh, why didn't I get I must have not had orders. So we're actually through 60 on AMD, and had another portion out over there. Maybe if 60 holds right here, maybe we get a bounce back. So I'm actually going to send some orders out because I thought I had some. Maybe we get a couple more bounces there, then be really good. Again, average, fighting for the really good average. So now, even if we dip down and then we want to go back up for the long term, hopefully it doesn't hit my average, and then, it's like I'll try it. I like the double bottom. If we come back down, I'm not really too sure what to expect there. So we'll see what happens. That one's looking good. So far, so good across the board. And Josh saying Baba about to break out to the upside. Something I haven't looked at today. So let's quickly look at Alibaba, trading at around 64.5 here. And towards the high of the day, I just wonder how this looks on the daily, because I haven't looked at it in a while until it faded that before. And had that strong day, then rejected. Yeah, see, that resistance was solid. And anybody who had the short into this resistance level, this is a really good example of like playing daily setups from a day trade perspective. You had that kind of negative catalyst coming out of China. All the Chinese names were down on that day. Then, waiting for the bounce back, had the bounce back to the upside, and look where it rejected. Rejected right at that 70 level. And that's right where, support was. 70 was support, call it the previous low, and now turns into resistance, rejecting that moving average. Now sort of showing that it wants to hold 62 on Alibaba, but I don't really see something per se right now, but I'll definitely keep my eye on it. Looking like that 63, and this is going back to the 1-minute chart on this, had the really strong move to the upside, coming back down and then holding this level, right? Bouncing off multiple times. So, you kind of recycle. I would say for myself, if I saw this, I obviously didn't see this today, get in, get out VWAP, get in, get out, and then, it moves to the upside. Great. Hold on to some of that position. McDonald's now working for me, but yeah, it's kind of flat. I think I'll take some out at VWAP and then hold some for, actually some at 272, and then try to hold for like down over here, 271.50. That'll be my plan on that one, and we'll see if we get fills here. But again, this one I said I'll add to it, but if it holds and goes higher here, maybe I'll have to reevaluate that one and go from there.
Yeah, NASDAQ still debating what it wants to do around VWAP. Roblox is kind of making me revenge trade a little bit, so it's going to be my last trade. I cut the size down on it too. If I do get stopped out on this one, we're not going to bother with this trade anymore. It is kind of taking our money away from us, so it's not the best trade to continuously put the efforts into. If it's not going to work out, just not worth it. Looking at the scanners, though, the wheat stocks are popping up on the scanners. Looks like CGC is about to win a race right now. And look at CGC up 16% on the day. Big volume spike on CGC. Taken off to the north side right now as we're talking about it. Could be something in relates to the whole legalization in the United States side, at least. Canada has been legal for a while now. But, yeah, let's see if we get something. There we go. Weed Schumer says Congress is very close to passing the marijuana banking. Okay, so maybe previously when marijuana was getting legal in Canada, most banks did not really accept any marijuana companies or marijuana fronts selling their products as a proper client. So most likely this is a way of clients opening up with banks and actually getting the proper funding that they require in order to run a business and so on, might be coming into play for some of these pot stocks, marijuana ETF stocks. Let's also go to MJ on Amex, which is the marijuana ETF. Only 600,000 shares traded on this, but look at the volume spike overall, up 7% over here for the whole ETF. Kind of explaining the same thing being carried into CGC. NASDAQ still trying to stay above VWAP, and S&P 500 trying to continue to go north side. We're only 10 points away or 5 points away. Well, technically 6 points away if you want the correct math. 6 points away from 3,900, which should be a resistance area in the market. And S&P 500 or NASDAQ currently at 11,460. Just battling VWAP, trying to see if he wants to go above it or below it.
Yeah, and Tilray is actually nice move, and obviously, everybody remembers that first initial move off of the original news that came out there, and I think that $5 level seems interesting to me. We're obviously $1 away from it, and I'm not really sure that we get there today, just being, kind of flow kind of large, lots of liquidity there. Not really sure if buying is going to stop, but yeah, if we do get above that high, which call it 460, that other high where we popped, then we faded the next day. Now we're actually inching back up. Over 5 on Tilray, kind of interesting. Seems like there is somewhat of a little bit of resistance just based on technicals. You're watching, a stock price that's been so high for so long and just kind of slowly making its way back down, right? It looks like a lot of other small caps that people look at when they want to fade, right? But now, if we actually get to that 5 with a positive catalyst, hold 5 and break, is this the reversal point? What's coming out of the U.S.? How are things going to change? So it's definitely interesting. I definitely have my eye on some of these names. from a swing trade perspective, and also obviously looking at it from a daily. If this level holds, maybe we get another leg up, but for the most part, I would not be a buyer for a day trade just right up here, just because obviously, a little bit too extended for myself, up 10%, but, definitely keeping my eye there, super interesting, and yeah, we'll see what happens going into the end of the year. I think Meta now wants to break to the upside. It's, it's tested this 94.50, now it's sort of curling up, and it's giving me this feel that, yeah, now we're going to go, right? Now we're going to go. So, hopefully we just explode, and I would not be surprised for this name to rip to 95 and then go back all the way back down. So super important on something like Meta right now on this setup to have your orders scaled, because if we rip to the upside, you want to make sure that you get those fills on the way out, because we don't know if it reverses back down, right? So if we break up and break back down, at least you get the fills going into 95. And then obviously I'm going to hold some. I don't have my order out at VWAP right now to sell because it's so far away. Like if we get there, we're probably going to chill there. So it's sort of like an Amazon trade. Like, oh, if we get to VWAP, I'll just reanalyze. Or if we get to like 103, I'll reevaluate. But these fills are super important because as we're strong, moving to the upside, reclaiming the sell-off move, you don't know you don't know how high it's going to go and then reverse. You don't know if it's going to go up in 1 minute and then back down, and then it makes it challenging. Maybe it goes even lower, right? So sometimes it really, really pays to have your orders out, and then other times you can kind of chill. You don't have to be too concerned with it. AMD's still kind of holding this level, so yeah, I'm going to be patient with it. I think, just to be safe though, I'm gonna get some a little bit more out over here, just because now it is back below 60. Yeah, I don't know where we're going here, right? So I don't want to speak in certainties. I don't want to think in certainties. I definitely want to just kind of trade what's in front of me and try to take profits along the way. But yeah, everything seems to be good. Not really holding too crazy of losers. Everything's actually working for me, except for GME, which, as I mentioned, it's GME, so I don't really care what happens to this one. But I'm not going to add to it. I'm just going to respect my original level on it, and then we'll see. Something I didn't actually trade yet was Apple, and maybe justify a long on this one too.
Yeah, we're going to send it to Brendo here at the big desk for the Europe update.
Multi-month highs, guys, for a number of individual markets over in Europe to start the new week. Here's how the Stock 600 wrapped up its highest level since September 16th. For that index. Here's how all of the markets end the day. 1.1 there for England leading the way. 0.4 almost for Germany, 0.2, 0.7 for Italy. Nice and positive for Spain as well, 0.4. It was only Sweden, when all was said and done, that ends the day in negative territory. Just 0.1 though, 2.8 for Turkey. Pretty positive session right across the board. Once North America got open and trading, we did see more buyers step in after a mixed start for some of these markets, guys.
Still trying to battle over here for the market, for NASDAQ market, trying to see what it wants to do. I took a tiny little short attempt, took the stop on it quickly too. Didn't want to give it too much risk in case the market ripped my face off. And trying it again one more time over here in the same ranges. Let's see if we do get a flush on it. Also added Google a little bit, and I punched out a Roblox. Roblox clearly not doing what I wanted to do. Maybe it rejects 45, but I'm not sitting here, fighting it the whole day and giving back more money to that stock. Just not worth my time, not worth my mental capital. I could be, putting that mental capital elsewhere where the markets might actually pay me some money. Here's Google though. The ads looks like it might just pay us a little bit. We're still 10 cents out of the money on Google, 19 cents in the money on PayPal, 3 cents out of the money on Western Digital, but the 2 pennies in the money on Seagate. So we have Seagate and Western Digital, kind of the same idea over there. Seagate has been constantly rejecting 51 for the most part, so I'm getting short 51, trying to scalp it to the downside. Looks like our NASDAQ shorts now might be working a little bit. We are 9 points in the money on the futures short and about to turn our futures position, our previous loss that we took on futures, into a positive state if this trade starts working out. And Roblox might be a better short right now, actually. I know I said I'm better off to just be hands off on this trade, but we're closer to 45. I can give it that less risk around 45 than previously wanted. What's going on? Let me just whatever. We have what we have right now in terms of size, But this way, I'm not giving it too much of risk, only a couple pennies of risk past where we are. So maybe we can even add to that trade a little bit more over here in case where the market really pulls back, roadblocks, we can turn that into a big winner for ourselves instead of having a sour little loser on that stock. Luca?
Yeah, I'm looking back here, and I wonder if Snap broke 10 already today. Something that I also didn't look at. Okay, yeah, so we actually broke through 10, now kind of inching its way back. I told myself maybe there's a trade there on the day, just kind of looking at it, and I'm looking back here at my watch list. And I guess today was the day. Through 10, back below 10, and not really sure what to think about this, but yeah, no, I'm just going to let it go. I just was wondering if we actually broke that from before. And somebody's saying Piton today going north. Sure, let's have a look here. I think we all know how Pratt feels about Peloton in general. I don't really know. I mean, this stock makes me laugh every time. But yeah, let's take a look at it, see where it is. And I haven't looked at it for a while, so I'm going to drag over the daily once this thing loads. This is kind of one of those similar charts to, everything's selling off, making a bottom, giving you that range. And I think now you just play the range. Maybe you get some resistance here going from 9 into 10. And I'm just kind of curious, actually, where is this 9? Or so we're right now at 850, and I think maybe going into that 9 level, you get some resistance. So this one, I'm actually going to short this if we get to 9. I think it's worth a shot. I don't really think. I mean, I'm not really sure how high we can get. It's obviously up 5.6%, but I think if we get closer to 9, I'm going to give it a try on the short side. I just really don't know what to expect with this one, but I'll have my orders out and we'll see where it goes. Covered a little bit of McDonald's short. Was working for me, added, cover some. I'm going to cover some at 272 and then 271.50 if we get there. If we hold VWAP and go sideways, which is obviously a potential, then I'll reevaluate and maybe just cover the rest there because then, maybe we go for a 273 test again. Not too sure, but that one working for me. 45 cents in the money now. Looking really, really good. Meta, is this, okay, here we go. So now we're actually breaking to the upside, and this is what I mean, right? Breaking to the upside, very, very sharp move. These fills that I'm getting here and hopefully even higher, I don't know if we're going to turn around. Are we going to turn around? That 94.50 was a problem for so long. Now we're moving back to the upside. And I guess, sky is the limit, right? How high do we go? Do we test 95? Do we test 95.50? Do we get to VWAP? I don't know, right? So have your orders scaled. Make sure you're obviously planning that in advance. If you have multiple positions, it pays to have your orders out, right? So lucky enough to get that one. I think I have some more in front of 95, which 95 most likely will print. So yeah, let's hope we get out of those ones. That'll be a nice little gift there. And I'm assuming everything else is ripping to the north side as well. So AMD back to the north side here. I'm going to get some more out because this one is just not moving the way that I thought that it could move, but still moving. So obviously not selling that much, just a little bit there. And there we go, another fill. Oh, is it another fill? No, so close to another fill. You know what? Let me just manually get there we go. Okay, now that I bring it up, there we go. So take some out as we, pay yourself along the way. It makes sense to myself. And Amazon slowly, obviously still holding on to that one. And yeah, everything looking good so far. So pretty nice there.
Keep going.
And yeah, sure. And guys, also let us know what else is moving here. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. I'm assuming you're talking about snow again. I don't know if there's, I guess maybe you're just in a trade and you're just like really excited about it. It's at the top end of that range here. I'm not going to short this, but I really want to short this. But, I'm going to let it go. But I would not be surprised for this to make a move back to VWAP. It's showing you the range that it wants to be in. I wouldn't be surprised if, it just wants to keep ranging a little bit longer. So going to work with the positions that are on board right now. Meta working, everything working, GME slow. And what else were we looking at here? Oh, MBLY still in this position, but yeah, it's kind of as expected. I wouldn't be surprised if I get stopped out on this one. The spread's 4 cents, 5 cents, opens up to 10 sometimes. There's a seller at 26.30, I think, and it's just, that's like VWAP, right? Not really getting there. So this one, thankfully, a little bit less size for myself, so nothing too crazy to worry about. Something we haven't talked about yet on the show here is Tesla, which is at 226, and I wonder if this actually got towards 230. 230 was a pretty nice short, and okay, so we tapped 229 this morning. If we get back up close to 229, 230, with no news, with market not rallying, maybe justify a little bit of a short there. And I just want to drag over this minute chart just to see if we top out at some of these ranges. I think short over 28, going into 29 is my plan on that one. Just kind of looking at this. I said closer to 30, but it's almost like if we get to 30, maybe maybe it's not a good short, right? Maybe it's not, maybe why are we at 30? Are we going through 30, right? So I'll have my orders just over here, respecting the range. If we break through 29.50, then probably get a 30 test. So I'll have to get out of that one. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. And somebody, Chill Vibes, cool name there, saying look at RCL. So sure, let's have a quick look here at RCL, which is on New York, I think. Yep, here RCL. Traded not too many shares, trading around 54 right now. And man, this market is ripping to the upside. 39 getting tested for sure. RCL towards high a day. This thing on the daily looking like it wants to break out. You know, for so long it's been, oh, we're at the highs, like short. Like that's kind of been the vibe of the year. And, you know, obviously
There's
lots
big
of selling
size
in the
short though on 38,900, sorry, on the ES right now. If you look at it, there's about 400 to 500 lots showing up over here on 3,900. I think we churned through 100 of it, and then we fell back to the downside slightly. So watching the S&P 500 futures, oops, sorry, missed out the, there we go. Watching the S&P 500 futures, if we constantly keep fighting that 3,900, most likely we do churn through 500 contracts, which is a lot of money, right? 500 contracts, 3,900. Looking for that rejection now at these level. Maybe we take that trade on the futures over here. Take a couple contracts. It won't show up on the blotter for you guys on the show, but we could do it over here on the SPY ETFs instead, and this will show up on the show for you guys. Take a quick little short in front of that 3,900 level. Let's see if we do get a pullback on the market for us to capitalize on. Also jump back into Google trade over here. We see Google pulling up to 95, so now we're pulling back below 95, trying to see if we can make some of that money that we gave back on it on the market. Looks like that 3,900 short is going to play out for the moment as the market is pulling back a little bit harder than expected. Obviously, we had some size over there, so size does mean something when there is on the blotter for sure. People look to front run it, and it's a good indication to see how big of a buyer or how big of a seller is the market looking at currently while running into a significant level such as the 3,900. Looking at the chat right now to see if you guys have any stocks to talk about for us, if any specific levels to stare at or anything. Feel free to throw the stocks in the chat, and Luigi's cousin and Mario over here will try to pull them up and cover it for the best of our ability.
100%, yeah. And Chill Vibes asking RCL, I'm not sure if I finished that statement, but I don't really see a trade here. It's kind of very, very slow. You know, looking like maybe it's moving to the upside, breaking out back on the daily, but there's not really any crazy levels that I see here. Maybe 60, maybe it wants to run and do a 60 test, but yeah, for the most part today from the daily, it's very choppy. You guys can see just based on the candlesticks, right? It's, you know, not really giving crazy amounts of range. I don't really want to get involved in this one. I'm not really thinking short or long, but yeah, from the daily, maybe you run into a little bit more resistance at 60. Kind of feels like we want to get there, but at the same time, are we going to get pullbacks along the way? I have no idea. So I'm gonna just kind of put this on the back burner. I'm not really thinking too much about it. And I just want to actually look, where am I on Bank of America? This one kind of still holding. So yeah, very, very tight range on this. Yeah, not really expecting too much. But yeah, it is what it is. GME now out of the money 50 cents. And every 10 cents that I go out of the money on this, I think, man, is a flush coming that's going to kill me. But it's okay, because we're far away from 28.50, so I think we're good there. No big deal. And Meta scaling myself out, got a few more fills in front of 95, now bouncing, holding 94.50. So you know the rules, right? Once resistance, now maybe support. So let's see if that 94.50 wants to hold. If it doesn't, we're going to be back at 94 very, very quickly, right? And again, the way that I like the trade the first time is not the way that I like it the second time. You know, call it, if this is 100% of your size, then maybe, you know, it gets there again. Maybe take 75% of your size, or maybe 60%, 85%. I would not be taking like 200%, 300% the second time around, because, you know, it shouldn't be getting there now. Now that it's breaking out, it should be holding, should be moving back to the upside, should break through 95. So yeah, hopefully I get those 95 fills over there. I want to be patient with it, and that would be very, very nice. But I think it's going to fill. I think it's going to work. that's a pretty solid winner. I mean, like, look at this, right? You just kind of recycle, hold some for the move. If this gets to 97, it's getting to 97 without me. I don't really care too much. And, yeah, and then we'll go from there. I think some of the guys in the back killed that trade as well, so congrats to you guys as well. Luca is retired from Panama City. Yeah, exactly. That's future Luca. For now, current Luca right here, living the dream. And, yeah, guys, let us know what you're dressing up. You know, tag us on Twitter. Show us if you got kids, if you're dressing them up as well. You know, it's always exciting. Halloween, obviously, a lot of fun times across the board. And, you know, don't overeat those chocolates and candies. And if you do, just make sure you hit the gym because, yeah, you know, those things catch up to you. And Rivian at the high a day. So let's have a look here. Rivian high a day. Is that NASDAQ? Yeah, NASDAQ. Okay. I'm getting confused now here because some of it is New York, some NASDAQ. I don't trade Rivian too often. Yeah, this is a nice high a day. If you had that low, oh, wow. Anybody who was looking at this from last week, looking like the bottom's holding here on Rivian, that 34.10 to 34, and then look at that bounce and just hasn't looked back. Clean move to the upside, 6-point winner if you held on to that one. Pretty clean. I don't really know where resistance comes in on this one. You know, maybe looking at it from the daily perspective, it's not really, I mean, 36 is not really a resistance, but it's now inching into that resistance of like 36 to 37.50. If we clear 38, then maybe you get a 48 test. Not really expecting any of this to come today. Kind of feels like it is overextended and due for a pullback. Would not be surprised to see this thing back at 35 at some point today. So yeah, if you are long that one, just make sure you're managing your positions. Obviously trading your own book, doing what makes sense to you guys.
Yeah, I just had to restart my software real quick. But as you guys can see, in the meantime, while we're opening this bad boy up, let me just quickly do this. Brad, email.
I can continue to take over here.
We're good. We're going to quickly talk about cryptocurrencies. Cryptocurrencies today. What? Password's wrong. No, it's not. But looking at cryptocurrencies today, Bitcoin down on the day for almost 1.15%, and Ethereum down 1.28%. My buddies and I, you know, we were all getting a little happy that Ethereum's going up to the north side. My brokers that I have my cryptocurrencies with, allowing me to now stake our coins. So I'm staking ETH and my Solana, the whatever I have of it, looking to maybe, you know, get a better average eventually and bring it back down over here. Coming back to our market though, real quick, looks like 3,900 did break on the S&P 500, and now I'm just waiting to see, are we going to stay above 3,900 or are we going to get back below it? You know, 3,902, the pre-market highs. Looks like we're still under pre-market highs yesterday, or overnight high of 3,902. So just waiting a little bit longer. I can't give it that wiggle room. You know, only 2.7 points out of the money on the futures trade over here. If that 3,902 high does give though, I might have to give up on this trade completely. Pretty unhappy though watching this crazy move coming into the market. I mean, I guess UVXY was telling you exactly what you wanted to see. The market just kept breaking the lows, or UVXY kept breaking the lows, and the SPYs just kept going higher and higher and higher. My SPY short at the moment, out of the money, almost $1.13, so that's not looking good. But as long as the SPY ETF or the futures, are not taking out the pre-market highs or the overnight highs, I think I'm still having a little bit of confidence on this trade over here on the short side.
Maybe I should get some more out of Amazon here. It's now curling back up. I don't know. Yeah, let's get some more out here on Amazon. I'm just going to respect the fact that it's VWAP and it is down on the day, and it's not a big deal because it's you know, doesn't hurt to sell a little bit, right? Sell a little bit. So I know I said I'm holding for 103, but that was before. Now if we curl back up, I don't know. So yeah, this is just being discretionary, reevaluating in real time. And somebody's saying you're about to get smoked on. ... Guess what? Not telling. I don't know if that's my positions, but the first thing that came to mind was, oh man, is it going to be McDonald's? Because that's what I was thinking too. So yeah, let's do this. Like I mentioned, you know, I like the short. I thought we could go back down, but now that we're going back up, you know, I am going to respect that my stop on this is 274, which easily could hit. But because I'm a little bit light on the position and I did cover some of it, you know, thankfully, now if we get to 274, it's not like that too bad of a loser. So whatever, we'll revisit that one. But yeah, if I don't know if you're referring to I don't know what you were referring to, but when I saw that comment, I was like, oh no, this is gonna be McDonald's, isn't it? Maybe GME, but yeah, GME pretty light on the position, so not too worried, and everything else working. So things are looking good. Just kind of slowly managing everything, scaling out everything slowly, and actually surprised that Meta's not through 95 on that one. But that one's pretty clean, man. You know, you get those bottom picks, you kind of scale yourself out. Very, very clean. And Tilray, let's look back at Tilray. This one's still moving. Kind of giving a, not so much like of a top-ish pattern, but what is this, somewhat of a bull flag here maybe. You know, 14, between 414 and 4, if it holds up. This is something that I think for sure, you know, you got to be patient with. I kind of love the longs there. But yeah, I think I got another fill there on Meta. Let me just quickly revisit this one. Oh yeah, beautiful. Okay, so we actually pushed the 95 level. And that's the thing, right? Have your orders out, because look at that. We ripped to 95, we're back down. So if I don't have any of those any of that order there, you know, I don't get it. So yeah, pretty clean, very nice. And did it print 95? What was the high there? 96. Okay, yeah. So I had some more at 99s, but maybe that's too aggressive, just reversing right off my order. But yeah, no big deal. And Henry Z saying Palantir, bang, bang, bang. Let's have a look here. Palantir, bang, 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 below $9. I love bringing up Palantir because I'm like, is this going to be back at 10 yet? But yeah, I don't really know. I think that 9 level is kind of interesting on Palantir. It's slowly grinding its way back up, right? Just slowly, you know, chipping away at the losses that it created. But I think for the most part, if this holds trend, then we're probably pushing 9. And, you know, I want to say that the price they IPO'd at, if it was an IPO or reverse merger, can't remember, was around 10. So that 10 level is kind of interesting. And, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we get back there. But, you know, it's kind of slow, right? I'm not really sure when Palantir has earnings, but always exciting when trading Palantir for sure.
Yeah, currently getting into a couple positions over here as NASDAQ pulling up to 11,500 area. NASDAQ is currently just shy of 11,500. So I'm building into a short on Amazon closer to 102. And Meta closer to 95 also, as 95 looks like we constantly, well, we have rejected 95 previously earlier on today. And now look at well, why is Mama not zooming in? Come on, zoom in. And now there we go, better. The 100-period EMA looks like we're pretty much at 95, slightly under 95 for the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart here. Let's see if the NASDAQ can actually pull back from 11,500 and also help the S&P 500 to pull back. Someone in the chat said, why is Pratt trying to short the stocks when the market's ripping? You're not wrong, but the market's still red on the day today, such as the NASDAQ down 0.8% on the day. S&P 500 still down 0.2% even after having a beautiful move back up north here. And there comes the rejection in the market, the 3,900 breaking to the south side. This market getting ready to now push way further to the south side most likely. Hence that short on the futures that I'm still holding from 38.98. Where is it? MESZ22. There we go. Now the shorts actually look like it might be coming into play a little bit. We're just going to have to be a little careful, obviously. Watch if the market does bounce from anywhere. Like example, the 50-period EMA. We've been changing the trend after creating the low of the day and bouncing off the 50-period EMA. So don't really want to watch the same trend playing out one more time, which is the market bouncing off that 50 one more time and then going on for another run for a new high a day. Currently, the shorts are putting us in the money. Amazon shorts 19 cents, Meta short 13 cents, and looks like the 11,500 is pulling back on the market.
Morning to everybody joining the chat right now. Hopefully you're enjoying the show, enjoying the costumes. Hit the like button if you just showed up here. 3.3K. I think today's the chance. We could get to 5, so let's do it. Would be awesome. And thank you so much to everybody that hit the like button already. Appreciate that. And I was just whispering under my breath. I was like, because everyone's like, oh, Tesla. And I'm like, oh, where's Tesla? And it rejected that 228. And again, my order was above 228. And then I said, I don't know, maybe I'll try the short in front of it. So yeah, if we get back up there, I'm going to take a light position in front of 228 and maybe go a little bit heavier, closer towards 229. But man, this kind of feels like, oh wow, this market is really reversing here. So yeah, hold on to your shorts. Did something happen on that? I guess there's no. Okay, these shorts are. Wow. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what happened there, but that was what is it, like 11:58? Something has to be out there because that's a quick move down. on everything. All these longs like were so in the money, and I think I just now I'm like way out of the money. So this is why you pay yourself along the way. Amazon, not too worried about that one. Meta, I don't know what to think here now. Okay, let me just to kind of be responsible, take some out over here. I don't know if we bounce back, maybe we do, but I'm not really sure what happened there. And I'm not really sure the news on it. And for some reason, McDonald's with the short coming through. Let's go. Okay, I did not expect this one. I was like, this is going to be a loser. And now this one's actually a banger here. So, yeah, let's, you know what, let's pay myself on this one, too.
We're going to send it to Brendo at the big desk for happening now.
Hey, guys, just seeing a note from Associated Press. President Biden to float or propose a quote-unquote windfall tax on energy producers. So big move down for not only oil itself, but individual energy producers downside. Looks like dragging the market down with it as well. Here we go, 0.5% right now for the S&P 500. Back in the red, the Dow, 0.25%, the Russell, 0.3. Russell 2000 holding up a little bit better than the rest. This is where we're running into a bit of a problem. 0.9 right now for the NASDAQ composite, a full percent and change for the NASDAQ 100. So tech on watch once again. We were talking Tesla, NEO, and GameStop all in the pre-market this morning. Big movers, very active to start the day, all continuing to do so. I want to mention this one as well. Tilray popping back up on volume, but this is another cannabis ETF that's doing a ton of volume today. MSOS on the NYSE ARC exchange, trying to hold this 11 area right now after a halt on that initial Chuck Schumer comment this afternoon, guys.
Wow. Okay, so short energy, and here we go. XOM in a short, 1126 short, and this thing now moving back down. We're getting that second leg down. I got to be better with these news trades because it has the original move, then it stops, and I'm like, I don't know though, but no, I do know because going down. So here we go. We're almost $1 in the money on this trade already. Pretty sick trade, and I think we're going to find support at 110, and I don't really know where we bottom out at, so I'm just going to simply scale myself out if I can get some of these orders here. And yeah, we'll go from there. If this wants to, yeah, okay, take some out over here. And yeah, for me, it's just going to be scale myself out. Again, XOM was strong. They increased their dividend. They had earnings on Friday. It was very strong. 110 held. Had a run all the way to 113 today. And now look at this move to the downside. Like, this is a huge move for XOM. So short over here, I think the short is good. I'm in the money. So can't really complain about this one. And yeah, hopefully we just get down a little bit lower, go for a 110. And then I might actually try a 110 bounce. I don't know if that's the right, that doesn't sound right as I say it out loud. Okay, no, I'm not going to go for a 110 bounce. That's just where I cover the rest of this position if we can get there.
Yeah, you guys see what's going on over here. That the NASDAQ drop off to 11,500 just timed up perfectly with what President Biden had to say. And just looks good at the moment for the shorts. If you guys have on board any shorts, for example, the Meta fill and the Google fill for exactly where I got them now. Just waiting for them to pull back a little bit more. The market looked like it wants to, hold off at VWAPs, though. I don't know if we hold off at VWAP if the market started off the day negative on the day, but then, had the climb that it did. But then also the catalyst coming in with President Biden talking about extra taxes and so on. So market selling off of that. I'm expecting the market to continue selling off for the rest of the day from here on out and continue. Mondays are technically supposed to be the worst days for the market. I think at least that's what I remember. Over the weekend, the market comes out with news catalysts and disseminates that information. And Monday, the release day of the news and so on, ends up causing those Black Monday type of deals coming into play. So waiting to see if this weight on the market carries a little bit more, or this catalyst carries a little bit more weight on the market, or will it just hold off at VWAP like it is at the moment? Look at NASDAQ holding off at VWAP and trying to really bounce off of VWAP to the north side. Pretty surprising to me if you ask me. Like I said, I keep on saying I expected the market to really go south side more and go test the lower days one more time. NASDAQ only down 1.12%. S&P 500 only down 0.5% on the day. What is the people in the chat saying? Doggy coin, Dogecoin. Yeah, Dogecoin, doing some crazy things from now that Elon Musk has actually finished his acquisition of Twitter, because Dogecoin's supposed to be Twitter's official coin. part of me wants to short the NASDAQ futures at 11,460 because I missed out the move from 11,500. But I think I just stay hands off from it.
Yeah, I'm just sending some messages here. So yeah, I look pretty silly punching out of Meta because now we're bouncing back up. And this is like, that was an impulsive, emotional decision. I was like, what's happening? Get out of Meta for some reason. But yeah, now we're back up. A good thing I held some of this. It was just, I think I had the most size on Meta, and that should have been a buy because that has nothing to do with Meta. That has everything to do with energy. So whatever is what it is, lock in the gains on XOM, which now is actually going to go against me. So I don't know. I'm just going to have to get out of this. I really didn't want to, it's a win because I covered a little bit more. And here's the thing, right? From a tape reading perspective, if you guys are trading, managing your trades, and you have kind of one trade on board, watch it. You take a position. It's in the money. Why is it stopping right here? You obviously know 110 is going to be support. It's a key psychological level. It showed you that that's the level from before. And so, maybe a lot of people are thinking, okay, I'm going to cover 110. I'm going to buy 110. And so for whatever reason, it just stops over here. And so even though I have my bias of, okay, 110 I'm going to cover, if it stops over here, like I guess I got to cover over there, right? So it's like, I think I can get 50 cents more. I don't get it. I'm using a time stop. I punch out, I punch out, I punch out. Then it rips back up, and then I punch out of the rest. So whatever is what it is. That was a news trade. I'm not really amazing at those trades by jumping in and out very quickly, but pretty proud of that one. Up on it for sure. And yeah, I didn't talk about this Neo long, but I think we're over 10 here. So if 10 wants to hold, we're already up 3.5%. It is kind of muted. There's a very good chance that we could go back through 10 and then kind of, get back to 990. But this is like, I just punched long, and I'm like, if we get to like 1020, okay, great. If we go below like, 995 area, then maybe I'll just get out of that. So the way I see it is a 4-to-1, but it's not crazy size, so I'm not really too concerned on that one. Bank of America, still no fills there, surprisingly. Okay, so we got Tesla short. So I'm short here, Tesla in front of 228, because I was wondering, I'm like, oh, now I'm short two things. Short here, maybe we create a double top, right? Maybe we get a nice little bit of a double top and then come back down here. That would be awesome. You know what, though? This Tesla trade does feel like we could actually come down to 225. Now that I think about it, I would love to scale in, but I have to scale in if it goes higher. I don't want to scale in at the same price. So I'm in the position. I told myself I'll take lighter size in front of 228, and I'll go a little bit heavier if we get to 229. So I'm going to respect what I originally said. Will be nice if we can get there. And yeah, everything else continuing to work. The most I'm out of the money here is on GME, which is it's not too crazy, but it's just like it hasn't broken 29. I think I'm just going to throw a stop out. If we break through 29, then I'm going to be out of this trade as well.
Yeah, I'm just trying to pull up the economic calendar at the moment, and looks like the market is going to try and pull back south over here, right back under 3,900 for 3,890, and also back under 3,900 for the NASDAQ market. No real numbers to come out on Monday. It was supposed to be at 9:45, the Chicago PMI numbers, which came out slightly higher than forecast, I think. Slightly less than forecast. Okay, slightly less than forecast. Tomorrow we have the ISM job openings numbers. And Wednesday, do we have anything? Wednesday, obviously, we have the FOMC. So lots of exciting, fun trading events or opportunities to come in on FOMC for all of us, without doubt. Let's see if we could look for some, like my 3,900 short on the MES over here does look way better than earlier now. So we're just waiting to see, obviously, with the break of that trend, if we can add to this trade at some point, maybe to continue winning on that. Meta Platforms currently 40 cents in the money, so let's take some profits on that bad boy too to the downside. Google only 11 cents in the money, nothing really to do on that one just yet for myself. And Amazon also nothing to do on that one just yet.
Yeah, everything's working here. Somebody mentioning Tesla to 220. I mean, I don't know if that's just a general target. I see what you see. I do see that, but not today. Like that would be all the way down here, right? Like it's possible. It is possible. I'll be honest with you right now. There's no way that I hold for 220. I'm holding for VWAP. That's kind of my target. I'll try to hold some. If we get to the VWAP, that 225 area, definitely taking off some, and then I'll try to hold some for that 220, because you know what? Now that I talk about it, I've convinced myself. I do a lot of this. I go, yeah, I'm convinced actually. I like this one. Let's see where it goes. it just feels good, right? We did the double top. Now we go down. If we break through 226, for sure we're getting that 225 test. The overall market now breaking back through VWAP. And here's the thing. In a bear market, everyone's looking just for some type of bad news to then amplify the short. You know, in a bull market, obviously bear news, bad news is overlooked. So that news that came out was related to Exxon. Oh my God, and as I pulled it up, I realized that that was a terrible cover, but it's all good. Whatever is what it is. Maybe now we get that 110 bounce. But yeah, I'm not even in the position anymore. But anyways, going back to what I was saying, it is a part of Exxon. It is oil related. So, you know, doesn't really apply to Facebook, right? So, or I should say Meta. So you're getting the sell-off in some of these names, and then that's actually a really good buy, right? Because if you weren't in from over here, you get the dip buy. We are now back down, so, you know, the bounce was kind of short-lived there. I don't really know what to expect with this. This is just sideways now, barcoding. I think, you know, it's, you know, at this point, after European close, approaching midday, it is lunch hour. I think now you have to manage your expectations. Whereas before I thought, oh yeah, we could for sure get to VWAP. Now I'm like, okay, no, there's no way. But obviously there's a way, there's a chance. But in my eyes, there's no way. So it is what it is. I'm not selling down here. But yeah, if we get back over here, I'm just gonna probably have to sell some more 94.80s. You know, maybe 94.60s. So yeah, just make sure you're managing your orders there. Maybe even 94.50s because, I don't know, that was the range from before. Now it's back in that range. AMD, I'm kind of sad I didn't have a VWAP order there. Man, that sucks. Oh, well, no big deal. Back down. This one I didn't actually love, so I took off the majority of it over there. But yeah, I could have had VWAP, and that's my own fault. This is the thing. I'm not usually in all these positions. And so when I am, I'm like, let me just, you know, try to figure out what I'm doing here. But I don't know. So yeah, Tesla working, Bank of America light. GME, oh, GME is back up now. Okay, let's go, GME. See, this is the thing. GME could be my top name of the day if we get to high a day. That would be sick. So yeah, watching on that one. Everything kind of working for me. Biggest loser right now is NEO, 10 cents down. Okay, I think I'm going to have to cover this one. I'm not going to cover this, but I'm going to throw a stop out. If we get below 990, then I'm just going to stop myself out on this one.
Europe's still open, eh?
No. The time change happens next weekend. Is it? No.
Yeah, Europe's still open. I see people in the chat saying that Europe's open, and I just wanted to go check if it was. And it looks like, race on Milan is still trading around. So it could be that you guys are right. I thought that time change was supposed to open next week.
Did they time change?
Yeah, they do time change. I think they time change a little bit earlier. Sunday, October 30th. Yeah, there you go. So for us, it is officially one time. But we go back to that anyways. Our daylight savings is.
Oh, so they changed. I thought they were always after us.
No, they changed before us, and we change after anyway. So that time change will happen soon for us too, and everything will go back to normal. So thank you, chat, for mentioning that to us, and it's something for us to keep in mind over here for sure. Looking at the scanners to see if any trades pop up. Something that's popping up is DINO. Obviously, you guys heard that the negative catalyst for the energy stocks. Dino, H. Claire Sinclair. That was a Sinclair H Dino. I forget what it was. HF Sinclair. There you go. HF Sinclair. Their logo Dino, hence their ticker Dino. Near low a day currently and pushing to the south side. Let's see if XLF in general, XLF on Amex, trying to show us weakness in it. Most likely will be showing weakness with that catalyst behind it too. Now down 0.29%. XOM, Oxy, Dino, and all other energy stocks must most likely head to the south side off of that. GME and AMC, yeah, GME has been a monster trade today to the north side. If you were able to capitalize on it, it did halt a little bit around 9:30ish or so towards 33 to 35. Not sure if you guys took any longs on GME today.
No.
No, yeah, surprised the floor doesn't have any killer longs on this position, but looks like at the end of the day, did give you trades to the upside and also gave you trades to the downside. The overall idea, according to our watch list, is I think it was S3, shortinterest.com or S3.com or whatever, said as long as GME is trading above $30, there is a potential squeeze all the way up to the moon, basically. And that squeeze did come into play today a little bit to the north side, also came to the south side, and now we're just hanging out around $30, around the 100 period EMA on this 5-minute chart. Let's see if GME manages to, at some point, go back to the north as the NASDAQ is currently doing so, and same with the S&P 500.
Yeah, somebody in the chat. So there's two things I want to comment. First, Zach is asking, any liquid 3 times bare oil ETFs? I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I'm sure some exist. I don't know if Prad knows any, or if you guys in the chat know of an inverse oil ETF 3 times leveraged. Throw them out there and we can have a look. I know like oil or USO, but that one's like a bull, not bear, and I don't think it's leveraged either. So yeah, NRGD, I feel like that might be a natural gas. And DRIP, oil inverse. Let's have a look. DRIP, if that's one. As you can tell, I don't trade oil that much. Yeah, I don't see DRIP. Maybe on the Amex. Okay, DRIP, and you could even Google it too. You can any of these symbols, or even type it in DRIP stock to get this one. This is S&P oil and gas times 2 inverse, I want to say. So yeah, there's that. There's NRGD oil 3 times bear. Okay, yeah, thank you so much. So yeah, chat. Always feel free to guys ask chat, because a lot of people are looking at different things. And some people focus on oil trades, some people are tech traders, some people small caps, right? So it's nice to have a nice community where everybody kind of watching everything and sharing this information. So very, very cool there. Thank you so much. And somebody else, I think Vanilla Ice, saying, oh man, I just gave back profits on AMC. Now I'm in the red. So the one thing I'm gonna kind of mention here is, as a day trader, and I'll speak to myself, I give back profits all the time. And it's just the nature of the way that I trade and the nature of trading in general, but just make sure that is not leading to more tilt trades that don't make sense, right? So, for example, if you're red and you're kind of sad on the day, you're down, you gave back profits, and then Meta 94 comes into play, okay, great. You take 94, you recycle, you make your money back, great, awesome. But don't just, go back to the well that killed you and maybe there's not a trade there and then you get emotional and you overtrade. I do it from time to time, but I'll just reiterate those habits. Make sure you are taking good trades, finding the next setup. Always ask yourself, what is the next trade, right? That trade that, may have killed me this time, who cares, no big deal. What is the next trade? What is the one that's ahead of you? Always think in terms of like, how can I get better? The past is behind us, it's no big deal. So, I think it's a good example across the board, not to call you out Vanilla Ice, which is a pretty cool name there. And, not to call you out specifically, but I also do the same thing. I get myself in those situations, so I think it's worth a comment, right? Like, learn from each other and just try to get better there. So just looking back at my positions, got out of Amazon, now back above VWAP here. And this is probably going to grind to the upside if I had to guess, right? The market fell off and now reversing back to the upside. Easily could go back to where it was. Again, that general move down is oil related, but then everything else is like, okay, wait a second. That doesn't have anything to do with us. So Amazon now moving back to the upside, and I'm still in this position, average being 101.14 now. Pretty light. I think I don't even have any orders. Oh no, I do have orders scaled. Yeah, I'm getting some out in front of 103. If we can actually make a push there right now, that'd be great. But this is something that I really do think we're going to grind sideways and then just like make our way to 104. It's kind of far away now. I wouldn't expect it in the next, like 30 minutes per se, but it's just kind of giving me the vibes that, it really did sell off. It showed the bottom. If you have the long from down here, you're super in the money. Going to be patient with that. So, just kind of selling some over here, selling some over here, selling some at 103 if we get there, and then I'll hold some for a 104. Hopefully, I don't have too much to sell there. And let me just quickly look. Yeah, no, we'll be good. So that's good. Meta, yeah, moving back up now. So that one's pretty solid. AMD's back at VWAP. Yeah. Yep. Get me some out over here because I didn't get out before. Now get me out over here. Perfect. Okay. Still holding some. If we pop, I don't think AMD is going to 61. If it does, okay, great, goes without me. But this is something that I'm gonna take some more out. If we get above VWAP, test that 60-50 and reject. Probably get the rest out. I'm not gonna lie over there. And oh man, okay, McDonald's. Good thing I got some out over here. Now we're back at the highs. Yeah, this thing just doesn't want to go down. It's flat on the day, but it wants to hold VWAP. I don't really know. Punching out here is probably not a good idea for myself. So if we can get back to 273, great. I'm gonna take it off. The rest off over there. I think I had 2 winners on it. Now I'm pretty light on the position, so it's not really too bad. So, but if we do get above, again, I said 274. If we get above 274, I'm going to have to stop myself out. So that'll be a 50-cent move to the upside. If we come back to 273, I'm going to get out. So I either save myself 50 cents or pay 50 cents more on that one. But yeah, not really a big deal. Tesla actually back up. Oh man, that's so unfortunate here. That double top had it had a lot of potential. It had a lot of potential, but yeah, I guess everything's really just moving together, right? So maybe we get some more sideways action. If we get higher, I'll continue to add to this Tesla position and risk off that 229 with the general idea that 230 is the resistance. And you know what? This is what I hate. I hate that I'm going to have to short in front of 229 when the resistance is 230 because my risk is so large. So I can't really short like 229, 79. That's a whole other trade. I don't even want to get there. If we get there, I'll be out of this one, and this one will be a loser. So it is what it is, but sometimes it's not going to line up perfectly. You just got to kind of manage what's in front of you. So yeah, everything kind of floating around right now. Nothing really too crazy. So yeah, pretty good right now, and everything's going well.
Yeah, currently looking at what the market wants to do. NASDAQ did break above 11,500 for the second time around over here to the north side. But S&P 500 not really having that buying power to push above 3,900 looks like. So punched into a quick little short on the SPYs and on the QQQs to see if we can turn them into a little bit of a winner. Looks like there we go. Yeah, now the NASDAQ is pulling back under the 11,500 area and also added on the Google shorts, which are only 5 pennies out of the money for us, slightly above 95. So adding on to that position. Did not really get to add on the Meta platform, however, because we were still didn't really pull back as the market pulled back. Meta was just getting rejected by the 100-period EMA. We didn't get the opportunity to have a pullback up to 95 on Meta, and now SPY 41 cents in the money on the SPY ETF. And QQQ looks like it says 67 cents, but I think that's just a bug. But yeah, we are in the money on the QQQs here. Let's take some money to the downside. And also on the SPY real quick, as 45 cents are being offered. Previously, we did have to take a loss on the SPY shorts, but now we're hopefully looking to turn that around and turn them into a little bit of a winner for ourselves. Meta platforms also 18 cents flushing back to the south side with the help of the market flushing here. I mean, I guess I shouldn't really be saying flushing. The market's still, pretty close to 11,500, and NASDAQ also pretty close to 3,900. Sorry, SPY is also pretty close to 3,900. So let's just wait to see if we do get the pullback that we're looking for to take advantage over here. NU popping up on the scanners to the green side today, but the $5 level is going to stand out because we've been pretty far away from 5 for a while now, but 5 coming into play, that's going to be an area where I actually short the stock.
Let's go.
Because this stock has, we've seen it pull up to $5 before and just trade somewhat up to $5 level. But today I'm expecting it to, use 5 as a resistance. We'll give it to the high day around 502, 503 to have our stop out there, only 3 pennies of risk. So we could basically add a little bit more size on this trade to see if we can quickly scalp it to the short side.
Yeah, and I don't know. Amazon reversed really, really hard off that 103. So yeah, important to have your orders there, and I think it reversed right off my. I don't know if I had an order there. I have like a lot of orders out here, but that's kind of frustrating, man, because I don't even know if it actually got to 103 there. I wasn't even paying attention, but man, that was like a sharp move up, sharp move down. Now 70 cents back down. Man, this Amazon is a beast of its own. I don't know what these bots are doing and how they're trading, but they are pretty savage, pretty savage. Yeah, McDonald's back down. Somebody saying Palantir tendies. Yeah, that made me laugh a little bit. We can have a look here at DKNG as well, and somebody was mentioning it, so let's have a look. DKNG. I'm not really sure. I think they have earnings coming up on Friday in the morning, if I'm not mistaken. That's when they usually report, and so I think that's when they're coming through here. Pushing to the upside on the daily, sort of a little bit of a breakout. I think a lot of these names, just in general, have room to run because we sold off for so long, but obviously make sure you are respecting the range that it kind of shows you that it wants to be in, right? It's, had the run up, now it's like a little bit down, a little bit up, right? Showing you the channel that it's in. Now we're towards the top of the channel. Maybe there's going to be some type of resistance at this 16, or, you could take the flip side and say, oh, this is buying going into earnings, which is coming out on Friday, and is it going to be a sell the news event? I think, safe to say I like the sell the news event ideology, and that is basically anytime any type of catalyst is coming out, long or short into that catalyst, and then, gauge overall market tone. Is the bid strong? Is the offer strong? And, get out when the volume is there. So maybe this is a potential breakout. Maybe it's going to reject. I guess tomorrow will be the tell. Today, pretty high on the day, up almost 5%. Very far away from VWAP, giving a little bit of a double top. I think, from a day trade, I think you try the short one time there. And so that's what I'll do here. I don't want to chase it from where it is right now, but if we get maybe closer to 16. I think it'll be interesting. So I'll try. I'll have an order there, and we'll see if we get in. If it goes back down without me, no big deal there. But yeah, thanks for the heads up there, because that's actually that could be a really good short level, and very good R to R on that one. So yeah, XOM falling 111 again. Yeah, let's glance back at this, because man, some of my trades suck. And like, this is one where it's like, yeah, look how frustrating this is. Like, I take the short, I cover the rest because I'm like, oh, are we going to just like rip back up? Like, I don't know. And then we're just like, now we're back down, right? So I guess rule of thumb for myself here, just saying it out loud, if negative news, right, buy the dip in things that are not related to that negative news and hold on to the shorts, because now we're actually getting to 110. And this is probably, you know, I probably could have got some out over here. I could have got some more out over here in front of 110. Ah, man, that's frustrating, but it is what it is. No big deal. You know, hopefully you guys have more patience with that one than I do. And yeah, I don't know if a 110 bounce makes sense, but I'm going to try it now. I'm going to try it a little bit less size, because I said that it doesn't make sense, so I should probably do less size. And I'm going to give this a wide stop. It's going to be discretionary, just because I anticipate 110 breaking. Not really a hard level. The name is not SSR. It's not similar to like a Meta or an Amazon bounce that I was playing the other days. This could easily go 109.80. But what would be really nice is a break of 110, a reclaim, and then a pop back up 40 cents. So it is a scalp trade, something that I'm probably going to keep my eye on if we get the fill there. And yeah, we'll see what happens. The market is all over the place. Algo's in play. Yeah, exactly. Algo's in play for sure. Guys, keep in mind FOMC coming up on Wednesday, so it is an interest rate decision. And I think they're expecting 75 basis points. By they, I mean the market. So if for whatever reason we get a 50 basis point hike, which I don't even think that's on the table, but if we get a 50 basis point hike and the market kind of holds up for today, tomorrow, going into FOMC release, which is 2 p.m. on Wednesday, then, you know, I love the long. I love the long. I'm not going to lie. And that's just because our market actually bounced when Canada increased by 50 beeps. So the prior was 75, and the time before that was 1% in Canada. And now, you know, everyone's like, oh, the Fed for sure is going to, you know, increase by 75 basis points. A lot of the news outlets are talking, oh, here comes a Fed pivot, blah, blah, blah. I'm not actually convinced. I don't listen to these news outlets. But I do understand, you know, kind of what the market wants to do and wants to see. And if we get that 50 basis point hike, I think the, you know, we're off to the races. Like, we could easily be at 4,000, 4,100 very, very quickly. So we'll see that one on Wednesday. Just keep that in the back of your mind. Maybe that's why some of these names are muted. You're getting extreme moves, and then it kind of, the volume dies down very quickly. Traders kind of say to themselves, okay, maybe Wednesday's the big trade, so we'll have to kind of be patient with that one. So yeah, things are moving today. Definitely really exciting. Yeah, see AMD back down. I'm done with this AMD trade. I'm done. I'm out. Okay, that's a winner. That's a winner. But yeah, I wish I saw this sooner, because it did exactly what I said. Reject off that 60-50, back down through VWAP. I don't even care if it comes back up. I'm just done with this AMD trade altogether. I'll lock in the win and walk away on that one. Meta, I was scaling out near the top. Still holding down here. I'm not adding at 94.45 just because, you know, if you're risking off 94 and you add over here, you increase your risk by quite a bit, right? Let's say you wanted to risk off 93.50. You know, you're giving yourself a 50-cent risk. Maybe you're saying there's potential to get to 95, so 2 to 1. If you add over here, it just kind of skews that to the downside. So it's more so like it feels like we're going up, but I just can't add here just because of that. And yeah, Tesla back up and back down now. So that's unfortunate. It just knows how not to give you good fills. Okay, so whatever is what it is. But yeah, it's just kind of ranging here. I don't know if taking it out here is the right thing to do, because it's showing you that this maybe wants to be the bottom. But I think if we actually do break, if we break through, then we're going to get that VWAP test. So I have the position. It looks like that's the right spot to be in the short. And maybe adding to that is actually not the right idea if we actually get there. I thought like maybe this one gives you the wick and then we reverse, but now it's kind of, you know, in this range here. So you know what? It is what it is. I'm going to hold on for 225 like I mentioned, because Tesla is not something that I'm scalping the same way I'd be scalping like Amazon or Meta. It's just more difficult to do that. It's very challenging to get those fills. So it is what it is. Somebody also was talking about NVIDIA from before. And NVIDIA is actually a really good look. They have earnings coming up next Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. And that 140 level on NVIDIA is kind of interesting. It's something that, like, from a daily looks like maybe it's going to break out to the upside. But this market is proving time and time again that breaks to the upside. For example, on NVIDIA, you want to take a 140 break to the upside. Well, guess what? You probably should have $1 stop on that at least, maybe $2, because it's going to jump up. It's going to wick around. And then, you know, your upside is maybe 145. I thought today it had potential, just, Friday being strong, maybe today you have the follow through, but today is definitely an inside day on NVIDIA. But yeah, from a swing trading perspective, if you're swinging calls, I saw somebody talking about that before. If this gets over 140, looking pretty clean to the upside. So yeah, I see what you see there, but I'm not really trading it today. Giving you that kind of double top rejection off 136, now kind of acting as a little bit of a resistance. I wouldn't be surprised if we, get back down here. But yeah, I think just spending a lot of time at VWAP, I don't want to diddle in the middle on this one. But yeah, that 140 could be a good look for tomorrow or the next day. And, AMD earnings coming up after the bell tomorrow, so that'll obviously influence NVIDIA as investors kind of pre-plan from all the news that comes out.
Yeah, I don't want to stop you at talking there, Luca, at all, because every time you kept talking, looked like the market wanted to push a little bit lower, and my shorts were paying me a little bit extra dollars. So thank you, Luca. Actually, if you want to continue talking for the next half an hour, let me know, because I actually need that to continue working that way. This is beautiful how this is working out right now. Watch, as soon as I start talking, the market's going to go back up and take away the profits from me. But right now, yeah, QQQ and SPYs are about $1 in the money for both of them. Let me take some more money on the SPYs over here in front of you guys. And the same thing for QQQ. Some profits are being offered. Let's capitalize on those profits. Same thing on Google. Well, Google only 13 cents in the money, so let's go take some profits on Meta platforms instead. As the shorts are looking to pay us over here a little bit. Previously, there was some pain on these trades, but now we're looking to capitalize on the short side. Looks like SPY is $1. Yeah, there we go. Google is now getting ready to push to the south side. I'll actually take some more out on Google just to be safe, because I don't want it to hold above VWAP and then get screwed up on that. You're a blessing to the shorts. Yeah, Luca was a blessing to the shorts over there for a second. Market is so sadly at VWAP, and we are looking to hold above VWAP on the S&P 500 futures. Let's see if that's the way the market wants to continue playing out. The market did, however, create the lower low on the second run up towards 39.03. Capped up at 3,900, so I'm expecting it to really make a lower low over here after breaking that trend line too. We were on a pretty strong trend line to the north side. The market rejected the overnight high. The NASDAQ rejected the 11,500 area. The negative catalyst came into the market to play a little bit extra weight onto it, and now we're kind of bouncing off of 38.85. I'm expecting that 38.85 to start giving eventually.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking back, sending some messages here. Kind of fine. Let me cover some more positions. This is probably not the right. This is a bad trade, man. McDonald's. What did I get myself into? I'm up on the name, so it's nothing crazy. But I'm like, oh, let me cover 273, and look at this, just right through 273. Now we're actually probably going back down. This is a product of I have too many trades on, and I'm not used to this, and I'm trying to get better and grow as a trader. But don't bite off more than you could chew. And right now, I feel like that's the case for myself. I think Neo's a loser. Yeah, Neo stopped out. Okay, that was a great stop out. Okay, nice on that one. And GME, MBLY. Am I still in MBLY? Yeah, still in this. Oh, man. Talk about barcode action. And, guys, this is the thing. Day one IPO, MBLY, Intel spinoff, doing lots of volume, very exciting. We traded it. It was awesome. Now, I'm like, okay, now it's at my level, so let me try it. But look at this, man. This is barcode. This is terrible. This is terrible. So, whatever is what it is. But I just wanted to comment that this is, as a day trader, you don't want to see this, right? You don't want to see that is what it is. Oh, XOM, let's go back there very quickly just to quickly glance at this. Did we get a 110 bounce? No, not really. Do I have an order out here? Oh, I do have an order out. Okay, yeah, I still want to respect that 110 bounce. Going into it really quickly, I don't know what to think, but now that we're kind of slowing down, maybe 110 could be good for a little bit of a bounce. So I'm going to continue to respect that. And yeah, some of these other trades are just sort of trade management right now. And it's kind of funny, Prad, because you're like, oh, as you're talking, the market's selling off, so I don't want to stop you. And I'm like, I'm in long. So I should just stop talking right now. But yeah, no, I'm like in the money on these. So I think I'm good. And the only one that I was kind of close to is the Tesla, which now is like fading, right? So yeah, hopefully Tesla goes for that 226. And I think if the market sells off, everything else equal, it's not really strong on the day. You got that 230 overhead resistance. Yeah, 225 test seems reasonable. And then maybe we get down 223, 222. I think that's bottom end of the range for the most part. And let me just quickly pull up. Hopefully this loads very quickly. The 5-minute, this is like, you had the very strong Tesla move. Now it's showing you the range that it wants to be in, right? So this is the logic on this trade. 230 is the top, call it, 222 is the bottom. These are outlier moves. This was in the pre-market, or sorry, this was after hours based on Amazon move. This was the next day, but then it quickly reclaimed, right? So I would say for the most part, you're playing the range on this. 229 to 230 resistance, 222, 221 is somewhat of a support, pulling off that 220 level, just $10 level, $10 spread, very, very simple. So yeah, for the most part, I'm going to cover VWAP because I'm a day trader. But if you have the patience and you're short this and you want to hold because you think blah, 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 Tesla, this and that, yeah, maybe we do get 222. And if we actually turn back down, then, you got the 230 short. If we break 220 and actually go 215 again, oh, man, what a banger short that could be. So these are just my thoughts in real time, but obviously the way that I trade is not the way that I think. I have my biases, but, I like to just react and respect my levels. But yeah, that's just my thoughts on that one.
Luca, don't stop talking.
Yeah, maybe I should just cover my positions as I'm talking here. But no, but I'm just like in at such good levels. I'm holding Meta because 94 is respected. I'm holding Amazon because I'm in at such a good price, 101. I don't think we get back there. If we do, whatever, I'm willing to lose. And I took some out at VWAP and over here too. So now I'm really willing to lose on the rest of that position. And then Tesla, yeah, Tesla. Here we go. Okay, Tesla, thank you so much. Let's go 225 test in the money. Things are good. Tesla dumping. As he talks, Tesla goes down. Yes, sir, or ma'am, I'm not sure. Yeah, now we're getting people who are probably covering VWAP. This is the best thing, man. If you're short 228 and we're coming into VWAP, you just throw bids and you're like, yep, these are going to fill, because now we're at VWAP. So now volume's going off. You're going to get the fill. It's challenging to get fills like in areas that make a lot of sense. Then we get back to the mean. It just does a lot of volume and fills all these orders. So yeah, pretty solid on that one. Hopefully you guys are in that one. I should have probably added to it, but I didn't. Is what it is. Trying to get better every day. Hopefully things go well. GME now probably going to stop me out. There's probably going to be slippage on that order too, which is unfortunate. But I don't want to punch out over here. Is what it is. Whatever. No big deal. Okay, so I'm long XOM as well for the bounce. And I originally told myself I'm not going to do this. So now that I'm in the bounce play, it's light, and I'm not really sure where we bounce to. It would be really nice if I could actually get 50 cents out of this. If this thing wants to rip up 50 cents, I'm just going to call it a day and get myself out because that would be solid. If it stalls for a little bit and then decide what it wants to do, then I'm going to remove that order to get out for the 50-cent win. I'm going to try to hold for 111. Theory behind this is, liquidity vacuum. You rip to the downside, playing off the bounce level. If it rips back to the upside, I want out because, yeah, it could reverse on me, right? I've seen that so many times, and it's super frustrating when it happens. So, you got to kind of respect the way that the market moves. And, yeah, we'll see where this one goes because I'm not 100% convinced. Could easily break. Meta now going back to 94 here. Do you guys want me to stop talking or like?
I for sure don't. I mean, look, now I'm $1.60 in the money on QQQ, $1.60 in the money on the SPYs, just nonstop. And now, as soon as I start talking, look how the market's going back above VWAP and trying to go up north. So obviously, I don't want yourself to stop talking, but some of the viewers want it though. Some of the viewers want me to come on so the market can go up. So hopefully with me talking here for the next 5 to 10 minutes, maybe you'll see the market actually move up and you understand that if you are short, you need Lucky Luciano to come on once again. Maybe that's what you are today, Lucky Luciano, huh? Since this is lunchtime, let's take a second over here to encourage you guys. Hit the like button. We're already at 3.4K likes with 5,000 of you watching. If it's not hard enough already to just constantly talk, normally while you're trading too, I got this mustache over here constantly poking me in my nose and bugging me a little bit. We got this hat. We got a nice little outfit for basically Mario. For those of you who don't know, Super Mario, Nintendo Brothers. And trying to have some fun. Look, the market's still going south side, so it looks like I'm helping myself over here, which is good. Now $1.70 in the money on SPY, $1.50 in the money on QQQ, 20 cents in the money on Google, and 80 cents in the money on the Meta platforms. Sure. Once again, coming back to the like count, though, yeah, guys, 3.4K likes, we appreciate that. But I think we can jump it up a little bit higher for the special Monday that we have going on, the end of October special Halloween Monday. So for those of you who have not hit that like button, hit that like button. For those 32% of you who are not subscribed, hit that subscribe button also. Looks like we keep increasing over here on the subscribe count, which is good. Now at 356,000 subscribers. For everyone in the chat who has a green name and you're wondering how you can acquire the green name yourself, click on this little join button right next to the subscribe button. You'll see a pop-up box with Brando coming on and telling you exactly what that entails. And last but not least, our YouTube merchandise store. You can do exclamation mark merch in the YouTube chat, or just go to our homepage on YouTube just by clicking this button down over here. And then you click on the store right there. You can access the store, buy some of the merch that that you see a lot of us rocking here on the show multiple times. QQQ still going down, which means Meta platform shorts are now $1 in the money. Look at Meta really pushing this outside. Let's take some size out. Meta new low a day, breaking that 39.50 almost coming into play very soon. And we're also expecting the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 to make a new lower. Looks like the S&P 500 did make a new low, which is lower than the previous low, which is exactly what I needed to do after creating a lower high. So lower high, lower low. Maybe we see another lower high coming into play and then another lower low, and eventually ending the day much more negative than we are right now for both of these markets, NASDAQ and for the S&P 500.
Yeah, guys, so I covered the rest of my Meta long here. I actually tried a long again in front of 94. There was some stack size there. I was like, okay, I'll participate, playing off of the 94, and quickly got away from me. I wanted to stop below because the first time, okay, maybe it's a fake out. The second time, this was my worry. And man, what a flush to the downside. So I lost 15, 17, let's call it 15 cents more than I wanted to, but all good, no big deal there. Yeah, Tesla short is working now, and all the longs are actually, yeah, maybe I should just stop talking before I should cover the longs and then maybe continue talking there. But yeah, hopefully you guys are banking on this, doing well. And oh, Apple, yeah, where is Apple right now? Because I actually was curious to see. Maybe we get a dip buy on Apple here. That's actually, it's holding this kind of trend here, right? Down 1.4%, but in a very, very tight range. I want to play the range on this. I think 152.50 is really, really solid on Apple, and that's below VWAP, and everything is selling off. But look at Apple. It's not really, really selling off. I think if this shows, this to me is showing me that Apple wants to be at a new high, like a new all-time high. I think once people realize that, it's like value names were running, McDonald's, Coca-Cola, all these names are running, and Apple is a growth name, but I think they're transitioning very slowly to a value name, and how do investors digest that information? I don't know, right? Just kind of a big picture there. So yeah, Apple very, very strong. So even from a day trade, I want to buy every potential bounce that I can get there. So yeah, if we get back closer to 153, I'm going to try a long there as well on Apple, and going for a bounce there. I think XOM, yeah, see, this is my worry. Now it's kind of chilling here. So yeah, I'm gonna be watching this one. I have no stop out for it per se, but if we finally get back over, we could still bounce. But I'm gonna reevaluate to see where it goes. I'm gonna remove that 50-cent win order. I think we could go a heck of a lot higher than that. Now that it kind of stalled, right? I'm going for the quick scalp liquidity vacuum. Okay, that trade's off the table, but this bounce still is in play in my mind. But now if it's slower, I'm gonna have to just maybe be more patient with it. Yeah, we could easily get back up there, but I don't want to sell it all. So I'm going to sell, I'm going to change that to like less size and then try to hold some. We could easily get back to 111 on that name, so yeah. And Miss Kim, can you please check Shopify? Sure, no problem. Let's have a look here. Shopify on the New York Exchange. I rarely look at this name. Now it's up 1.9% today. There's got to be some type of daily level coming into play. So let's look at this together here. I think everything giving the same vibe. This is just split adjusted, so don't worry about that. This is kind of post-split how it's trading and getting some resistance. 40 probably a level of resistance. See, this is the thing. Everything giving that same look, looking like here's a little bit of a bottom channel. Now it's going to break out. The only thing that you would probably have to keep in mind on these trades is the whole time this year, every time we were breaking out, it was a scary long to be had because it wasn't a clean long. It was like it would pop, then it would drop. You are at the top of the range. If it turns back into resistance, look how far it could go down, right? But obviously, if you're asking from a day trade perspective, the name very strong moving into that level, now sort of just slowly going back down. I don't really know if we get a whiplash back to VWAP per se, but I think this is the level that I would be looking at, that 34, 34.20 area for a dip buy. I'm not in position, so I can just look at this from the technicals, objectively speaking about it. I think if we get to 34.20, 34, That would be my like low of day, Friday's kind of high area. Maybe we get a bounce there and then it can bounce back $1, going for a VWAP cover. That would be my logic on that one. And if it then keeps selling off and then breaks, 33.50, I'll be out of this trade. So for me, this looks like a 2-to-1. Buy 34, risk 50 cents, go for $1 move or VWAP. Works out to like a 2 or 3-to-1 on that one. Those are my thoughts on Shopify. The swing trade is kind of tough, right? Because I don't know if this is going to be resistance or if it's going to break out of resistance and then run to 40. So that's a tough call. Not really convinced on that, but hopefully that helps you. And hopefully you're having a great day as well. And looking back, Tesla is just working. And you know what? I don't know why I'm not getting, because VWAP moved there. Now we're closer to VWAP. I think this is the spot where I cover half, or not half, but a little bit more than half. And then see if we get out there. Yeah, perfect. Okay, I'm just going to punch that one out. No big deal. And there's some stacked bids over here. Most likely going to get the fill. I probably could have been more patient with that, but I don't really care. I don't want this to like rip against me. And sometimes when I talk about Tesla, I'm like, okay, I'm going to cover here. I don't know if like somebody's listening, and then it just like rips back up and I miss the cover. So not doing that. I got the cover. That was a sick win on that one. And whoever said Tesla 220, I'm going to try. I can't promise anything, but if we can get through 225, maybe we get to 222. That's probably really where you should cover, but I'm going to try for 220 because that would be a sick win. And honestly, I would love to just kind of take a picture of that and then put it just behind my monitor. Yeah, oof, pretty sick. I wanted more short above, like over here, but we couldn't get through it. So whatever, it is what it is. That's a winner. Pretty happy with that one. So now I'm long Apple here, and this is a sick bounce actually already. I love this, man. You come into the VWAP level, you get the fills. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Like, I think I'm long, what is this, 153.11. The way that I chose that is just like, okay, 153 is below VWAP. 153.06 is VWAP. So I think I'm going to do 153.11. There's no like science behind it, but I think the safer way to go about it is to bid all the way through it, right? So you bid here, you bid here, you bid here, you bid here, you bid here. You're getting the VWAP average, but if you bid VWAP, you would have missed that, right? So I chased it, and I didn't have other orders just because I don't care. It's Apple. But sometimes on other names, I'll be more picky with the price that I'm looking for. I think Apple could easily be back at 154. Not quickly, but yeah, maybe we get a bounce. I'm going to use 50-cent increments. If we can get back up 50 cents, I'm going to cover half, and then if we can get up to 54, I'm going to cover the other half. This is just a scalp trade for myself, not really holding for like a 155 or 156 push. I don't want it to be an intraday swing. I just want it to be a kind of like a bounce scalp play off VWAP. The same way that I did it before, right? Sold off, bounced VWAP, ripped, and then went to 154. Hopefully we sell off, bounce, 153.50, do some sideways, and then go to 154. That'll be great. I think I'll probably get the first portion out if I had to guess. And then it's that second portion at 154 that's like, okay, do we get there? Maybe I have to reevaluate that trade in real time. XOM now back to the upside. So I got a good average on this. It might take a little bit longer to get up there. But again, if we get 110.50, I think I have an order to get myself out some over there and then hold the rest for 111. And MBLY doing nothing, Bank of America doing nothing, GME doing nothing, and Amazon back towards the recent lows. So whatever is what it is. But I'm kind of sad that I didn't get out 103, man. That was solid. Whatever is what it is.
Oh, yeah, currently just looking at this tweet over here. You know what team is better? I think if we actually pulled out the Mario Luigi outfit, I think we could have beaten these guys. What do you think?
Yeah, oh, that's sick, man. That's awesome.
I think we could have beaten these guys if we pulled it off. You think so?
Yeah, it would have been close. It would have been close.
I think we would have absolutely dusted them.
Yeah, we had a strong opening.
Yeah.
But they had the all day, the quotes coming through. I was in the back just dying all morning. I'm just like, man, I wish it was like this every day because, frustrating trade and then you just get some comedy along the way. Definitely doesn't hurt.
Yeah, and also not sure if anyone wants to see Be the Story. Alex, who's a YouTube podcaster, had me on his show not too long ago. And looks like my episode actually dropped today. Already 440 views on that one. I'll be honest about it. I did not actually like what I said or how I spoke, I guess, in general. I always don't like what I do half the time. But yeah, thank you for having me out there. Be the Story. Thank you for having me on that podcast. It was the show that, or it was a podcast that Neil and Sean have previously filmed before too, and they talked about their trading journey and so on. So I got the opportunity to talk about my trading journey a little bit, how I became a graduate in 3 months or so, and how my journey into profitability and the journey into being a consistently profitable trader is still going on and still continuing. So yeah, pretty cool episode, I guess. I guess you could say pretty cool. I don't know. You guys watch it. You guys let me know in those comments, and also slide into my DMs if you have anything to talk about it. But I'm just gonna throw it out there. I'm not a big fan of myself in that episode, but hopefully it does help somebody. As long as it helps even one person out there and helps them in order to be a better trader, I think that's all I can aim for on that side.
Yeah, always trying to get better. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Let me just do a quick check on the likes here. 3.5K. If 5K would be great. 5K would be the number that Neil's going to eat a chip. So I really want to see that happen. But yeah, I always appreciate everything. Something I want to talk about really quickly, which I find really, really funny, is that Meta is actually coming out with an artificial intelligence where you type in, a bear painting a picture or something, and then the algorithm or the AI will generate a video of a bear painting a bear or something. So you can just basically type in anything, and this AI generator will generate it. I don't know if any of you guys saw that. I'm not really sure what the name of that is, but if you do know what the name of that is, feel free to throw it in the chat for other people to Google. And yeah, it's pretty interesting in terms of
AI generated art.
Generating art, but it generates videos.
Right here, okay.
And so they have like the art where it's a picture, but now Meta's coming out with one where it generates a video of stuff, which is actually pretty cool. And I personally think that Mark Zuckerberg created this, and he's going to type in Meta stock price going up, because he just wants to go back to those old times, see, live the good days. And yeah, it'd be that kind of made me laugh there. But it's actually really cool. If you haven't seen that already, AI DALI, exactly, Corey. I think that's what it's called. Look it up, guys. It's really, really interesting. Cool stuff coming out there. I don't know how you feel in general about AI. I kind of want to side with Elon Musk on that one, but we'll see, right? I'm pretty sure there's an AI watching me right now, and if you are, just know that it's all love across the board, and no hate for sure there. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see where we get in the next 10 years, 15 years. Meta is a dog now, yeah. Meta is down in the dumps, man. Meta is down in the dumps. Broke that 94. I'm currently not in a Meta long anymore. Look at this, man. Long in front of 94, and I said it before. Whatever your size is over here, call it 100%. This is 100% of your size. When you take it again, it should be 70. It should be 60. So I tried it. I stopped myself out. I took the L, but took the win. So definitely can't complain on that one. It's just kind of sad that you have such a good trade, and I'm like, oh, for sure this is going to test VWAP. But it's down in the dumps, man. It's Meta. This thing's, where's it going to find support? I have no idea, man. I have no idea. This daily chart looks so bad, and I definitely feel for investors on this one. But I guess if you're playing the long-term game, it could curl back. And I said I wouldn't be surprised if it was at 107. I wouldn't be surprised if it's at like 92, and here we are, like 93.50. I am surprised. So I don't even know what to think, but I think for the most part today, I'm going to let it subside. We could definitely go lower. It's super weak today. I would consider maybe a long in front of 92, but we're far away right now, so I don't really think we're going to get there. The metaverse is the future. I don't know, man. That's like deep, and I want to say that's like super deep into the future. Let's take care of our planet now, and then we'll think about the metaverse later. That's kind of what I want to say. I think I got a fill here on Apple. That was as expected, 153.50. Very nice, 50-cent win, give or take. And now I'm holding for 154 for the rest. I got half out because, I don't know, it just feels like the right thing to do. Half out over there, and I'll take the other half out in front of 154 if we can actually get there. So yeah, throw it up. That's a win. Pretty happy with that one. Man, I'm doing pretty well today. Can't complain for sure. And yeah, XOM, I think I got that out as well. Yeah, so I got that out as well. I'm still holding some, but now light on the position and going for that 111. Hopefully 111 comes and things will be good. And oh yeah, you can show Pride's screen here now. That's actually hilarious.
But I typed in Mario and Luigi with the Mark Zuckerberg, but I didn't get Mark Zuckerberg at all. I just got Mario and I got Luigi. That's about it. That's amazing. Didn't really get Mark Zuckerberg. I guess the suit's supposed to be Mark Zuckerberg. I'm not sure how that works.
Maybe they're
so.
like they're coded so that they don't do anything with Mark Zuckerberg. They're like anytime someone types his name, like don't do anything, you know?
What's the other one? AI Daily, right? AI Daily. Is it a free one? Probably not. Not AI Daily. AI Daily. DALY.
No, I think it's DAL-E.
DAL-E. Okay.
Or it should come up anyways. But but this is the video one, and I don't think it's
Oh,
out
there
yet.
you go. Okay. Yeah, imaging text. Videos, you guys get the idea anyways on that
this stuff
side.
is really, really cool.
Did you see the new what people did? Ooh, NASDAQ getting ready for a real flush over here, and the market's going to the south side. So $2 in the money on the SPYs, $2 in the money on QQQ, $1.44 in the money on the Meta platform short now, as Meta's pushing towards $93, Google 33 cents in the money. So these trades are working out. But what I was going to talk about, Luca, not sure if you saw that, is a Tom Cruise deep fake for Iron Man. So they took Iron Man's scenes and then they deep faked Iron Man's face off of, which is Robert Downey Jr. obviously. They deep faked his face off of it and put on the Tom Cruise face, kind of to put that idea in his head, like, you know, hey, maybe you could be the next Iron Man and so on. But hopefully that doesn't happen. Don't get me wrong, Tom Cruise is a good actor and whatnot, but hopefully that does not happen. There's only one true Iron Man out there. That's got to be your Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah,
It's got to die with him. It's got to die with him. Maybe somewhere down the road, eventually they'll have to remake the movie as they always do, right? But hopefully they find someone worthy of Robert Downey Jr.'s performance. Just insane performance throughout the Marvel universe. But we're currently enjoying the performance of our shorts on the market. Most of these positions pulling back to the south side with the help of the NASDAQ rejecting 11,500 and the S&P 500 rejecting 3,900 areas. Back to the south side we go. The next question is, do we actually test the lower days completely, or do we keep bouncing higher than the lower days on the market? And you guys heard... I believe it was Neil who kept saying Apple having a little bit of an inside day. I mean, yeah, if you have that big of a candle on Apple on Friday, you can't really expect much more than the stock to have an inside day today. I think tomorrow or maybe next week, we'll actually see a little bit of a range breakout to the downside or to the upside. Pretty happy watching Apple do what it's doing, though, because it's saving the market for the most part and also saving my long-term portfolio. Another stock saving my long-term portfolio is going to be Intel. Intel, buying it on the CPI day was a pretty good decision, I guess, because now we're up at almost $30 for Intel. Today, though, trading at $28.21. Looks like we've been rejecting the 150 period EMA for the most part. Now we're breaking above the 50 period EMA and getting ready to start trading around the 100 period EMA. Let's see if we start closing above the 100 period EMA as the market is getting ready to go back to the north side. Any new positions? No, I'm just managing my shorts at the moment, but most likely time to get out of some of these shorts. I think I'm going to get out of my SPY shorts, get out of my QQQ shorts, take the profits on that one. Meta platforms, we're going to take more profits over here and try to see if we can hold the last few shares. I want to get rid of more of my Google because Google not really pushing all the way to the lower days when the market pulled back to the south side. So I want to get a little bit more out just to make sure that we're protecting our capital that's being made and not giving it back once again on some of these stocks that were working for us. We gave it back and now we're bringing it back.
Don't stop talking. Because now the longs are coming back, and somebody in the chat was like, Luca, please talk more. And I was like, no, I got only one short on board here. I don't want to talk at all. Because, we're bouncing, and I'm kind of in an interesting scenario here. Like, Apple's working, XOM seems to be working. GME is a dud. It's 71 cents out of the money. It's not moving, but it's done. Bank of America is kind of flat. I'm down 6 cents on that one. It's unfortunate that it didn't. This is probably coming back to VWAP, but I just want to get out of this one now. So, yeah, if we can get back to VWAP, I'm going to get out of this one. Try to get a break even on that one. It just didn't work the way that I thought it could. I thought we'd be up here by now, but we're not. Nothing to rush about. This one pretty solid. And, Apple looking really good. Actually, it's still at the same price. I thought it was good. But, yeah, I think 154 could come into play there. And somebody was like, I would cover that Tesla short. And I was like, who, me? And then I pull it up and I go, oh man, we're back up here. But you know what it is? I covered the majority at VWAP because that was my plan. And now I'm just like, I'm trying to hold for like a bigger picture move, but I'm going to be honest with you, it doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right. I think we'll probably be back at 228. I'm going to lose on the rest of this position. But whatever, I'm pretty light on it, so I don't really care. This is the thing. I tell myself, this is the trade. I'm good with these trades. Now I made the money, and now I'm like, what do I do with the rest of this position? Like, I'm in the money, so I'm not losing, but it's like I don't even care. I don't want to cover it. I want it to hold. But I guess if we go back up, my stop should just be break even now, and I shouldn't add to the rest of that. So I'll reevaluate. But yeah, if we get through 228, especially now, because the market looks like it's bottoming towards the low of the day there. And if we like rip back to the upside, like, yeah, like Tesla feels like it could rip to the upside. So you're probably not wrong to say cover that. But I'm just going to use like a break-even stop there. So whatever, if it stops me out, it stops me out. It won't be a big deal. And I'll just make sure that I have that there just to make sure. And yeah, now no stress. Stop is in. Life is good. And Amazon, I added to it in front of 101.50 because, kind of bottoming out. Then we flush through. And my average is basically where we are right now. And I said like I was okay to lose on the full position. Then I added to it. So now it's like, I got to figure out what's going on over here. But it's basically that 101 area. Like if we bounce, maybe Amazon bounces too. So I'm not really too concerned with that one. But I'm just kind of glancing back at the ES and, just making sure that things are not moving against me as I continue to talk there. And, yeah, XOM kind of dancing around. So I guess that 110.50 was a good area to get out of. And somebody's saying check Palantir. We checked it before. Palantir kind of slow. It's very strong move to the upside. But now it's like I don't really know where we go from here. It's like maybe we test 9, maybe we don't. But I would expect more sideways action on this one. Book is pretty thick. Volume pretty light for a day like today, just kind of nothing. And yeah, I don't really know when earnings are, but it'll be interesting to see where that one goes. And if you guys are just tuning in, hopefully you guys are having a great day, enjoying the show. Please hit the like button. And because I see some people saying, oh, hello, guys, what's up, guys? So I just want to call that out as well. Hopefully you guys are having a great day, doing well. And somebody's saying, Walmart, Visa, McDonald's, Coke, best position for my long term. Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Just value is in play, right? Value is in play. I was thinking of like a first red day today on like Coca-Cola and McDonald's, but they're not really day trading stocks per se, right? These are more of just like a buy and hold. But here's the thing. When you see value have like multiple green days in a row, I'm like, okay, today easily could be like a first red day. But I think you would have had to short that off the open to really catch a move, like a 50-cent move. So, it's one of those kind of back burner plays. If you miss it, it's not really a big deal.
Currently watching CGC making a new high day. CGC still ripping to the north side, 18% up now on the on the positive catalyst that we had not too long ago for the marijuana sector in general. So let's take a look at Tilray 2 real quick. Tilray's on the NASDAQ. I always keep forgetting that. Tilray on the NASDAQ over here. Expecting it to be somewhat in the same areas where CGC is. I mean, not really a new high day for Tilray, but up up near $4.01. And S&P 500 still pushing up to the north side. NASDAQ still pushing up to the north side. But something that I want to mention about Google looks like it's wanting to at least break to the downside a little bit more for us. So we did see it go down to 50 cents in the money. Did not take profits as I'm looking for a possible move all the way back to the downside on the markets over here, allowing us to take a bigger win on Google. So Google also retracing back to the north side with the help of the market move north that we're getting. But Meta Platforms, $1.50 in the money, and Meta Platforms also going back up north. I think I'll just get out of Meta over here, take my profits, and walk away from that position just in case the market does move back all the way. We're not stuck with this trade on our board, watching it move all the way back with it. SONN still popping up on the scanners and just now winning a race to the north side. SONN is going to be that small flow biocap stock that we were talking about earlier on in the day around 11 o'clock when the show started. The Playmaker brought it up. Looks like the stock still wanting to go to the north side and not really stopping today, man. 100 period EMA coming in for a rescue. We got a nice triple bottom almost, or a double bottom close to $2.20 for this position. And NU not really doing anything. So we're going to punch out of NU as the trade's not really paying us, nor is it burning us. So we're going to get out of it for a flat trade, be done with it. Stop pumping the market, Brad. Be quiet. Trust me, I'm not having fun with it. That's why I'm having to punch out of my positions right now, as I have to talk at the moment. You know, Luka's on his quick little break at the moment. He's gonna be back whenever he is. But at least for me, if I'm out of my shorts, I can at least pump Luka's longs and in return help him out, because he helped me out. You know, he scratched my back, I scratch his back. You know, that's what friends are for. Pumpkin Prad, pumpkin because of obviously Halloween and whatnot. That's why I thought you said pumpkin, but no, pumpkin Prad. That's gonna be a fun one. You're gonna pump Luka? Yeah, I don't know about that. Let's not put it that way. While we're waiting for Luka to come back and this market to either also decide to go to the north side or to the downside, let's send it to Brando at the big desk for energy update.
A bit of a wild day so far, guys, for oil. Back and forth we go. Initially to the downside, we get higher, and then back to basically session lows at the moment. We had that note from the Biden administration going back to around lunchtime, talking about some tax exemptions to oil producers. So there's that, and then also continued COVID talk coming out of China and the possibility of slowing demand as a result of potential lockdowns to come when it comes to China and COVID once again. So here we go. Here's a look at now 2% move back to the downside, as I mentioned, after we got positive initially, back towards 87.80 there early on. But here we go back towards day lows for crude, currently now down 2%, as I mentioned. Production higher. We're talking about that oil company tax exemption as well for energy markets this afternoon, guys. Back downside.
I think Luka, I was just mentioning to Luka that I think he could have brought 2 more props with him. One, a cigar, and one, a Spro. I think that would have matched his ensemble perfectly. And not just ensemble, it's his lifestyle in general. Oh my, look at Google really pushing this outside now. That should mean the market's bringing more dump side into it, more south side into it. Let's wait patiently to see if the market actually breaks for another leg to the downside, as UVXY is pulling back to $10, where UVXY's VWAP is at the moment on the 5-minute chart. Only down 0.6 on the day for now, UVXY, which was down, I believe, 2 to 3% at one point because the markets were going back to the north side. But S&P 500 down 0.83%, NASDAQ down 1.2%, and Google now in the money 50 cents now, but we were 60 cents in the money earlier.
So just a quick question. Brando is supposed to be the CEO of
Rivian.
Okay. Somebody in the chat was like, is Brando... Find that picture. Yeah, find the picture and then we could share it just for anybody tuning in right now. Somebody was asking, is he supposed to be an IT guy? And I was literally thinking, I turned the corner and I was like, it really looks like he belongs in like, not like in jail as like an inmate, but he's got like the blue, the blue on. So yeah, we can maybe share his screen and show that there. It's, oh, I see. That's actually, I didn't know that was the CEO. That's, yeah, that is, wow. Okay. That's like a.
Wait, it's this way. There.
That's solid. That's like very close. I'm giving that a 9 out of 10.
Not bad.
I'm giving that a 9 out of 10. That's solid right there. Prison technician, yeah, maybe. Luka, you need some chains, chest hair, and a cigar. Yeah, I'm just missing one of those things right now, and you can take a guess what that is. Can't smoke inside. Unfortunately, it's not the 20s anymore. I wish that it was. I'd be smoking cigars back to back over here. And yeah, exactly. Show Sean over there. Yeah. Yeah, there you go, exactly. Only if that was real. We'd be living back in the day. Times would be good. Oh, man. That would be, we'd smoking cigars, trading stocks. Like, man, it was so much better back in the day. Like, now we got all these rules, whatever. And, yeah, so I did have a Spro. I'm going to have another Spro as well. Spro Life, right? Spro Life all the way. I'm just glancing back at some of these positions. It's kind of funny, man. This market is just dancing around. I think the play for myself is to hold on here. And XOM is now 83 cents in the money. Tesla only 87 cents, so coming back on me. Amazon 20 cents. Apple 58 cents, not too bad. And yeah, at the bottom is BAC and MBLY, which are not doing much. Oh, did I get stopped at a GME? I did, didn't I? Yeah, what a dud. Okay, GME dud. I tried. And you know what? Now it's the puke point, so maybe now it actually rips back up. But for the most part, this is the thing, right? It had to move up, it had to move down. I was trying to play off like somewhat of like a low a day, but I don't want to hold on to it because it's not really doing. I was just hoping that it would be higher right now or maybe respecting some levels. So whatever, no big deal out of that one. And that one is nothing crazy, like pretty light on that position anyway, so no big deal. Apple is, Apple just needs to go up a little bit higher, and then we are solid. Luca, Mr. Miami, man, I love Miami. Miami's a great place. I love Florida in general. I think future me is gonna have a house there for sure. That's the spot to be for myself. Beach life, just kind of retire, take it easy. And Luca needs a pimp cane. Yeah, maybe in the future I'll get one when I can't walk. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, hopefully everything well for you guys. And I'm just looking back if there's any other names that you guys are looking at, or if you have any other questions here in the chat, feel free to let us know. Does Luca even get angry? I don't get angry. I get tilted. There's like a difference. Like I won't be like super angry. Sometimes, maybe like 1% of the time I'll be angry, but more so tilted. I'll just be like, I was just talking to Greg over there, and I was like, man, like some of these moves like piss me off. It's like, how can you give me 80-cent winners and then reverse it against me? And so I just don't know what to think. But it's trading, right? You can't try not to get too emotional. It's only money. If you lose everything, just work really hard, make it all back, and then try again. That's what I'm going to say there. And yeah, Luca needs some blah, blah, blah. Okay, these are all messages here. Yeah, guys, if you have any questions, feel free to let us know. And somebody from before was actually saying Luca needs to get a shirt that says "It is what it is." So I might actually go get one. I might actually make one. I like that. I think I just got filled on something else here. What was that? BAC? Yeah, BAC. I'm out of this one. It's a break-even trade. That was a fun round trip. And yeah, I'm actually okay. Flat as can be. I think I got it at the same price. What a good place there. Yeah. So that's well shaken out of Google and Ford. I don't know where Google is. I didn't trade Google today, I don't think. Yeah, no, I didn't trade Google today. Oh man, what a bounce back. This is the thing, right? It's like you're slowly grinding lower, and then when you get a bounce, it's like a rip to the upside. I don't think Tesla's going to be looking too good. Whoever said cover that Tesla, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, but whatever. I'm going to have to hold it. Long Apple. Oh, and somebody else before, this is another good point. Somebody was saying, why, I don't even think he meant Ford. Oh yeah, okay, sorry about that. And and yeah, somebody before was saying, why are you trading correlated stocks and maybe going in the opposite direction? So as an example, why are you long Amazon and short Tesla? I think something to be said here is I know what you're saying, and these names for the most part are correlated, but sometimes like you'll get these move off of levels. So for example, Tesla, like that 228 level looks good, so I want to short it there. But then I'm long Amazon from before. So I could be long Amazon from the bottom, and then it's like it's going up, and then now we're up here, and I don't want to short Amazon over here, but I want to short Tesla over here for the move back down. So you might see that I'm like short Tesla and long Amazon. It's two different trades at two different times. That's essentially what it is. It's not like at the same time, right? Sometimes I'll be in correlated trades, like I'll be long Apple and Amazon at the same price, and it's just like I don't really know which one's going to be better, so maybe I'll just take a stab at both and see which one works out, and then kind of note it for the next time. But yeah, just definitely learning along the way. Somebody's saying NTC pop, so I don't know if it's NTC or if you mean INTC. Okay, I think you mean INTC. And it's so funny. From last week, somebody was like, take a look at USER, and I went off about Uber. I was like, I hope you mean Uber, but the person was actually asking about USER, which was a stock. And yeah, so I just wanted to make sure NTC is not a name here. Intel giving a nice little pop off the bottom here, maybe making its way back to VWAP. I don't know what to think about Intel, man. I mean, I think 30 was like that level that I said, I love the investment at 30, and then we get back down to 25. I think 30, maybe you get some type of resistance. Didn't want to get there today, giving you a first red day setup on the daily. Nothing else is loading here, but everybody can see that it was strong with everything else. And now first red day, across the board, take your pick. I think if we get to 30 tomorrow or the next day, I'm going to try a short there on Intel. We're too far from it right now. I'm not going to try a long here. I mean, if you had the bottom long, great, but I think it's more of a slower move. But yeah, good look there. If we get to 30, I think that's my level on Intel. So it'll be interesting. And Richie Rich, XOM approaching VWAP. Might be good short from there. I'm long, but thanks for the reminder because I should cover this actually.
While you're doing that, I want to circle back to a little bit about couple sports. So did you guys watch the boxing event? Neil, did you watch the boxing event? It looked a little fake, bro. Sean, it looked a little fake. Look at this punch. His knockdown looked a little fake for sure.
Wait, play
I
that again?
sent you the link. I sent you the link. You can watch it. Yeah, but like, you know,
Wait, play that again. Everybody, look at this.
That
I didn't
punch
see
looks
this
a
video.
little fake.
Yeah, okay, that is so fake. But it's
a
obviously a
little-
fake fight. Everyone knows.
If Jake Paul hit you in the face, you wouldn't get up for a long time.
I used to train boxing back in the day.
But no, yeah. So that was fun to watch at the end of the day. No matter what, though, that was I had fun watching that event for sure. I also had money on that event. I was what, 13 out of 14 leg parlays, and the only one I needed to win on that bet was Anderson Silva, and I would have been 14 out of 14. So I had 13 wins on that parlay, lost by 1. Happens to me all the time. Not gonna complain about it. I always get so close on these parlays with such big parlays too, and I miss out by 1. Yesterday too, yeah. Take this in for Buffalo Bills. I needed Josh Allen to give me 11 more yards. That's it. 11 more yards if Josh Allen gave me that. I would have won a nasty bet yesterday. It had Stephon Diggs to get a touchdown.
Yo, that thing that you tweeted is fake.
What?
This is fake.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. But yeah, you know, the betting was going so good, but at the end of the day, it went sour. But here, let's come back to something that's sweet and sugary on a day like today, Halloween day like today. It's going to be the Super Chats, baby. The Super Chats are always so sweet and kind. You guys are amazing. $10 Super Chat from Soldier for Christ. Thank you for that, my friend. Bank Size Miami, $1.99. Happy Halloween, bros. Happy Halloween to you too, my friend. William James with $10 Super Chat. Love the divine intervention scene. Cool costumes. Yeah, those guys killed it. But I'm telling you, if Luca and I actually went through with the Luigi and Mario outfit, I think we would have been good competition to these guys over there, and maybe might have just stolen the best competition. But look, you just don't know what you don't know because it's not here. So maybe next time we'll have to do something just to compete with these guys over there, the fight with the big dogs. But thank you for the Super Chat, $10 Super Chat. Another $10 coming from Rusty. Sean Katina, how many likes for you do this to the dance scene? He said 5,000 likes on the main show right now. I'll dance with you. Dance scene. Yeah, I'll dance with you, dance scene, but you know, substitution with Mario. 5,000 likes and he'll do it. I don't think we'll hit 5,000 likes. That's why I'm throwing out the number out there. He said no though, to be honest. So if anyone does want to do it, maybe if we get to 5K, he will consider it. So think about it. Think about hitting that like button. We're already at 3.5K likes today. Sean and Neil for the win. Yes, sir. $5 Super Chat from Donald. Another $5 from Bebot. Luca as Princess Peach.
You can go vote.
I don't know about that.
That thing that I just posted. Liz put something out.
On Twitter?
Yeah. I didn't know I just put the link in our chat.
That's weird.
Let me see that. Yeah, but there is no vote on here though. There is no voting poll. Yeah, there's no voting poll on here though. So I think maybe we should recreate this one. There's no real voting poll on this one. But you guys get the idea. Couple more Super Chats to cover. Looks like we already covered that. And this one over here coming in recently. Tilray, nice $3.86 bounce for me. Looks like Tilray bounced for you from $3.86. The same way Google bounced off to the north side. That's why we wanted to make sure we took profits. So yeah, let's go to Tilray. $3.80, $3.85, giving you a bounce and then allowing you to take a new high day position to the north side. Same thing that CGC is doing basically. CGC on NASDAQ also holding the bottom and then running up for a new high day. Currently up 20% for CGC and Tilray up. I was up 12 or so odd percent, 14% now.
Yeah, you know, somebody else in the chat was asking, would you short Tesla again off 228? I think from a scalp perspective, you could give it a shot, but the real question is, you know, it should have worked and stayed lower if the short was really going to be good. Now it's bouncing up, you know, probably going to take out that 228. So for myself, I'm going to actually sell it if we go, cover, I should say, if we get back above 228, and then I'll just reevaluate and see how I feel about it. I still want to respect the level, but I don't know if that's going to be, I mean, you could give it a try, right? It's still the same risk profile, and it doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to blow through it. But again, my rule is if I see it the first time, I like it, I take that 100% size, whatever. if I see it the second time, I should probably take like 20% size or 50% size, because this one could easily be the one that now we go higher, right? So these are my thoughts on it, but I still have that position. I think I'll just reevaluate. I think I'm probably going to get stopped out on that, which is fine, and then I'll get back to it and reevaluate. So I fully holding a little bit left of Apple here. That's a nice move back up. You know, playing off that 154, just basically scaling myself out in front of 154, because I'm not really sure if, you know, where the top is going to be, and, you know, I'm kind of learning these hard lessons. So that one pretty clean to the upside, and now pretty light. Long Amazon, long Apple, short Tesla, long MBLY, and short, DKNG's at 16. So DKNG at 16, there's really no size on the book there. I'm not really sure what to think of 16, but I'm going to try this short here, and I'm going to actually add to it a little bit. I don't know if this is the right idea, but I'm going to add to this short, and then I'm going to play off 16. If we get above 16, I'm going to get out of this trade, and then if we drop back below, I'm gonna get back short. So I'm going to give it a couple shots, but that was pretty light position as like a reminder, so I wanted to just add a little bit more there. And then, yeah, holding for a move back down into like 1580s, 1570s. I think that feels good. Not sure if VWAP is warranted on this particular move, but yeah, if we can get towards the lower end of this bottom here, then I think I'll try to cover that. And Amazon, okay, I got a couple fills of Amazon towards VWAP over here. Is it finally now going to go? I think 103 is safe to say. If we get back above 103, like, the long can't be wrong. So maybe warrants a stop over there, but yeah, we are still far away. You know, I don't think we'll get there, but I am already long there. So good things are happening. Now I'm chilling. Somebody's saying SONN. I think that was a small cap. Let's or this one, SONN. Oh, quite a bit of volume today, actually. And up 113% today. This one giving me like that small cap.
I didn't tweet it.
Clear out, high day clear out. I don't know about this one. We'll have to see about this one. I'm not taking any position on this, but this is giving me a feel that, like, yeah, maybe that 250 area, this could be a good short. But if it holds this 220 area and holds VWAP, maybe it wants to go another leg up. Thanks for the heads up on this one. I'm going to keep this on my radar as well.
Yeah, looks like Sean found the real clip over there. Send it to me. I want to watch the real clip too, and compare it with the fake clip over there. But it looks like, look, I did watch the fight. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong here. Let me just quickly pull it down over here.
Why was that? So that was cropped.
Apparently. Okay, yeah. I mean, it was just a different angle. It was just a different angle.
He was already falling.
It's just a different angle that you see. Go back.
Let me just see. This is the real angle. This is the real angle. So push.
Yeah.
Can we show some Tyson clips?
Tyson clips, eh? So that's what we want to get down to. Yeah, so I mean, the other clip looks like it was a different angle, so it looks like it kind of just grazed his face, but in this angle, it does look like he did get right on the butt and right on the nose over there. So, look, if you were watching the fight, you for sure had a good time watching it. It was fun watching Jake Paul get clocked up a little bit, and also Anderson Silva, the Spider, still got the moves, man, for his age, moving the way he does. He's still pretty nasty. I mean, look at Mike Tyson. He's pretty insane, too. But coming back to weed stocks over a little bit, marijuana stocks. Looks like Tilray's high day is exactly $4.20, $4.19. It would be nice to watch 420 break on Tilray. I know a lot of you people in the chat are actually expecting that and looking for that possible breakout of 420. We'll pull it back in case that does come into play. Google now only 14 cents in the money after watching that nasty bounce back coming into play for it. Pretty happy that I punched out of most of my shorts, such as QQQs, SPYs, and the Meta platform shorts. Look at QQQ now, right back to 279 as the NASDAQ futures are moving back towards 11,500, and the S&P 500 futures also trying to go back to 3,900 at the moment. We'll see if those levels do come into play, as we're still 9 points away from those levels. People in the chat still talking about, yeah, the Tyson Silva stuff and Mike Tyson and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, Mike Tyson's obviously a legendary fighter. No denial about that, right? So side where are we going to? PGY. People talking about PGY in the chat with the fire emojis right next to it. So let's go check out what PGY is today. Looks a little illiquid if you ask me. PGY with a relative volume of 0.46 and only doing 500,000 shares today for a penny stock, or well, it's not a penny stock, but it's a dollars position. I would be needing it to do a lot more volume for me to take advantage of the trade. So no real trade for me. It is on fire for sure to the upside, but no volume being traded for myself to trade a dollar position like this.
Somebody asked me, Luca, where's your out on Amazon? So my profit target is, I don't really know. I'm thinking, like, I already took someone in front of VWAP. I'm thinking I just want to ride this. If we're going back to the upside, then I want to hold on. I got a decent average. I want to try to hold for like 103. But in terms of risk, where am I getting out if I'm wrong? I'm just kind of using that 101. Like, if we break back through 101, then maybe the long is wrong, right? Maybe we're not going back up. And so, yeah, that basically risking off 101. And now that it's working for me, I'm going to try to hold on and see if we can get through VWAP and test 103. As soon as we get over like 102.60, it's going to be discretionary. Like, maybe I'll start covering. Maybe I'll hold for 103. I'm not really sure what to expect. But for the most part, I'm not really thinking about another cover until those areas over there. Going back to Meta, so like using kind of the logic on where's your out on these things. It's like using that 94. As soon as the trade was dead, like look at it now, right? It just did not bounce back. So sometimes, and I'm just going to remove the fills very quickly, sometimes it'll break levels and then bounce really hard. And then other times it'll break levels and then never come back. And I almost want to say that the first time that it's breaking a level, that's the time that there's the potential that it could rip back to the upside. But the second time around, it's like not as good, right? So first time, you're taking first time size. You're expecting it to play games. Second time, you're expecting a little more that if it breaks, you're probably wrong, and you should probably take less size for a bounce play, right? If it bounced, great. I would have got more out like around that area, but because it didn't, I just had to get out there, and then haven't really taken a meta trade ever since. So yeah, that is that. I'm back into the Tesla short. I got stopped out on this one, which is fine. Stopped out and back in. So if we go back down now, I have great risk to return on my money here. If not, I'll probably stop myself out again if we go back higher there. So yeah, we'll see what happens. It just feels like Tesla easily could push back down. It's like we had the strong move back up, and I want it to be discretionary on it. I want it to see, okay, what's going to happen? Now that it's showing me that, you know, it's kind of stalling, the buying feels like it kind of stopped for the short term. I have the longs on board. I have now the short here. DKNG is slowly going back down here. This one's a back burner for sure. It's going to move a lot slower, so I'm not really too worried. And yeah, we'll see what happens. 400 likes until 4K. Yeah, guys, hit that like button. Almost 4K. That's awesome. And yeah, hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. And your out was 200. Is that referring to? Yeah, well, 200. I mean, yeah, if we can get to 200 on Amazon today, oh man, I'll be a happy camper. Yeah, hopefully, I think this is a load the boat for the personal accounts. Like above 100, if we get back below, okay, reevaluate. But when's the next time Amazon's going to be below 100? I don't know. If we start going to the upside, depending what comes out of the Fed, there's so much potential. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens next.
Yeah, it's me, Mario. Ooh, that's where the market's going right now, to the north side, just ripping it to the north side. Who hit the awesome one? Was you did? Yeah, we're just waiting to see if the market can pull back to the south side for us to take advantage for the shorts again. Selling Meta at a loss, get this price. For the long-term investment, I mean, I don't know about Meta as a long-term just yet. I think Meta could have more south side coming into play because, you know, the metaverse is still a good 5 years out, honestly. A good 5 years out, and then in 5 years, you know, the virtual reality headsets will basically own your eyeballs without doubt. But it's not that Meta platforms will own your eyeballs. It could be Google's metaverse land. It could be Roblox metaverse land. It could be Facebook's metaverse land too, for all we know. But within 5 years, just keep watching. This will be something whole different that people are not expecting it to be. Show being a real Mario and check the stock of your own company. ND Toy, I'm guessing that's Nintendo. NT Doi, not sure. OTC, okay. I would not be able to pull up that OTC stock for myself at the moment, but it looks like, yeah, that's the Nintendo stock. We'll have to leave that one alone today. No trades for myself on it anyways. But yeah, it's me, Mario from Nintendo. What about not everyone can wear goggles, some get Motion sickness, yeah, I've seen that happen too. But eventually, it won't even be about the goggles and whatnot. It'll just be a neural link directly planted into your head, and you are in a virtual augmented reality and just conversing with people without even using actual words. You're just going to think about a thought, and the person in front of you will be able to recognize that thought without you even talking about it. That's like probably another good 10 to 20 years out, though. You know, that's what Elon Musk is planning to do at the moment. Elon Stop says Icky, I'm all for the future. I'm all for the future in that way. I'm ready to put the neural link chip in my head if he wants for me to do it.
Yeah, and Tesla's now moving to the upside, so I'm going to give it a little bit of time here. But if it does, I guess that didn't work there. Yeah, we'll see. If this is now the breakout to the upside, then probably get to 229 here. So we'll have to see. But yeah, overall market not really ripping to the upside. It was a level. Maybe this stops getting run. I'm just going to try to be patient with it. Not too crazy amount of size for myself. And maybe we go back down. But if it's now buying's coming in just a little bit. Okay, I'm going to have to manage this one. Yeah, no, this is going. I'll just get myself out of that. That was pretty nasty, but it's, size accordingly, right? You have the win, great. You try it again, it doesn't work, no big deal. Now we go to 229, hopefully, and go for a high a day, get to 230. Then we'll see and reevaluate from there. This is the thing, right? First time around, you got to love it. Second time around, you got to take less size because why is it back there? That's kind of, these are the things that I ask myself. Now pretty light, only 3 long positions. Man, this whole time, MBLY did not break 26. It did not go up higher. This thing is done. Should I just get out of this? I should probably just get out of this. Let's see if I get out of this at break even. That'd be great. If not, then whatever. I'm just going to fix these orders. Yeah, this thing is just barcoding. This thing is absolutely dead. I guess 26 is where it wants to be. Not really breaking down, not really going up. So, yeah, pretty interesting there. Somebody's saying thoughts on SNDL. So we can have a look here. SNDL, sundial, whoops. SNDL on the NASDAQ, I think. We're at $2.50. Similar pattern to TLRY, Tilray. Like, obviously, all the wheat stocks are moving. I think preferably, I would want to trade Tilray. These things are going to move together. If the momentum continues, obviously all these names are going to continue to move up. But I would almost prefer the one with the most volume. So, obviously trade your own book, whatever makes sense to you. But all these names are going to move the same. So, Aurora, CGC, SNDL, Tilray. For myself, it's look at which one is doing the most volume and which one kind of feels the best, and then that's the one that I would be trading. But yeah, if you believe in the news, if you think it's positive, this thing is probably going back up. Probably get some resistance at 3 to 320 area, if I had to guess, which I don't really think we get there today. Obviously, a big day up 10%. But yeah, Tilray, that bounce play on the VWAP bounce was really nice there. So congratulations to anybody that had that. Sort of channeling, breaking down, holding VWAP, then move back to the upside. I told myself it was a no trade on it just because, tighter, a little bit of a tighter range. But yeah, if we get to $5, then for sure this thing will be going crazy. So that's when I'll be really getting interested in it. And I'm going to make sure I have DKNG orders out as well just to make sure I get those fills down towards 1571 area.
Yeah, I'm just reloading on Google over here as we did pull back on the NASDAQ and on the S&P 500, but expecting the market to create a higher low, lower high, and then go back to the downside and create a lower low, continuing with the pattern that we broke out of, the pattern that we were basically holding to the north side. So trying to see if we can capitalize on Google Shorts once again around this 95 area, not giving it too much of risk, basically to the high of the range over there at 95.15, 95.20 or so on Google, with SPYs now only 7 points away from 3,900 and NASDAQ only 12 points away from 11,500. People in the chat saying Tesla to the moon. Tesla is not that far away now to 230. We're only about 70 cents away from 230. And volume actually coming into the north side. Obviously, it is way past lunchtime. It's half an hour past lunchtime. So we could see volume coming back into the market as we are watching that currently happen with Tesla. And in another half hour, the show does come to an end, and you guys have the closing show back on with the Quentin Tarantino. It's a Quentin Tarantino movie, right? Yeah, with the actors casted by Quentin Tarantino coming back on, and I gotta say, these guys look way better than the original, man. I gotta say, you guys are killing it today, looking absolutely beautiful, classic with that Pulp Fiction. There we go, look at it. I'm gonna just need some classic Samuel L. Jackson cursing coming out of you, though, Neil. That would just be the cherry on top. Maybe some off-camera cursing for that one. That's right. Just makes me remember those classic movies like Snakes on the Plane and all those other classic movies. Gotta love Samuel L. Jackson, baby. I love him. He's a good one.
Yeah, for sure. Now, man, Tesla is ripping to the north side. It wants to test that 230 area. I think I'm going to try a short in front of 230. I'm going to scale into that one, and I'm just hoping that we, touch 230 and then rip back down, get me $1 win on that one. That would be great. Somebody was asking, Luca, can you have a look at FSLR? So sure, let's have a look here. Very strong day, up 11% on the daily, looking like it's breaking out to the upside. And I wonder if this is is this a new all-time high or a 52-week high? I'm not really sure. I don't remember really trading this name, but kind of feels light for a day trade, but this might be a 52-week high or an all-time high. And I don't know if this is now going to break out. What I like to do is if you have these all-time high setups where, it's breaking to the upside, watch how it trades, tomorrow, the next day. Maybe it wants to run, test 150 and then come back down to that 140 for a bounce, right? So if tomorrow we get like a first red day type setup, not really first red day, but if we kind of, draw down just a little bit, I would look at that 140 for a potential bounce play, but not today, maybe tomorrow. Looking like it's not going to really come back through VWAP, and 140 is quite a ways away, 140 being down here. But yeah, tomorrow maybe it gaps up, runs back down, finds support at that 140 area. So that's something that I'd be considering over there. And, could be looking good. I'm just going to glance back here at Apple. I held on to some thinking maybe we could run, but it feels like it's topping out over here. So I think I'm just going to get the last portion out as well.
Yeah, NASDAQ still ripping, only 5 points now away from 11,500 on the NASDAQ area, which we have seen hold up before on the move up to the north side. So I'm expecting it to hold up again, hence we are short on Google. But we could also look to reload on our QQQ shorts and our SPY shorts if we are, bearish that much. I think I'm gonna get back in here with small size and not give it too much room. And if it does work out, we could think about adding on the break of 278.50 or something like that to the downside on the break of that bounce that the market gave earlier. But yeah, what are we already 28 cents in the money apparently after punching that? Not sure if that's accurate. Yeah, no, that's not accurate. Ignore that one. But Google currently 15 cents out of the money, trying to move up to the north side with the rest of the market here. But we are leaning off of levels that have already worked for us. Thank you, Luigi. I'm not Luigi, as you can see.
No, he's saying thank you to me because for FSLR.
Oh, right on. Yeah, FSLR was on my radar a little bit too. Popped up on the scanners. It already won one race on the day. These are the trade ideas races for anyone wondering how to get access to that. You can sign up for it for 25% off using code tradertv.live or do !trade ideas in the chat and you'll be able to find that. Brad, is there a Google long in your future in my long-term account or on my day trading today? For my long-term account, there will be a Google long in the future, but for my day trade, I don't think I can actually go long on the market today when the markets are bleeding. NASDAQ still down 0.8% after pulling pretty much back to the high day ranges, and NASDAQ still down 0.43%, pulling back towards 3,900. Market clearly weak on the day, so I'm not sure if I could really look for longs just yet.
Yeah, for sure. And Tesla now inching back to that 230 area. But here's the thing. On the initial move up, I like the short because I think that it might run into a wall at 230. That's like my logic. If you get a pullback and then go up, I don't like the short as much. So with that being said, instead of maybe taking 3 fills over there, I'm going to try just maybe 1 fill if I can actually get it closer to that level just so I can manage risk on that. And I'm going to size down just a little bit because, again, it's like very strong to the upside, healthy pullback. Now we rip. Easily we could break 230, and I don't know where this thing's going to stop. But when it's really ripping to the upside, parabolic move, I just want to provide liquidity there at the top, hopefully get the fill for the retracement back down. And then it's just easy, right? Like you get the pullback. Maybe you cover, maybe you don't, but you're in the money, right? So that's the logic there. So that's why I'm removing some of those orders and scaling down because it has to happen. That's just kind of my take on the situation. And somebody's saying look at View. I don't know if View is a stock.
VUE.
No, VIEW. Look at View. Happy View value. I don't know what that means. Oh, View is actually a stock. Okay, so this reminds me of LMAO. I was like, why is everyone laughing? Oh, I'm hilarious. That's why I go, nope, it's actually a stock. And okay, View is actually a stock, and it's up 10%, but it's $1, not really doing that much volume, kind of very, very slow like this. It's, I'll be honest, not something that you could probably day trade because the range is tight, right? You don't really know. I mean, unless you got an edge on it, then obviously trade your own book, but range is very, very tight on this one. And this seems to be that resistance level of like 130 going into 140 just based on the daily level over here. Had a very strong day. I don't even know if it actually touched to. I don't know if that's real or not. But yeah, maybe running into some resistance over there, and you got probably bag holders from the last few days over there. So could be interesting. I don't know. If it clears $2, then maybe it gets interesting. But yeah, very, very light on this one. Light volume, not something that's interesting to myself over here.
Okay, you know what you could have done is worn my green hoodie.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
I have nothing green.
Yeah, you could have worn my green hoodie. We could have cut out a paper cutout off of L and put it on the hoodie, and then you could have just put the hoodie on, and it would have been a kind of bootleg Luigi.
I could have been Luigi and not Luigi's cousin.
We could have made you Luigi over there. Forgot about that. I even brought the green hoodie with that in mind, just in case. But I guess we were just going with the I guess not Russian, Italian mobster look over here that you got going. You got the chain going too, so you got the chain. Someone said you don't have the chain, you got the chain going. He's got the getup going, baby. Ghetto Luigi. Yeah, this is the type of Luigi you don't want to mess with. He's coming to break your legs, especially if you have a sports book pendant and open with him. He's coming for those toes. You got to be careful. Mario, the recession Mario. No, don't say that. We have yet to hit recession, thankfully, but maybe eventually, maybe if it does happen, come in.
I'm laughing.
NASDAQ is now actually pulling back to the south side, and S&P 500 also pulling back. At least the 5-minute candle, the previous 5-minute candle closed red for both of these markets, and the new market or the new 5-minute candle looking to also close red, which is good news for my QQQ shorts and my Google shorts that we recently punched into. Let's see if the market can now make a new low. Lower than the previous low, which would mean we would almost have to go back to the lower days on the market, which is today at 38.72 on the S&P 500.
Yeah, and I'm just looking back at Tesla. I guess it doesn't want to run back up, so I'm probably missing out on those fills. No big deal. Hopefully somebody got them in front of 230. That was pretty clean. It just depends on where you had your orders, right? If you're sitting at, let's say, 129.74, like you don't get it. But if you're sitting at 129.64, then you get it. So a little bit of a 10 cent, 15 cents off there. It's, yeah, that's why scale into your orders. Maybe that helps. Or sometimes just punch, maybe that pays you a little bit more. DKNG now 11 cents in the money, working to the downside, looking pretty good. Not really sure where I'm going to cover this, but I think I'm going to stick to that 1575 area. We could probably get down there. So you know what, though? This actually, now that I say this in real time, I'm going to cover some of it over here. Just because maybe that's, I'm not really sure if we actually get there. And then I'm going to scale my orders accordingly. And yeah, maybe we can get down to that 1572 like I originally planned. But yeah, sometimes it's just, this is the type of stock that look how slowly it's moving to the downside. So I don't know, we could be back up at 1592 now that I think about it. So I think, cover some and then, pay myself. And then if the rest doesn't work out, whatever. But if it does, I'll hold to my original target and things will go well. So yeah, Super Mario from Goodwill. Yeah, no, now all these comments coming through. I love it, man. When I'm like, I just go back through them like, oh, what did I miss? Some of these are hilarious. And yeah, Mario from Wish. Man, remember when I first came on the show and somebody was like, you look like Aaron Rodgers, but if he came from Wish? I think, who was that actually? Do we remember?
Extra Pressure?
Extra Pressure. I haven't seen Extra Pressure in the chat.
Probably got banned.
Man, he had some of the best, chirps out there, and it's unfortunate that I don't see him anymore. Or maybe he just rebranded into a different name, but I haven't seen any super, I mean, some of these are clever. SONN is now above 250, guys. SONN. I wanted to keep this on the radar because this is, I think it topped out at, look at this, 255, right? Topped out twice, then went for the high a day. Sometimes what we see is we see high a day push, comes back down within the same 1 minute, and then flushes to the downside, right? Didn't actually give that. It popped, it held, and then it flushed. So I think it wants to go for another high a day. So I'm going to put a reminder order on this one. If we get closer to 270, I'm going to take an alert trade for myself. And then I would really, really love for this to get to 280, break above 280. I think this is a recent either SPAC or IPO, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just looking at the daily here. This is when it opened. We kind of died off. Now we're having another big day, and 280 is the high there. So yeah, if we break 280, that'll be very, very interesting. We probably get a push towards 3, but I think warrants a trade if we get above 280. That'll be definitely something interesting to the long side and the short side, right? It is holding trend, it is holding this level over here. So yeah, if that gets back up there, great. If not, then whatever, I don't get the fill. Luca is from GTA.
No,
yeah,
this is the best. Yeah, I think you should have done this, Luca.
Oh, from Breaking Bad.
From Breaking Bad, someone said you look like Hector Salamanca, and I was like, wait, that could have been one of the fits that you could have pulled off. This would have been probably easier because the fedora, and then you just put the pipes in your nose. Hey, not bad, pretty close though. He's a young Hector Salamanca from Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, I guess. Yeah, you guys are very clever with the chirps as always. Luca mentioned that. We are now in the money once again for a QQQ short, so let's take some profits out here. There we go, profits coming in. Taking some profits out on QQQ shorts, but Google not yet in the money, only 4 pennies out of the money. So with this market pulling back, Google should also be. Oh wait, did I take profits on Google instead of QQQ? That makes a lot more sense now. So it looks like we punched a little bit out of Google by mistake. Thankfully, it happened to be at a flat exit, so we didn't really lose any money. But now with the market pulling back to the south side, maybe we can actually hold some of the size that we were looking to hold on Google. I'm going to punch that size back in that I got out. And now let's see if we can push to the downside big. How you holding that mustache? I keep having to press it every 10 seconds or so. There's like a little sticky glue tape in there.
Oh, okay.
And it's like right above my lip. But like this edge keeps cutting my nose, and it's a little irritating me. So I keep having to reposition it. But everything about it just sucks. Like it's just that little sticky tape over there that's holding up the thing. That's it.
Yeah, guys, we got 15 minutes left here. I really had a great time. It's not every day that you come on the show as not yourself, but maybe people are thinking, Luca, I didn't even know Luca dressed up. Are these just his regular clothes that he wears out? I guess we'll never know. And yeah, Amazon, just to kind of highlight these positions very quickly, Amazon seems like it's having some trouble here at VWAP. It's sort of like a magnet effect here at VWAP, but I know I said I'm going to hold for 103, but now that it's showing that maybe this area is, kind of acting very slowly. I'm going to just cover some more over here, and then instead of holding for the 104, move to the upside. I thought maybe we'd be up there already. Maybe we'd be above VWAP right now. So instead of now holding for 104, I'm just going to hold the rest for 103. Maybe it dumps off, right? Maybe it just dumps off and goes back down. Pretty light on the position now, so not really too worried. But this is like a time stop, a discretionary stop. I'm not really using certain levels. It's just, why is it doing this at VWAP, right? It's sold off, rejected VWAP, popped through VWAP, instantly back down. Now having a hard time, so yeah, I don't want to get stuck in that one, especially going into the end of the day here. So yeah, pretty light on that position now, so not too worried. MBLY, finally to the upside. Somebody's like, MBLY is dead. And I was like, I know, but now it's actually up here. I'm done with this trade. I'm out of it. That's a break even for myself. Luckily enough, actually, because that thing just didn't do anything. So yeah, I'm out of that one as well. And let me just make sure my stops are canceled on that one. This was just a long time to do nothing. Like I was in this trade at 11:15, and now it's 2-3 hours almost, and this thing did absolutely nothing. So yeah, don't get yourself stuck in these trades because that just sucks. You're just waiting around for nothing. And yeah, GME just kind of still back down there, not really doing much. Apple making its way back towards VWAP, not on this position anymore. I think Apple's worth another shot at VWAP. I just don't think it's going to happen in the next 12 minutes. But going into the end of the day, if Apple comes back down towards VWAP and then what does this market want to do? Does it want to go up? Does it want to go down? Apple's been holding VWAP the whole day, the whole afternoon, so I think it's worth a shot again. So I'm just going to make sure I got my orders out there to get long. If we get back there, I'll try it again. It'll be the exact same trade, but just with less size because I'm just not sure when that's going to hit or what's going to happen there. Tesla still no fill on the short, so I'm assuming this is, yeah, no, this is giving me the feel that we're probably going to go back down, but it's just going to hang around here for a little bit longer. So it's like you have the move up, it blows through all the stops, it showed you that 228 is the thing. And here's the thing, right? I wanted this move over here. If this move happened over here, I would have been really heavy on the short because you have so much time to come down. Now, it's like because it happened now, I was short, I got stopped out, whatever, still up on the name, no big deal, but now it's like, you know, I can't bring myself to short what I originally planned to short, and I really wanted closer to 230, but I didn't get it. You don't always get what you want, right? You don't always get what you want. You just got to kind of deal with the consequences. And people saying bye-bye Meta. So let's quickly look at Meta again. Yeah, Meta is dead, but it's kind of giving these wick-off bottoms over here. You know what? I'm going long Meta. There's a gut feeling play. I'm going long Meta. There's wick-off bottoms once, twice, 3 times. If we get back above 93, we could easily be at 93.40 over here. So I'm going to try it a little bit lighter on the position. And, you know, you got to define out. Keep in mind it's down 6.3%. So it's not necessarily a really good trade. Maybe this is going to look impulsive. But if I'm right, I'll be right and things will be well. So I'm long here. My out on this one is going to be very conservative, 93.40 area. Hopefully we can get that bounce going. And I'm not going to hold any for the move back up because I'm not confident in it anymore. So yeah, 7 cents in the money, starter position. We'll see if it can hold. Hopefully it doesn't break the low there. And MBLY starting to move up a little bit. Yeah, it's kind of slow. That's why I'm just out of it. I just don't want to be a part of that anymore. And people talking about Mullen as well now. Below 50 cents. I didn't look at Mullen at all today. But I think, you know, if it's holding that 50 cent area, maybe this is a little bit of a pullback. Maybe you get another move back to the upside. I still think it wants, I mean, volume is dying very, very quickly on this name, right? Like volume is dropping significantly. And now it's kind of going back down. But it is holding that like 50 to 45 cent area, right? So if it holds this area and then goes back up, maybe we get to 70 and 80s. But if it just kind of dies and then slowly goes through and then breaks through 40, it's a dud, right? So, you know, this is the run up. If you're long here, great. If you cover here, great. I personally wouldn't want to be in this trade from a swing trade or a day trade just for myself. You know, if I was long from down here, great. I would maybe hold some for the dream of like a potential $1 test. But yeah, I don't know. It just kind of feels like it's really, really slow. And I think people are bringing it up because, you know, maybe you're in the trade and you're still holding and you're wondering, like, what's happening with this name? I'm still holding from before. Is it going to continue? I can be objective because I'm not in the trade. And from my perspective, it just looks like it goes one of two ways. It either goes sideways and dies off, or it has that next leg up sometime soon within the next week or so. Just make sure you're double checking catalysts on the name. When that stuff is coming out, who knows? And Meta looked really good for a second there, but I think we were 18 cents in the money, and then we just kind of stopped. Yeah, if we can get over that 193.20, then I'm probably getting the 93.50 fills. I'm pretty confident with this one, actually, even though it's down on the day, so not really too worried about that. And Amazon, oh yeah, back to VWAP here. So yeah, hopefully you guys enjoying the show again. Tesla volume coming in. Yeah, let's look back at Tesla quickly and see where we are. Yeah, Tesla going back down. Okay, no, I thought it was back 230. I was like, oh, okay, here we go. And SONN pushing that 260 area. So I think this one should be on my radar right now. I should keep an eye on this. Yeah, if we get through the 270, this thing's probably gonna go nuts. Sorry, not nuts, but more of like a volume spike, and then boom, trade idea, right? So yeah, watch that area, 270. If we get above that, maybe you get some type of over under. Maybe it runs to 3. Maybe it instantly goes back to 250. So that's definitely an exciting setup. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Lance saying, thanks, Brad and Luca. I'm headed to get lunch. Enjoy your lunch. I'm starving right now, man. I can't wait to eat a nice steak sandwich. I don't know if there's any around here, but I'm so down for that.
I already got our buddy Wayner over here to go order a soul pizza, and guess what's gonna be on top of it, Betty? Yeah, it's gonna be the super sata and black olives, well done for sure. I'm making sure he got that for me. But look at this QQQ trades right now. Let's ring the money emoji because QQQ shorts once again paying us profits. 94 cents in the money on QQQ, and that means Google's getting ready to go to the south side once again. So take some size out here on Google, which is currently 15 cents in the money, and looking for a bigger move to the downside in case we can get some profits on that. Ask Liz, I won't have time to do today. Yeah, no worries. I'll ask her, but I'll take the pick and send it to her. Sounds good, brother. Thank you. I'm just trying to get a picture in front of the green screen and then edited by either Liz or Lucas over there, and Lucas basically telling me how the process goes through and so on. So probably a picture for Instagram coming on later today. But look, the shorts are once again back on board, and we're taking advantage of these shorts, so we're happy that these are working out. You're dressed as Mario, put mushrooms on the pizza. Ooh, not a bad call. But sadly, the Italian stallion himself has taught me how to eat pizzas, and mushrooms don't belong on there.
It's, well, you know, it's teach their own, obviously. I just think that mushrooms make the pizza a little more soggy than it needs to be. And I'm definitely a fan of, you know, well-done pizza. Spicy or not, doesn't matter. But yeah, no, it's obviously personal preference for sure.
Right on. Keep in mind, guys, there's only, 7 minutes or so, 6 minutes or so left on the show over here. Let's quickly do a like count and a like ask. So let's go over here. 3.7K likes now. Awesome. Not 4K yet, but we got 4.3K people watching. Maybe we can get the 4K likes coming into the day the mustache keeps moving. Yeah, I haven't noticed that one. But yeah, maybe we do get the 4K likes coming in. Even if we don't, we appreciate every single one of you who have smashed the like button today already, the subscribe buttons, and all the new members who have come in today, and the super chats that have also come in to thank Neil, Sean, and myself, and Brenda over here, and even Luca for doing the Halloween thing. So we appreciate all the kind words coming in, guys. Keep in mind on the closing show, the like count refreshes. It's a brand new like count, and we would love for you guys to smash that like count too. Do you have anything special for today, Neil? Like, you usually rap on Fridays. Today, are you gonna? You have, but is there a like count for it? No like count needed. Ooh, so this one's a freebie, but still smash the like button over there on the closing show, because they're having something fun planned for you guys coming in the next 6 minutes or 5 minutes over here.
Yeah, and pineapple pizza. Okay, I see a lot of people saying pineapple pizza, pineapple and Canadian bacon. Yeah, it's good. I mean, to each their own. I personally. Is it because you like pineapple on pizza?
Because he hates it.
Wait, do you like it or you hate it? Oh, you hate pineapple on pizza. Somebody said it best. Pizza needs to be simple, and yeah, like I like nice and simple.
Just like my nana makes it.
Yeah, man, Meta's actually gonna be a pretty nice. I added to this, by the way. Added. Now we're back above 93. I'm kind of waiting for the move up. Like, I don't know if we're going to get it. Maybe it's makes sense to... No, I'm holding. This feels really good. I don't want to sell myself short. I'm going to scale out my orders just a little bit higher. I think we could actually get 50 cents higher. It's like, it kind of just gave the feel that it wants to stop people out here, and then we get a pop, right? Maybe selling comes in at the 93.60 area, but yeah, we could easily like run back. And remember over here, right? It's like dip, rip to the upside, right? So it's like dip, rip to the upside, rip to the upside, rip to the upside. So if this candle continues, great. If it comes back down at 93, I'll still be in. My average is 92.91 right now, so that's actually pretty sick. And got a decent position over there. So yeah, hopefully that runs to the upside. Tesla 229 short win. I don't know. Let me see here. Yeah, no, I'm not shorting this anymore. I'm done with this one. This is the thing. If the short's going to be good, it shouldn't spend a lot of time there. If it gets back there and gives you another shot at it, you try it again. But you have to understand that like. It's going to be really good the first time around. It's probably going to be, lackluster maybe the second time around, right? So same thing with the meta long. It's like the long is going to be really good if I get these fills and then it rips higher and doesn't come back. If it gives me ample amount of times to get the long within like a 5-minute time period, then it's not that good of a level, right? So yeah, we're going to have to watch this one. Maybe we bounce again, but I don't really know what to think. I thought for sure we're going to go up at that point. Kind of sideways. I'm not really selling this because I don't think too much selling is going to come into this name, at this point in the day, maybe towards the end of the day. But yeah, for sure, we could probably get a bounce there. So my orders are scaled. Gonna chill out with that one and maybe add one more piece to that. On traditional pizza, ham the other way. Yeah, no, it's subjective, right? Especially now. Are we at 3.8K likes? We're at 3.8K. Okay, sick. Thank you so much, everybody. That's that feels really, really good there. We're so close to 4,000. If you haven't hit the like button already, please hit the like button. 4,000 would be great. We appreciate it so much. And yeah, good vibes all around. Hopefully you guys enjoying the show. Someone's saying, will GME rip? I think that ship has sailed. That was the morning ship. Now it's back within the range. And this is the daily, right? Look at this. 30 was the level, and we broke above it this morning, and we ripped all the way up here. This, call it a hammer, call it what you want, volume extension. This is like this is done. This is going to be back at like 24, 25. And, you know, I just want to say, I'm sure my friend's not watching this right now, but my friend was short GME, and he was like, man, like I'm getting my face ripped off. What am I going to do? And I was like, bro, this could be at like 50. Like, cover that. He's like, I'm not leaving. I'm never leaving. And he held that. So I just want to say, if you're watching this right now, congratulations. You made the right call there. He held through this. He was short before, and he held through this. And now he's back in the money, I think. So, yeah, that was a high risk. That was a high risk. You know, I don't know if that necessarily makes sense on a risk to return basis. But, you know, I guess when you're right, you're right. So, you know, hats off to that. Maybe some of you held that as well, and I'm just going to say you guys are savages. I would never do that. But yeah, no, it kind of feels like it's dead now. Lots of volume taking place in this range. It's probably dead. It's probably not coming back, so I wouldn't get your hopes up on that one.
Right on. Only 1 more minute over here. Guys, I for sure had a great time today on this Monday. Halloween Monday, end of the month over here. Stay tuned for the closing show as we're going to have some more fun going in with Neil, Sean, Brendo, having some fun things planned for you guys. And obviously the market's going to not fail to give us opportunities. Keep in mind, once again, to smash the like button on the closing show. Quickly to wrap off what the market's doing as we're going into the end of the midday market movers. NASDAQ bouncing off of VWAP and trying to push back to the north side, creating a higher high and a higher low at the same time. So a little bit of a wedge pattern might be forming over here on the market. And then eventually we'll see which way it breaks out to. This is the NASDAQ market. This is the S&P 500 market, kind of doing the same thing. After creating lower lows and lower highs, now we're creating higher lows and lower highs at the same time. So the same wedge pattern coming in, a pizza slice pattern. And we'll have to wait and see which one that plays off to. QQQ shorts currently 57 cents in the money. I'm going to take some more size out on that one. And Google only 4 cents in the money, so nothing really happening for myself just yet. If it is 2 o'clock, we're going to wrap this one out. Luca, you have anything to say to viewers?
All I'm going to say is I had a great time. Hopefully you guys did too. Enjoy the rest of the show. Enjoy the rest of the day. And thanks for the kind comments. And again, yeah, have a good day and eat well and drink espresso.
It's Mario.
Hey guys, welcome back. 2 o'clock, couple hours left on a Halloween edition, kind of a Monday around here. It's been a pretty exciting day, but markets overall, yeah, they're still downside. After a huge rally heading into last week, or the end of last week, we are back in negative territory here. Let's have a look at how things stand right now. The S&P down about 0.5%, 0.3 for the Dow, 1 full percent right now for the NASDAQ, leading the way as it has most of the session.